No Naruto, I can't teach you but have to be working on your basics first, so I have been looking for a better teacher. I am off, have to train Sasuke, bye bye. Says Kakashi to Naruto. He really was eager to train Sasuke during Chunin exams. Well, it's easy going on a training trip with a mindfuck child, but like him Sasuke was a child genius. He was sure that like him he will pull through, though he hoped it will not take a Obito situation. As Kakashi leaves with a Shunshin, leaving Naruto in hands of Abisu. As Abisu and Naruto were only once remaining there. After the whole episode with Abisu. Next day. Third person's POV. As Naruto gets to the training at Bat House where Abisu was waiting for him. So you know where Kakashi had left with Sasuke on a training? I'm curious to know what would they train in and where? Asked Naruto carefully to Abisu. Abisu's eyes narrowed. Naruto never be so careful with words to anyone to his knowledge, but he let it slide. After all, he was idiot. Well, I'm not going to tell you where they are going, though, their own way outside village. This time Naruto's eyes narrowed in distress. So he left me with this pervert ass of sensei in this village of shit for a honeymoon with Sasuke. I knew he was gay and probably pedo too, thought a disgusted Naruto. And sorry, that was an idea in my head, and I had to try to ignore this line. Being the unpredictable ninja, he was an amazingly crazy idea generated in his mind. If Kakashi had left with Sasuke on a training trip outside a village, I should go outside too. Yes. I will get some experience with that, and I had promised Inari that I will see him later, and there are people who don't glare at me like here, thought a happy but bitter Naruto. Abisu-sensei, why don't we go out on a training trip like Kakashi and Sasuke? Asked Naruto with a smile on his face. Abisu just shook his head and said, No, I don't have enough party-cal things to teach you. And left by Shunshin, leaving Naruto to train water walking. This boy is good for nothing, and he's demanding that I take him on training trip. I'm not going to take him as an apprentice like Kakashi is doing to Sasuke. Abisu's last thought. So he left me like Kakashi. That's it, I'm going to wave country today, and I will return during my match with that Fate's bitch Hyuga, thought and bittersweet Naruto. After that he gets off from the water and leaves the bat house. Scene Bark. Naruto's apartment. Before he was about to start packing up to leave, he remembers that Lee and Hinata's in hospital. Let's visit Hinata and Lee in hospital. As he gritted his teeth in anger, sure, he doesn't know her very well, but she was a friend. He used that term loosely, very loosely, just like with Sakura, Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, Shino, and Hinata. She was a bit different. Unlike his other friends, she never hit him or belated him for no reason or any at all, and she's in hospital because she believed in his ninja way, so kind of felt guilty of her health. As he grimaced for a while, then he grinned as usual, plastered fake smile as ever, which made his eyes closed. As in canon, he meet Shikamaru. After the scene with Gaara. So, this Gaara is like me, a demon holder, he thought in fear. He is just the thing I nearly become. Had I given up hope and Iruka-sensei had not befriended me, I may very well have ended like him. Shivers and chills run down spine at mere thought of that. As he enters Hinata's room. Hinata's room. As Naruto enters, he sees how badly Hinata was hurt by Neji. She had an oxygen mask. For her lungs were damaged, not as much as her heart. Neji really wanted to kill her just for trying to prove him wrong with her power that fate doesn't define a person. It angered him to no end. His hair shadowing eyes, he grained at his teeth in pure anger. To Naruto it was outraging that someone could do this to anyone. Who would give their all the beliefs that's what he has been doing his whole life. I am going to beat the hell out of that Neji. He thought with anger. He was mad, very mad. Somebody had nearly taken his purpose of life, his ninja way, which is to protect his precious persons at any cost. I need get stronger, I need train, and for that I am going on a training trip outside a village. Then I am going to able to protect my precious people, then I will beat Neji. He thought with determination of Uzumaki/Senju, not that he knew that, and he was still scared of Gaara. And Naruto-kun. He heard Hinata saying weakly, was she having a dream about him? His heart froze up. Why the hell would she remember him in her dream? And yeah, I wonder why would Shichi, Hinata, he mumbled softly. As then he remembers what she said before she was taken from him for treatment at the Chunin exams. Palmieri. Did I change D? Shocked beyond anything, he hanged his head in shame. What could he say to her? Most of his time acting like as goofy as possible, always smiling that fake empty smile and laugh that seemed like original but with his eyes closed. And it is a visual representation of his fake smile in anime if you didn't know. But that's how he kept acting as the class clown to get attention that was denied when he was a kid. He always noticed her that she had kept eye of concern for him that was odd. So he tried get attention from her. Hell, he called her pretty many times, and after that she would just faint with sometimes a smile on her red face, but she had kept her distance from he, not like others in hate, but something he just couldn't figure out. Was he contagious? It was not like they don't talk much to each other, they actually talked more than anyone, though she was always shy and modest that a word he wandered off he was definitely hurt by her, but then again wasn't he hurt by everyone for nothing, even his Gigi. He then returned to the subject. It hurts him so much seeing her like that, seeing his precious for a second Hinata was replaced with Sasuke, his heart sank even more than it was biologically possible. People like that, his reason to continue his miserable existence. Reason to nearly kill Haku, reason to nearly get killed by Orochimaru and many other. His precious people who saved him from his darkness. Loneliness. His pain. Hell, even from himself. Ka his hate, even though they didn't know that. Then he remembers that Hinata did try pass him though the first round by trying to helping him cheat during the test, though he couldn't figure out why they were supposed to lessen the competition, not gonna help them pass. He supposed it was she wants to fight him. And yeah, fight him in bed, smirks, Evelyn Aruhina forever. To test her power or something, or thou she always helped anyone she can, even him too, and that was just another odd thing. So maybe was she just being kind someone who is need, but there was him nobody else ever did. Why did she did he was really not sure, and that if he was to die today nobody would care except for Sasuke, Iruka, third Hokage, Tuchi, Aimai, maybe Hinata. Sakura will definitely use it as excuse to get closer to Sasuke. Even after 6 months she's still a fangirl over Sasuke. It not was like he was jealous of Sasuke, okay, maybe a little, rather it was because she never did any kind of justice with him and always calls him an idiot for no reason but him trying to be funny. Hell, she even complained to Kakashi that he was sexually harassing her and getting in her way, whatever that meant. Not gonna lie, I lost all respect for her that day. I mean, come on now, me getting in her way when I am the only fool that cares about her feelings. I am whole foo *ing team, and I wanted was her accept me as friend, for God's sake. After all, I had lost all hope getting some kind of love when discovered that I was the container of the nine-tailed fox. Sometime almost forgot why should I keep my hate for everyone to myself. Then I always remember Jiji saying that I should give them a fucking chance. In end, Sakura and others' words always hurt me when says that Sasuke's much more better of a person than me. So I act same. I mean, deep down I hate all of the village. I will never show it to them, as Gigi always said. And yeah, manipulation at its best. As looks at her hospital chat and sees her list of wounds, his blood boiling with the list as reads it, and as he says in very cold voice, 10 times worse, Niji, 10 times better, be prepared. As he leaves her room and hospital. And not bashing, it's just their character. At the gates of the village. And with one final look he leaves for Wave Country. Starting a journey that will change the course of history forever. Road to Wave Country. 12 p.m. Man, whenever I'm outside the village I feel so good and refreshed, man, this feels so good. Naruto says to nobody in particular as he went along with road that was rather uneventful as he was in his sleeping bag, and hoped that the village won't know that he has run away. He had clone in his place, though hoped that this journey would be worth the effort and risk of becoming a nuke. Need S remembers all the things his Gigi always said, that he should forgive people no matter what they did to him, as long as they are a citizen of Leaf, he should forgive them, as the whole Leaf village was family, always telling him that's what all the Hokage had done, and that's why they had their existence acknowledged by the village. The things he wanted, he knew he was played like Powan of Shogi now. He was utterly confused what and who to believe, as he was still hyperventilating. Aha, why the hell? Dose, everyone is always lying to me. What HHA have I ever done to anyone? As he continued to cry, not knowing what to do. This wasn't his the first time crying or fleeing completely lost, but this was the first time he was feeling so much betrayed by all people he knew, as continued to cry so much that after few minutes he needed to keep his shit together. So in an act of trying to prevent himself from getting completely lost, he started to tear his own flash of his face as tore part half of his face right off as soon he collapsed from blood loss or form. Emotional pain. Who knows? He was doubting if all his choices were actually his or not. Was he just being manipulated his whole life? He didn't know how to feel about that. It did make sense. If they had told him of his original country, he would definitely run to there to escape from the villagers of Konoha for peace of mind. In all of his life, he never felt this much pain. He was just so lost, he felt hopeless. He knew he had to keep his shit in one piece. As we see the map right there, map down at lower right side of the map. Uzushigorai, the village hidden in whirlpools. There was written a short summary, Uzushigorai, the hell on earth were demons known as Uzumaki live. Warning. Don't enter unless you want to die. On side of map, we can see the map was made in Land of Earth, and trust me, physically pain helps keep it together. No, I am not saying you should try it, and don't even think about it unless you have a healing factor like this guy. 12 o'clock noon, day 2. As he woke up soon, then he started to sob a little, then he smiled. He smiled, then noticed that he was alone with nobody else. His smile disappeared as he took a minute to collect himself and decided what to believe in. What to fight for. What to give his life for. He decided to go through his life for a while. Things that come to his mind were first was Hinata. He didn't even think twice because of his desire to take revenge on Niji for Hinata, and she sheared the same Nindo, so basically Niji mocked him too, plus the fact that Niji is also considered a genius like Sasuke. Niji better pray for his life, cause combination of all these makes a truly pissed Naruto. Then second was Sasuke, and he were kinda like brothers, but they still weren't open to each other that much, and he wanted to gain acknowledged by Sasuke too, and if he was honest, Sasuke was his only friend in the village. Third was the villagers or the whole village. How to prove them wrong. He was making progress on that little by little, like his relationship with Sasuke and Konohamaru and Lee and maybe Shikamaru. He did kinda talk to him before the episode with Gaara, but then thought it through. He concluded that Shikamaru wanted information on him. As he slaps himself, where was he brain at that time? For now he will believe in Haku's ideals again, but did he have any precious people? A bitter taste filled his mouth as he stood up. Back to the road. Naruto was still wandering on the road to Land of Waves while he was training with his clones. Be a fight of 5 versus 1 to be precise, with all of them having 2 katana while one clone was watching them, stars in his eyes occasionally murmuring, "I'm so cool." Next to him, there were 2 more katanas laying down in his hands. The curved blade of the katanas is pointing upwards, so that the katana doesn't slice through the cover of the katana. Back to the fight. As one Naruto clone smirked and used himself as meat shield / cover-up for another Naruto who sliced through the first clone. As the first clone's blood splatter all over the attacker clone, he too smirked bloodthirstily as the attacker clone's sword were in 1 inch away from the real Naruto's eye. He was so shocked by the way his clones attack him that he didn't react in time when the attack clone got puffed in smoke and the attacker clone thrusts his katana in his left eye, blinding him in one eye. As the clone who was watching them cringed as real Naruto jumped back and smirked and cracked his neck. "That was nice," said real Naruto in happy tone. "If that was nice, then you are going to love this," said the clone before he got ready to fight, as other 3 clone nodded in agreement. As they started to fight each other for 4 hours. Scene break. During the 4 hours, the real Naruto got many cuts and bruises as clones started to use the little ninjutsu they knew. "You know, I think I got the first clone's memories to Bayo," said all the clones with the one-eyed original at the same time. As they all smirked, then Naruto's left eyelid started to twitch until his left eye opened. "It's always kinda cool when that happens," said the real Naruto. "Yeah," said all 4 clones. "I think you ahem we should depel," said all the clones to the now 2-eyed original puffs. "Ahag," yelled Naruto as memoirs of the clones hit him full force. "Wow, that I never thought I was that blood-thirsty, no wonder everyone calls me a demon," he thought as his mood shifted to a little sad, but as he walked towards the watching clone, as the clone nodded and puffed out of the existence. "Ouch, ouch, I'm going to fall said Naruto as he tried to stay standing, as standing up was not an option for him, so just laid down, closed his eyes, and after 15 minutes his tried to stand up, but this time successfully. Then he approached the clone who training his chakra control via the leaf sticking exercise, but the clone's whole hand was covered in leaves which stuck via chakra, and he also had his swords on his stomach also stuck with the help of chakra. As the clone looked at him, then without saying a word, clone gave Naruto his swords. Then the said clone puffed into smoke, as with him the swords equipped to Naruto also puffed into smoke, revealing that he was cutting corners wherever he could by using the swords of clones. His swords won't be damaged by training. Naruto groaned. "Oh, you in pain." He got used to this headache, but damn, the pain never felt lessening after that. He ate some food, then went to the washroom. Then started to train again, but this while jumping through trees as he about to reach the Land of Waves in 10, 9, 8.7.6.5, 4.3.2, 1, 0. Counted Naruto like a child. Naruto then made a shadow clone, then it quickly disappeared with a puff of smoke as we see another clone that was reading the book on sealing jutsu by Menma Namikaze, the very same book. As he puffed as well as the stuff around him, all the stuff was with Naruto. When he made that clone, he had realized that when he cloned himself, his equipments also gets cloned. Oh, it's just too much to take in, thought Naruto in pain, as I got the memories of the clone via the remaining chakra, as he was wondering how the hell did his clone read so much as in academy. He was not good at reading, but then again the stuff was pretty much trash, not that interesting to him, and all of his own class hated him just because their parents told them, including the teachers, so he was pretty much insulted by everyone, whether it be asking questions to teachers or trying to make friends, to not mention he humiliated by teachers. Even if he answered the questions correctly, they would ask something else, which was something they teached when he was out of class doing. The punishment which they gave him, as Naruto remembered everything that has happened to him, he quickly stopped thinking, as if he was going to lose himself in sadness. As his GG had told him to forgive them, as brought out of his ranting by a rather good-looking woman who had black hair, as she tackle-hugged him into Valley of the Heavens. "It's good to see you so, Naruto-kun," said Tsunami between giggles. "Humpags ahava shsvb," said Naruto between her breasts. As she let him out of them. As he finds some oxygen, he wasn't gasping for air, rather his breathing was normal. "Hello, and were you trying to kill me, lady?" Naruto exclaimed, seemingly flustered, well, as much as Naruto can be. "Oh, sorry, Naruto-kun," she said with a sweat drop on back her head. Naruto sighed audibly, calmed his racing heart. Due to this was the very first time someone had greeted him with hug. If Naruto was honest, he wasn't going to suffocate there. It was uncomfortable for him due to not being used to warm greetings. It made him lose his control over his breathing. Looks like his mask is subconscious, he sighed mentally. "Anyways, Tsunami-san, can you please help me out?" he said in a low voice which was polite and respectful. Tsunami said in an instant, a little surprised by this change in him, "Of course, Naruto-kun, you protected and inspired our almost dead village. I will help you with anything you want." Naruto's eyes were filled with happiness as she said that even though he was quite rude with his request, she accepted it. He realized it now. "I guess he'll need work on this too." Then he said in a happy tone, "Thank you so much, I'll try to repay this favor." Tsunami then said, "No need for that, Naruto-kun, didn't you defended us before?" Her tone becoming confused at the end. Naruto said then with his usual tone, "Yes, but that doesn't count to Bio, that was our mission, this is a favor you've done for me." Tsunami was surprised a little as she could feel he changed rapidly in such a short period of time, as he was more quite the he had been here. He was a goofball of energy. What happened to him? She wondered. She thought about asking him right there, but she realized it would more better for him if asked inside walls. Then she asked, "Naruto-kun, do you have a hotel room to return to?" she said as softly as she can. As these words passed through his head, he realized he hadn't got the time to look for a place to stay, so he replied to her sheepishly, "No, I got just here dash." Tsunami smiled to herself, "You can stay with us if you want." As Naruto nodded and bowed in thanks, Tsunami's eyes took a bright glimpse of happiness to it. "Then we should get to the house, you must be tired, right? Inari would love to see you again, and Dad too." Konoha. Right after Naruto left the hot springs, Jiraiya was doing his research, which would definitely help him in spying on other villages. He had seen Naruto's whole episode with Abisu. He would have gone to him, but God, he looked too much like Minato, not mention his personality was like Kushina. It was seeing both of them alive again that unnerved him too much. He could imagine both of them when looked at the boy. Maybe he'll see him later. As a particularly beautiful woman walked into hot spring, Jiraiya knew this was going to make him rich. Time skip. After the real Naruto left Konoha. Clone's point of view. The purpose of the clone was to fool the village security, especially the Yamanaka clan's members in KSD Force. To be precise, he was to play as the real Naruto while he gets out of village and possibly somewhere far, so Konoha don't find him easily. He will try at least stay alive a week, so the original Naruto can get stronger outside of village faster via fighting real battles and going amazing adventures. He exclaimed loudly, then smacking his mouth shut. Konoha's sensory division, KSD. A lot people with platinum blonde hair and shades of brown were a little confused, as on a large water bubble with Konoha mapped onto it we had 2 yellow dots. In manga, Naruto's chakra color is yellow. One of escaping the village. They were sure it was just a shadow clone which Naruto for some reason has sent out the village. After all, the kid wanted to become the Hokage someday, even though he better chance getting his parents back. "Sir, should we inform the Hokage?" A random black-haired ninja spoke who was clearly not a Yamanaka. Let's not inform Hokage of every little thing, he's probably busy, and besides it's Naruto, the last guy we should worry about. I won't worry, if that was the real Naruto who left, hahaha, it would be nice to get rid of him for some time," said Inamaru, brother-in-law of Inoichi and Ino's uncle by extension. Surely nothing bad would happen, right? Back to clone. Man, what should I do? What's the thing I could which won't end in me dying, said the clone, starching his head. The clone had half of Original's chakra unknown to him. Usually this won't be a question since he become a ninja and discovered that Irika believed in him. He had tried to push himself to his limits and surpass them, yet he's cloned, so he can't afford to do that. At this moment he realized he might have been reckless and rushed things without thinking them through. Now he would have to do something which is comparable to ramen being wasted. He is going to wait. Alternatively, he can walk in village or continue training with Abisu, which considering won't be anything more than basics. So I guess Abisu it is size man boss, better get super duper strong fast like those Naruto fanfics, otherwise I'll die of boredom, said a teary-eyed Naruto. And people with ADHD must have felt that. Time skipped. The same day Naruto reached Land of Waves. The clone had gotten Naruto's memory. Whenever he made clones to train, he won't lie, damn those headaches are annoying, he muttered. He only imagined how much of a headache he'll get when he dispels, which he wasn't sure. Now he had more chakra due to all the clones which were training weren't exactly using all of their chakra. As results, he had some of the residue. His boss was very good according to himself. He was learning cool swords techniques and he was making it himself. He thought how all of his teachers said that he was nothing but fodder. He'll make sure show everyone what he's made of, especially Kakashi and Hiruzen. That pervert will pay for not telling him about his family had known about. He won't have wasted his time being prankster. He would have trained every second he spent not doing anything productive. He had reputation of a whole clan. Now maybe this how Sasuke and Hinata feel? His respect for his rival and Hinata had definitely increased. To have legacy to hold, to always think how would this affect on the name of clan. Damn, this was annoying if not frustrating. He can only imagine how much it was bad for his friends. He now knew why Hinata was so reserved after Senju and Uchiha clan. Hyuga were the most high or elite class clan thanks to boss and his own research by library. He knew a lot about Konoha's founding. Hyuga were the third clan to join the village. From what he read, their leader was Hinata's great-great-grandma. Her name was Teo Hyuga. Apparently same was true with Sasuke. He was the great-great-grandson of Madara Uchiha, the only guy who came close to killing the first Hokage. Truly impressive. This only fueled him to defeat his rival, though it seems that everyone else had the same thing common. Sakura was from long-running chain of merchants with the mix of some shinobi, like both of her parents, both of them alive. Something he was jealous of. Both of them were Chunins and were in the bingo book because of participating in war. Her father had fire affinity and her mother had water. Both of them were good jinjutsu and medical ninjutsu. He wondered why Sakura doesn't ask them to help her. Both of them were C rank too. Sakura could have been a better ninja, which he now doubted was her goal. She did help him duck Zabuza's swordman. This was confusing. He was thinking about making a clone, dispelling it to communicate with the original. It would be a little odd, and the original would not like what he had. Abisu had thought him water walking fully, and then he became like Konohamaru's parents, non-existent. It was hard find him, as if he trying to avoid him purposely, which he didn't doubt at all. No matter what he said, Abisu would make excuses for not teaching anything except the basics of academy, like he was teaching him different kinds of knots. It has been, what, 3 days? What he did, he learned. Knots, fucking knots, he would admit it, it was cool, learn them, but how was he supposed to defeat Niji? Tie his shoes together? Maybe he's supposed to tie Niji's hair. Considering Niji's rather feminine appearance, he probably would lose his cool. Just 4 days more size. Another thing was annoying. He was getting cringe flashbacks of him doing something cringe, which he had done abandoned, like every time he asked Sakura for date, begged for attention from everyone. Seriously, he was about to kill himself. Just avoid these. He sat up from his bed, then jumped out of the window. And these types of knots, he knows. Remember this will come in your exams, and I'm definitely not lying. Chapter continues after the image. He was now on his way to hospital. He gonna meet Lee and Hinata. This was his second time visiting them. He hoped he didn't meet Sakura. She'll definitely found an excuse to punch him, and if that happens he will get found out as a clone. As if God was playing with him, he saw Sakura heading towards him looking worried. Fuck, speak of the devil, and the devil appears. He thought, alarmed. Sakura looked at him for 1 second, then, as if a switch was pushed, her mood become angry. She dashed towards our yellow Pikachu, fully intended to punch him with all of her might. At this time Naruto remembered the book he read. People who care about you never choose violence as a way to punish you for no reason. Something Sakura and Ino never followed. With that he conceded that they weren't his friends. A surge of memories filled with Ino and Sakura bullying him to look cool, making fun of him, calling him names, insulting him. Konoha's villagers were watching this exchange with smiles and eagerness. They had seen this type of show from the Pinkett before. They loved her for it. She alongside the Yamanaka heiress would beat the crap out of Naruto for what reason? They never knew. They thought it was relief form stress, or they were doing what everyone was, since Naruto was able to walk, making him the scapegoat. Villagers had done it with Uchiha's. Well, they were dead now, but as if God was too merciful on Konoha, they found the identity of the Kyuubi by the Hokage, no less. It was so good from them. Sakura was searching worriedly for her Sasuke-kun. This was becoming her habit. She searched the whole village for him. Every day she needed to find him. Of course, she didn't have to train or anything. Her Sasuke-kun would protect her, just like she had done for Naruto. Baka, she thought, while completely forgetting Naruto saving her far more, and the incident with Kin in the Forest of Death. And I'm not bashing her forehead here, this just her character. Also, I'm not strong enough to move that 10 head. As Sakura was looking for Sasuke, someone she didn't see since the Forest of Death, she wasn't feeling good due to her failed stalking. Observation of the Uchiha clan's power. Yes, it's nothing else. She just wanted to see how strong were the Uchiha clan, so she can improve. Why, yes, definitely not stalking. No, she doesn't have Sasuke's underwear in her closet. As if it was Naruto's fault, she decided to use her scapegoat yet again, charging at full speed, the village cheering her on. She was 6 foot away from Naruto. As usual, Naruto was doing nothing, but something was different. She cocked her right hand back and punched with all her might. Wayahak asterisk. Silence, absolute silence. Everyone was in shock. Sakura was thrown back into stale of watermelons some 300 feet away. Her face was matching her personality. Her teeth were broken, jaw was deformed. I rolled back into forehead and blood gushing out of her mouth and her teeth broken. Islomo no jutsu. As Sakura was punched Naruto. Naruto punched her in jaw. Sakura was taken back. She never thought this would happen. After all, she was the one who saved him from Zabuza's blade, right? Why would he hit her? It wasn't her fault. He was the dead last, right? Everyone treated him like that. He never fought them. Why her? She was confused. He loved her, right? Naruto's fist planted itself in Sakura's jaw, twisting the air from the force of the punch. Naruto had decided no more. He won't let them hurt him anymore. His eye had glint in them. It was happiness, true, unrestricted happiness. He smiled while everyone was looking at him horrified. So shocked was everyone that they didn't even trust their own voice. Naruto just kept walking like nothing happened. Sun was at its peak, and he gonna meet Lee and Hinata today. Maybe he can get their advice? They both had connections with Niji. They probably won't tell him much, but he can try at least. Maybe he could learn about Hinata more. He wanted to talk to a girl and not get punched after all. Many guys like that, right? At hospital, Naruto saw Lee doing push-ups with one finger. His crutch was laying beside him. Weo bushi bro? Naruto exclaimed. Lee stopped pushing the ground. Hello, Naruto. Yash, your flames of youth are quite bright. Naruto took that and translated it as he was looking for a fit. Naruto welcomed the compliment. Lee, can you help me? You must know something about Niji which I can use to my advantage, Naruto said with hope in his voice. As much as I want to, but I'm his teammate. I can't just betray Niji. You're on your own, mate. Rock Lee said sadly. He really wanted to help him, but Oath of Team 9 won't let him. And, no, he's not British. Well, I'm not surprised, to be honest, said Naruto with a respectful nod. Shouldn't you be resting, though? Naruto asked politely. I'm resting, though I don't want to lose my muscles, Lee said with too much youthfulness. Naruto thought about it and sweat dropped. He had seen Lee's injuries. He knew rest was required for him recover. Lee, you'll thank me later, Naruto mattered. Huh? Lee exclaimed, but before he do anything he saw Naruto vanish from his sight and felt something hit his neck, and then the world turned black. Had he given time say something he would have said so fast. A nurse soon took Lee into hospital. It seems they were about to use sleeping gas on him, but he saved them the trouble. Naruto walked in silently. The boss had learned another technique called Shunshin. He finally felt like his idol and the man who fucked his life up. He was confused about his opinion about the 4th Hokage now. Anyways, putting that to aside, he was about to walk into Hinata's hospital room. He unsealed a bunch of stuff. He had chocolate and a bunch of flowers. As luck would have it, he apparently had chosen the wrong day, as Hinata's team plus Kiba's mom, along with 2 Hyuga guards at door, and Hinata's father, who he guessed due to him being the strongest source of killing intent at him, and he noticed Hinata was awake and was blushing madly. Now this confused Naruto. Was he doing something wrong? He did what he heard, that a boy should give girl chocolates and flowers whenever they meet up. Perplexed by killing intent form Hinata's father, he walked forward. Stop right there, said the guard one as both of them took gentle fist stands. It's fine, let him come in, said Hayashi with little interest, as if talking about the weather. As Naruto went to Hinata and gave her chocolate which was heart-shaped as suggested by the shopkeeper from who he bought under a henge, everyone's eye were almost popping. Kiba was getting sick from seeing this much love. Shino was visibly shocked, his glasses almost fell, something which non-one would forget. Kurenai was happy and confused, happy for her student but confused due to Naruto's sudden love for Hinata. Sum Inuzuka had a happy face. She would definitely teach something special to Hyuga Eris. She knew how someone's shell could be broken. The girl herself wasn't believing what she was seeing with her Byakugan. She accepted the heart-shaped box of chocolates in her hands, touching Naruto. Somehow she smiled at Naruto, saw Naruto wasn't pulling his hands back. She was confused. While she enjoying his touch, she was gonna faint if this went any longer. What was he doing here? Naruto, on other hand, rarely got anything physical attraction other than beating, so enjoying himself it felt different from the touching Iruka or Sasuke. Of course, he touched Sasuke many times considering how they fought. He liked this feeling. This feels way different, but what is this? Naruto wondered. Hinata started blush, a blush that would put a tomato to shame. They both had no intention of letting go, but Kurenai spoke. Naruto, don't you want to give her the flowers too? She said with chill tone, which both of them ignored completely. Then Naruto finally let go and gave the flowers. Naruto this time on purpose grabbed Hinata's hand again. Hinata squeezed his hand, understanding why he was doing it. He needed someone to comfort him, he needed someone to talk to about anything and everything, yet nothing. He wanted to listen and be listened to. She looked in his eyes, they looked like they would break like glass. She could see the real him now. She had seen him like this many times. It was such a short time, she thought, had imagined it after all. Naruto and sad. Gloomy? Impossible. But it was there. He always hid it well before she ever got a chance to approach him in that stage. He wanted someone special who would polar opposite of what she was. She was weak, gloomy, weird and awkward. She didn't notice the tears falling down her face. Naruto deserved someone more capable than her. She would break her heart in a million pieces but won't let Naruto pay a dime. He had enough pain already. He was treated like a vermin, which made her want to kill everyone. Then again, she was so weak. Neji was right. Suddenly she remembered. Don't give up, Hinata. Naruto's voice ringed. She smiled bitterly inside. She snapped back to reality. His eyes still were that blue which seemed to be made up of glass, not the sky he had some days before. Those eyes were stronger than any eye with Jujutsu, just like sky. They were endless, so huge, never filled with anything. The hatred the village seemed to throw his way, nothing kept him down. She doubted even death would keep him down. Maybe she could try be like him for this once. Maybe she could help him find someone else who would be more suitable for him. Was she being selfish here? Was she trying to make Naruto fall for her in disguise? Maybe she should be more confident. If yes, then how? How would it affect her father? Her clan? Hinata didn't realize, but she was still staring into Naruto's eyes. She then realized something. She let Naruto live his life in solidarity. Had she been more confident, he won't have suffered, but damn, her clan would have definitely tried to kill Naruto. She was sure of it. Then she remembered something else. Letting bad things happen is also a crime. Did she really let her beloved get hurt? Yes. Could he have been more harmed? Had she helped him? Had she given him the love she had for him? Possibly. Overall, she was feeling terrible. She also knew he was jailer of Kyuubi, nine-tailed fox. Her stomach got in a knot. Can she make it up to him? Probably not, but she can try. She'll try. She wowed. Naruto wasn't doing much better. He wanted this touch not never end. He felt his sanity was returning to him. It was doing wonders for him, but he also felt his mask slip down. He knew this rate, he'll end up crying. Then Hinata would see him as weak. Then she would be like everyone else. What's happening to me? He raged in his mind. Why I am so weak? He wanted to die for a long time, but this seemed a good opportunity for Grim Reaper to take his soul. He wasn't stupid to believe that he could show weakness in front of these people, and they won't stab him in his back, along with the fact that he saw a guy crying in front of his wife, and after some time he saw the wife with another guy complaining about how a guy could cry. He assumed it's something females don't like, even hate, but he was about to cry. Old man Hokage's betrayal had hurt him far worse than he thought. Then Hinata squeezed his hand reassuringly. He almost lost himself. Then she looked into his eyes. He felt nude in front of her. Her eyes as if X-rayed him without activating her Byakugan. He was like deer caught in shadow possession of Inara. He wanted to run, but her hand tightly around his. She couldn't have understood that he wanted someone. Could she? She didn't know what I contained. She doesn't know where I am. She doesn't know who I am. He was repeating it over and over. He needed to get out here, otherwise he would be exposed like the liar he was. My. It seems you two are ready for marriage, Sum Inuzuka said in her normal voice. Wah, said Naruto Uzumaki, clone. Hinata almost fainted. Look at your hands, you two lovebirds. If you guys held them any longer, I think Naruto you'll make Hinata pregnant. Tsum said a little teasingly. Hinata had the face as if she was caught with her hand in cookie jar. Naruto on hand was sweating like crazy. Had he done something wrong? Not that it mattered, but none of them let go of their hands, rather. They tightened them even more. Naruto just couldn't let go. Hinata's hand were comforting. It felt too good to let go. Hinata knew what was happening, knew Naruto more than anyone, so she let Naruto be. Man, come on, let her go, Naruto shouted in his mind, but it was to no avail. He bit his bottom lip harshly. He then finally let go her hand. Hinata also let go. Both could feel each other's hand prints on their hands. Finally, lovebirds are separated, Kiba shouted. Luckily, both Naruto and Hinata weren't fully awake. Both in a trance. Naruto's mask fell back on. Recover fast, Hinata-chan. Bye, Naruto said with his fake smile and ran out of there. Since when did Naruto started to be even more weird? Kiba said boldly. Kurenai wanted answers. Naruto looked like he about cry. What the hell happened to him? She was even more perplexed when he suddenly switched up full 180. She was gonna found out one way or another. Hayashi Hyuga's thought were on the same line as Kurenai, but he didn't have any interest in the boy. If his daughter wanted the village a scapegoat, then he wasn't going to interfere with her. She was worthless to clan. If she wanted to be a shame, which she already was, but to say the least, he was pleasantly surprised to see the video of Hinata fighting Neji. He was confused now. Had he made a mistake by ignoring her? Her battle was so much better than he expected. She didn't get outspeeded, nor was she done in strength. All Neji had on her was that he was well trained in gentle fists. Had he didn't stop her training, she would have won. He then turned to look at Hinata, deciding to test her courage. He said, "Daughter, if you want, we can get you healed quickly, but it's risky. You may end up dead," Hayashi said in a monotone voice completely devoid of emotions. He might as well have talking about something totally worthless. Before Hinata could stop him, Naruto ran off. She wanted to chase after him. She was about to rip the various things attached to her off when she heard what her father said. Sometimes small changes would lead to a whole new branch of the timeline. This timeline was one such branch. How one little question caused a whole new branch of timeline, but who knows, maybe this branch had more branches, maybe even leaves. She then exhaled and inhaled. "I would like that, father," Hinata said in the monotone voice which her father liked so much. "If she can get healed as soon as possible, she will help Naruto out, whatever he's been suffering from now on." Everyone was shocked. Kurenai, Shino, Kiba were shocked visibly. Tsum and Hayashi were hiding it well a day after Naruto defeated the bandits. The bandits were tied up. 3 were unconscious when a sudden rustling of bushes revealed a squad of Konoha Nin. They were patrolling around the border between Landfire and Wave. To their surprise, they found 2 bandits laying unconscious around the campsite. The sensei of 3 had brown hair with black eyes. They also didn't have any girl with them. This was an all-boys team, one with black hair and green eyes. The other 2 had identical features. They both had brown hair and teal eyes. "We should kill these trash bags," said the sensei of the team. All the genins lost their colors respectively. "What?" they all shouted at the same time. "You know it too. You guys haven't killed anyone. That's why I didn't nominate you for Chunin exams. This is a controlled environment. Imagine if these trash bags attacked you and in end you killed them, then you would be feeling the first kill shock in middle of a fucking battlefield. I'm doing this for you all." The sensei was pissed not only because these genins were average, but because Kakashi had nominated his team along with Guy, Asuma, Kurenai. He'd heard that Kakashi's team had done an A-rank mission. He didn't doubt it because of the last Uchiha and top Kanuchi, but they had the dead last 2 and he survived. That was something no one expected to happen, yet it did, indicating to him that Kakashi was a better teacher than himself, which couldn't let be. Wanted to prove it to everyone that he was best teacher ever. In his opinion, his team passed alongside with Guy's team, for crying out loud. "Ah, fine, sensei," all the genins chorused. "Wait," said the sensei. "What?" said all genins. As their sensei got up and used a small water jutsus on all the bandits laying unconscious, thus waking them. "Now kill them. This will remind you this is no game. It's kill or be killed, understand?" said their sensei with an icy tone. As they were about to kill the not-so-innocent criminals, bush behind them moved, and a man with green eyes and brown hair. He had a red kimono, kanji of Demon Hunter on back and kanji for death on his chest pocket. Everyone looks at the new guy. "Who are you?" said the jonin while taking a fighting stance. "Let them go, Konoha trash, or," the man warned. "Or, you are outnumbered here," said one of the genin with black hair and green eyes. As he said that, the man said, "I will take that as no." In a flash, 3 heads rolled down from their almost 14-year-old bodies. Their sensei looked horrified as his genins died. Looks like we're even now, the man smiled bloodthirstily. The Jonin eyes darkened and he vanished from, "You will pay for this!" screamed the Jonin with hate and anger. "Good, I don't like cheap things anyways," the man's smile widened. "Earth release! Earth dragon bullets!" yelled the Jonin. Chakra slash. A slash of pure chakra ripped through the dragon-shaped projectiles. So he's some sort of a rogue samurai asterisk, thought the Jonin. Hey, so you're a rogue samurai. I never thought a samurai would kill defenseless children. Did you sold your samurai morals too? Screamed the sensei. Those were no children, you know that too, they were killers, just you so know, and I'm no samurai. Not anymore because of you ninjas, the man said with venom. Oi. Then what are you? Answer me. The Jonin said, shouted angrily. I'm the apostle of gods, my name is Paul, now let's end this. He said as he did something that should have been done by monks at Land of Fire, as clapping his hands together. And imagine the thing Asuma did when he tried to avenge his fire monk friend. As before the Jonin could say something, he got beaten to death by golden arms. He was surprised, and that was his undoing. Greedy trash will get divine punishment, as is the law of the gods, said Paul as he turned to the now smiling bandits. As they'll stop smiling, they had kept quiet to avoid getting killed by enraged Jonin, which worked. Looks like you all lost the artifacts, and the consequences for that, you know, give me one reason to let you live, Paul said with his killing intent flaring up. Please listen to us, master. You see, we attacked a kid for something thing to eat. We were hungry after coming to this land. We were robbed by some ninjas, you know it too. We are just good at smuggling things, nothing else, but we protected your treasure from them by giving them our money. Instead we had it until we attacked the kid. He stole them from us. Please have mercy on us, Paul-sama, said the bandit who used hold the water katana. These bandits, alongside with Paul, had raided a museum caravan in Land Earth where the swords and map come from. Paul wanted the way into Yuzushigorai for secret, which will give him power. Power which he needed. No, he wanted for revenge. He didn't need anything after all. Draw the kid for me here. As Paul passed a bunch of color pencils to the best drawing artist, they aka the former welder of Earth Katana. He began to draw at a slow pace. Time skip 5 hours later. As Paula got the drawing, he began to smile, the most bloodthirsty smile ever. If your drawing is accurate, I forgive you. Then he laughed like a maniac, which number 58-year-old should ever do because it's creepy. I'll have my revenge finally to your son, Yellow Demon of Konoha. Another demon's head for my wall, ha 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 ha. I wonder who's the mother, ha 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 ha. Let's go, we gotta catch up and kill a demon, ha 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 ha. Shouted Paul. The bandits thanked God so much that day, soon found the trail left by our favorite yellow-haired demon. Back to our favorite maelstrom. Naruto just met Tsunami in the Land of Wave. Now, he was wondering how to find information about the Land of Eddies, but more importantly, correct information. The village name was Yuzushigokurai, something he really liked. It brought him a sense of longing. There was a chance that he was wrong, and that would be good too. At least he won't be betrayed by his Gigi. He really hoped he was wrong and didn't want to let it take over again, but he couldn't help but think, how would it feel to unleash his hate upon? Honestly, he could feel the satisfaction, but Haku had given him a ninja way, that ninja way being, when you have someone to protect someone, you become more powerful than you ever could. He would never forget, but he really wished someone who would do the same for him. He didn't doubt it at all. There was no one who would do that. This question ate at his mind time to time. Those damn villagers always said that his fate is sealed since his birth, to be alone, always in pain, always suffering. Suddenly his thought shifted. He had long since learned to not think when there's no way good output, but unfortunately for him, his subconscious mind will try to answer this, thus resulting in his low attention time. Tsunami told him that she'll meet him when he would come to her house for night, as she was in a hurry due to make dinner. Well, she would make a feast for Naruto. Now that he just popped up out of nowhere, he was the hero, made her kid believe in heroes again, and returned the hope which they lost due to Gato. Change in Chakra Nature for Hopeless Ninjas by Tempest Senju. He read it again. Another book popped out, a seal. There was only one page with a small seal at the bottom. The title of the page said Introduction to Nature Manipulation in Chakra. And it reads, I'm from a clan which is known for 1,000 skills, but we're incredibly stupid too. So for my future family members, I've added new chakra techniques / exercises to train and improve chakra nature. We're just most of us wind, water or earth. I advise you to try them first, and I've add more stuff to learn in those particular nature transformations by Smiley face. May you become a shinobi of Hashirama's caliber. Trust me, I believe in you. Love from grandfather or whatever our relationship is. Naruto took a movement to gather his thoughts. A tear drops on the page. Wiping it off, Naruto says, I wish I had someone who would love me before I was even born. The I believe in you hit him like a Biju Dama in balls. And Biju Dama so powerful it ends bloodlines. Why the hell does these book keep popping more books like? What the F asterisk CK? This was like one of those family/clan books which contains books from past members in order to transfer/train the higher, but if this was true, was he related to a Senju? And the fourth Hokage? The seal could just malfunction. The book itself was written by Menma Namikaze who lived during First Great War. What if this was a war thing? Like to enhance the power of shinobis of the leaf rapidly in a village. That's it. That makes sense. With he mentally patted his shoulder. During the First Great Ninja War under command of Hashirama Senju, who invented a crash course for ninja to become super strong in few years, or even months, people, the book itself was considered a national treasure by Leaf Council. Those books were given to a very few, rumors say about 50, so it was pure luck for him to get one. Rumors say at the user Kage level, in just 2 years Naruto used to fantasize about finding it one day and becoming the 5th Hokage. At last his fantasy was fulfilled by God. Muttering a thank you to God, he continued. He made his way to the makeshift training ground which his team used at their stay here. Looking at the techniques to improve his chakra control, he saw a technique called chakra stings. Pretty self-explanatory. It was kind of the opposite of tree walking in this. Instead of just letting his chakra flow through his feet, he had molded into stings, giving it a shape which would be hard as they're invisible to non-Byakugan and Sharingan. As he reads it further, it says, key difference between tree walking and chakra string is molding. Tree walking uses unmolded chakra, while chakra string uses molded. Tree walking uses unmolded chakra to mimic how lizards have tiny hairs on their hands and feet with which they stick to surfaces. As you may guess, unmolded chakra is ironically very stingy. By molding it, you create a far stronger string or rope, though chakra stings are very weak as it's made of pure chakra with minimal use shape manipulation, so we recommend not use to this in a combat, and it's very easy to counter. Too good luck mastering this. It further reads, it had many uses like retrieving items and controlling puppets and redirecting shurikens and kunais of both the users and enemies. I could so use this in my pranks. While his smirk became more demonic and dark, had anyone seen him here, they would have thought that Nine Tails has finally taken over the boy. Let's get work, he shouted at the almost empty woods. If not for the animals, he will master this in no time. After all, his chakra was feeling more energetic than normal. He put his right hand palms down with his fingers spread apart, channeling a small amount of chakra, well, small in Naruto numbers at least. At first nothing happened, then he felt burning pain in his fingertips, and his 4 fingers and 1 thumb exploded with orange chakra. Ahos! What the Fusuke, he screamed. He cut off the flow of chakra to his fingers. He looked at them and saw it had 3rd-degree burns on it, and his fingernails were missing. Haha, girls feel the pain. Now he knew he put too much and noticed his burns didn't start to heal instantly, which was weird. Then he tried it again. This time he started from the lowest to higher till he got it right. The strings were dangling from his fingers, tips 6 inches long, and they were orange in color, which he noticed, and it made a little confused, but file it away for later. Things are becoming weirder, he thought while blowing, sucking on his fingers in a failing attempt to dull the pain. He didn't know what to make of his chakra for all his life. Ever since he unlocked it was a yellow, but mostly it invisible like with the rest of people, but now it's orange. Sure, it's cool, but why? Unknown to him, that's because of his chakra detoxing itself from Nine Tails chakra. By overpowering the chakra of Nine Tails chakra, which was leaked from the seal over 12 years and was collected in his body or chakra core, the chakra point located in his navel. The more he uses this chakra, the faster this toxic chakra leaves his body. Naruto's body had already recovered from this, all these Nine Tails chakra which had been eating away his Uzumaki vitality and Senju regeneration, causing them to dull, but thanks to Orochimaru's seal his body can recover fully, although due to Nine Tails chakra no longer mixing with his own, it also made a little weaker in terms of strength, as the Nine Tails chakra gave him superhuman strength while taking his vitality. Pushing more chakra into it, the strings doubling in length. Now to make them sticky, I will have to make tiny microscopic hair-like projections at the end, so they'll stick due to friction. It's really not that hard due to unmolded chakra is like that. Naturally, just kidding, chakra is very hard, molded chakra, thus it's no surprise that he couldn't master this in a day, but he trained till the sun set. Big brother Naruto, said a familiar voice of Inari. Hello little fellow, how are you doing? Naruto said energetically. Inari puffed his chest out and said, I'm learning Grandpa's work. I will be a master carpenter like Gramps. I heard you've come back from Mom like 30 minutes ago, so came running to get you home. I figured you'd be training like before, so I thought you'd need a hand walking home. Naruto smiled. This is what he was looking for in Konoha, someone who would care about him without any other motive. He could get used to this. Patting Inari's head. I appreciate your intentions, but I've grown much more stronger. I'm far from drained. He with his cocky smile. Inari's answer was to pout in protest, then he yelled, "Let's go home.
I'm starving.
Oi, shush. And get up on my back, we will there in a flash." Obeying Naruto, Inari climbed on to Naruto's back. Then Naruto made a ram sign, and next thing Inari knew, he was out of his house looking at the door. Inari had stars in his eyes. That was so cool. What was that, and can you teach it to me please? Big brother Naruto. Inari yelled with an awestruck face. Hold your horses, kiddo. That was the transportation jutsu. It makes the user far more faster, so much that it seems it's teleporting. To use this takes a lot of chakra, so it's mostly used to travel in a straight line faster. There have been people who understood it to such an extent that they were able to use it in combat, and no, I won't be teaching it to you because you'll die from chakra exhaustion. If you want to be a ninja someday, I might teach it to you. Interesting. Naruto mid-sentence. Inari spoke like the child he was with stars in his eyes. Then I want to be a ninja. Naruto smiled like the son of dawn with a fatherly voice, but with a sad tone he would say, "Haven't you seen the death this profession causes?" Inari was taken back by Naruto's sudden fatherly tone. It felt nice, he admitted in his mind. Then he said in a childish tone, "But why can't you teach me the cool jutsus without me being a ninja?" Well, because you'll need to train like a ninja, which would include getting your chakra reserves up, and training your chakra pathways, which would make you an Rouge ninja. With no identity, which is something criminal dreams of, and no sane person would let you into their land, and your profession is carpentry. Who are you? And what have you done with big bro Naruto? Inari exclaimed while jumping off Naruto due to Naruto's sudden spike in brain power. This overacting resulted in him getting a bump on his head. You brat! Naruto mattered angrily with a tick mark. Back to Konoha. Hyuga clan compound. Hinata was taken by her father to their house for this secret healing technique. She was still in critical condition. 2 female Hyuga maids were applying medical ninjutsu on her, which was the only thing sustaining her life. She was on verge of death. They arrived at the oldest house in the compound, which was in the middle. It was made of stone wood. There weren't any kinds of nails used, which was odd, suggesting it was made with a ninjutsu. Hinata thought while looking at them. They all entered it, seeing a circle made of seals meeting at center of room. The room was filled with books and scrolls and ink bottles made of bamboo and brushes, which were probably used for writing said seals because they looked old. This place was made by Hashirama Senju himself on the request of your great-grandmother, and the clan head at the time. Go sit in the center, Hinata, Hayashi said in his usual emotionless voice. Hinata obeyed and crawled to the center, the 2 maids focusing on keeping her out of danger, moving with her to the center of seal. The platform she arrived was little beveled up compared to other stones from the floor. Both of you stop the healing jutsu and activate your Baikugans, he said, shocking everyone. The maids obeyed him, cutting the flow of chakra healing to Hinata. The effect was instant. Hinata fell in the middle of the circle made of seals. Hayashi, acting swiftly, pulled a scroll from the tons of scrolls on the wall and said while activating his own Baikugan, as placed the scroll down floor, unrolling it. Put all your medical chakra in the scroll. His hands glowed with chakra, then became light green, signaling him using a medical ninjutsu. Both maids followed their leader, putting every drop of chakra they spare. The scroll glowed darkest shade of green, then the kanjis on it began to move on their own and latched onto Hinata like some kind of alien black goo, making cocoon. Then Hinata blacked out while the scroll set itself on lavender fire. Everyone with their Baikugan saw the black goo, formerly ink, enter Hinata's body, going everywhere. It had a lavender tint. They all saw how it left lavender-tinted midnight blue chakra into her chakra, light blue chakra mixing with it. She awoke in a sunny place covered with dark black clouds. How can she tell it was a sunny place? Well, the clouds were very thin, yet they blocked all the lights from the sun, except for a circle where there were no clouds, and she was in the center of said circle. She covered her eyes due to the sun. Where am I? What happened? She said to no one in particular. She felt someone's very, very soft hands on her very nude shoulders. She was shocked then, even more than heard. Finally, she heard from a voice very much the similar as her own. The cocoon exploded into bits, taking Hinata's wounds with it and removing the ivy drip from her arms in the explosion. Hinata stood up now fully healed. She looked at her father. "Thank you, father, but may I ask what was that?" she said, asking the same question everyone had. Everyone looked wide-eyed at her. One movement, she was one verge of death. Now she was standing like Niji had not beaten her to death. "That was the scroll I found while searching for something about our clan. It said it was a prototype from your great-grandmother's works. She made it mainly as way for non-medical ninjas to heal their comrades in emergencies during clan war era. However, she also said it could be used to concentrate healing ninjutsu such as mystical palm into something more effective. It might have killed you because it was made by her chakra. Her chakra might have overpowered yours and gave you chakra poisoning. The chances were almost zero that you'd survive," he said, inwardly thinking something I'm sure Naruto is dealing with too. With his Byakugan, he can see his cells dying from the Nine-Tails chakra. That boy wasn't live long for sure. Everyone took this information in their head. "You're dismissed now, go. I'll write this down for the record as one successful experiment," he said in his monotone voice while moving to write it down. The maids obeyed and left at once while Hinata felt a little more hurt how her father took her a test dummy looked at the scrolls that were arranged in 7 petals lotus-shaped wooden frame. Her father said without even turning to her in harsh tone, "And you're staying here for? Can I take some scrolls for training? This is the first time I've seen such an amount of scrolls. I don't want to lose ever again," Hinata said while feeling like someone was putting words in her mouth. She felt something kind of tug to one particular scroll. "Sure, just get out of here as soon as possible. I doubt anything here would help you," he said, knowing they had locked the more powerful scrolls away from normal people's eyes. She picked some scrolls like on advanced shape manipulation and Shushin no Jutsu transportation jutsu, and basic and advanced chakra nature manipulation, and the scroll she felt a tug towards hiding it behind the previous scrolls. Her father raised an eyebrow at her when she picked the chakra nature manipulation scroll, not noticing she had picked a scroll from the previous clan head's libraries. "Why are you picking that scroll? Do you think that the gentle fist isn't enough to win your battles?" he said menacingly, his pride in his clan's priced fighting style getting hurt. "I just want to be prepared for the unexpected, father," she said very nervously. "Fine. After all, you weren't much talented in gentle fists after all. It's almost like you're not a real Hyuga," wounding her more than Niji just with his words. Hurt, she then left with the scroll, sealing them in her scroll. She wasted no time and took off to find Naruto. The sun was about to set when she left her clan compound. She noted she might have stayed with Naruto form, the look of his face he made. Back to our favorite yellow Pikachu's clone. Naruto was training with Abisu in the deadliest art to shinobi world, known as cooking. Yes, cooking. They moved on to cooking from knots. "Oi, closet pervert again, how will I beat Niji with this? Gonna give him poisoned food," Naruto yelled at Abisu as in his mind a chibi. Naruto makes a pot in the middle of stadium and gives Niji a bowl of stew as Niji eats it and forming at the mouth. The thought made him laugh. He wished it was that easy. He was glad he wasn't the real one, literally. Abisu was monitoring him, said, "I don't have a lot to teach you, but I'm sure you'll make it work," said with sincerity. Naruto, believing it felt good someone else was believing in him, and started to inflate his chest with happiness, which bust like a balloon when Abisu started to laugh like mad, lowering his guard, which made Abisu miss the chakra signature of one Hinata Hyuga as she arrived to see Naruto cooking something while Abisu was laughing. This scene left Hinata very confused. Wasn't he supposed to be training to defeat Niji? Why was he cooking something other than ramen? From the looks of it, it was stew. It smelled nice, too nice for this to be something they just started to make. She also noted the amount of vegetable peels and stuff, which only confirmed her suspicions that he wasn't making it after training, rather this was his so-called training. She made her presence known as she asked, "Anna, Naruto-kun, can I talk to you?" Naruto and Abisu looked at her. Abisu was sweating now. He didn't need for Hinata to snitch on him. That would definitely make Hokage give Naruto a different teacher, who may teach him something that might be used to get his revenge on the village by him. As a chibi, Naruto uses a bijadama on the village in his head. Naruto looked at her wide-eyed. She was just in hospital like 4 hours ago on life support. Now she was talking and walking, to say the least. He was curious now and also very glad that she was out of danger. "Sure, Hinata-chan," he said as he put the pot to mild heat as Hinata came close to him. "So what did you learn to defeat Niji Nizan?" she asked with a curious face. Abisu paled. Naruto's temples twitched with anger. He then smirked, evilly noticing Abisu's reaction, and said, This closet pervert has taught me the forbidden art of tying knots and cooking, but hey, who knows, I might just have to tie his shoes together to trip him, or may I'm supposed to throw food at him," he said with mock sincerity, glaring daggers at Abisu, who looked sheepishly. Hinata felt rage like never before. Then she looked at Naruto. Just by looking at him she felt comfort and calmness, and something which she would rather die than tell anyone as she now looked him. His whisker marks were very light. From before he seemed more healthy. She wanted to use her Byakugan to observe him closely, but she didn't trust herself. That scenario was like letting a thief guard the bank. She made a mental note to report this to Hokage. She said, her usual voice. "If that's the case, may I stay with you? Can we spend some time after this training? I want to talk to you in private." Word training was said with bitterness. Naruto turned to Abisu, or where Abisu used to be. His twitched angrily. He saw vengeance in his head, that good-for-nothing closeted pervert. "Sure, Hinata. I would love to have some company. Would you like to try this?" He smiled. He took sample from the pot and offered it to her. She took the saucer of sampled stew. Her face expressed pleasant surprise. It was good. "Wow. Naruto-kun, you've certainly made a wonderful stew," she said with stars in her eyes, the sense of unexpected deliciousness overpowering her shyness for the movement. "Thanks, Hinata-chan. Why don't you stay for dinner? Why don't we make this a full camping experience?" he said while he rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment, blushed with pride. She felt her cheeks heat up and, "Not the one you think, Baka, yet." Realizing she might have had to stay with him till the morning, she didn't have her own tent. Her blush darkened, realizing she will have share a tent, so she tried to protest. "But I don't have any supply for that," she said while playing with her fingers. "Huh? I don't think we need supply for eating?" He weirded out by her sudden spike in redness on her face. Hinata, realizing she took it wrong, backpedaled. "Yeah, you're right. I just took what you were saying somewhere else." She blushed scarlet while she put another pot, this one filled with rice, which she unsealed from the seal on her pouch. "What do you mean, Hinata?" Naruto asked, perplexed by her statement, while he looked surprised at Hinata as she unsealed a rice cooker. Thankfully the fireplace was big enough for two things. In response, she just shook her head rapidly, as if physically trying to shush some thoughts as she put the pot of rice down. Letting it go for the movement, he asked her the burning question. "How did you heal so quickly? You were hurt so bad?" His tone was soft, but the look in his eyes was one of a true demon. The hate burned brighter than the sun. Thankfully Hinata, being shy, didn't see it. He masked it quickly. Then she took a breath and said, "It's my clan's secret healing technique. My dad was actually offering me this since I regained my conscious back, but I didn't have any rush to heal back then, nor the courage." She then looked at him in a way he never had been looked before. Naruto was surprised yet again, and a little jealous of whatever the cause which made Hinata change her mind. It must be very important. Perhaps she did it for someone. At that, he felt bitterness grip his heart. Suppressing it, he asked, "Wow, but what changed your mind?" he asked while smile with his eyes closed. She then looked at him, her ever increasing in redness. A small smile made its way to her face. I sensed there was something off with you when you were giving me those chocolates and flowers, and I saw the overwhelming pain in your eyes, the one you were trying to hide so much." His face paled with shock and fear. He felt nude in front of her. He stepped away from her. She saw him move and quickly grabbed his hand. He struggled uselessly, but she didn't let go. He was trapped. She was way too strong. "Hinata, let me go." He tried to make hand signs for substitution jutsu while she grabbed his wrist. Hinata couldn't believe what she was doing. Her mind was getting cloudy as she grabbed onto Naruto's hand tightly and grabbed his other hand the same way. Using a judo move on him, pinned him down. She then sat on his abs. Her mind was getting even more cloudy now. Taking a breath to calm her hormones, she was getting the advantage of being solely taijutsu ninja here. Her mind was going to the places where it shouldn't. He's so defenseless. Focus on his pain. Must know what's making him sad. Has he always been so easy to capture? Why didn't I ever do this before? I can kiss him once, right? She knew this wasn't her thinking but her hormones. Naruto wasn't doing much better. He welcomed her touch on one hand, but he wanted to run away too. He knew what was she going to ask. He didn't doubt that the moment he spoke he would let everything out which he held in him, all unshed tears and all the silent screams. Then as she pinned him down, his teenage mind was wilding now. Is she gonna kiss me? She looked so beautiful on top of me. He noted her eyes have always been so pretty. Get out or she will find out the truth. His rational side seemed. He tried to move but she was firm in her grip. He then pushed chakra in the foot, making a jet of chakra, making him fly, but it didn't last long. Hinata was surprised by the sudden flying. She didn't let go. She then moved quickly like a lioness and gently disabled all of his chakra points, stopping the flow of chakra. However, due to Naruto being shorter than Hinata, when they landed / crashed onto ground, Naruto's head bounced off the ground while Hinata sat harder on him, this time pinning his legs to her groin on his, which resulted in her boobs smashing into his head. She, pushing for leverage, pushed her assets in his face. Naruto was yet again shocked as he felt the chakra get cut off. He didn't even feel it, and he was back into the Valley of Heaven. It was getting hard to breathe again, just like with Tsunami's Valley. He noted absent-mindedly she had bigger pair. Hinata then practically screamed at him as he was still struggling with her. Naruto, please tell me what's happening with you, I beg you. I can't let you get hurt even more. I've realized I've had unknowingly wronged you, please. I beg you to forgive me. He stopped struggling. Then the movement he heard those words, she letting him breath by removing her melons off him. Naruto, please. Heard her scream. It was full of pain, as if she had been the one who was hurt by this village. This was the first time someone apologized to him for not helping after Irika. He was getting even more confused now. He just wanted to pop out of existence, but he was on a mission, and frankly now he was curious too. What has made Hinata so bold all of a sudden? Fine, I'll talk. And Kudo make time. Number 1. Title and moral. It's not a good idea leaving teens alone without any supervision. Hinata saw Naruto move and quickly grabbed his hand. He struggled uselessly, but she didn't let go. He was trapped. She was way too strong. Hinata, what in? Let me go. He tried to make hand signs for substitution jutsu while she grabbed his wrist. Hinata couldn't believe what she was doing. Her mind was getting cloudy as she grabbed onto Naruto's hand tightly and grabbed his other hand the same way. Using a judo move on him, pinned him down. She then sat on his abs. Her mind was getting even more cloudy now. Taking a breath to calm her hormones, she was getting the advantage of being solely taijutsu ninja here. Her mind was going to the places where it shouldn't. He's so defenseless. Focus on his pain. Must know what's making him sad. Has he always been so easy to capture? Why didn't I ever do this before? I can kiss him once, right? She knew this wasn't her talking but her hormones. Naruto wasn't doing much better. He welcomed her touch on one hand, but he wanted to run away too. He knew what was she going to ask. He didn't doubt that the moment he spoke he would let everything out which he held in himself, all unshed tears and all the silent screams. Then as she pinned him down, his teenage mind was wilding now. Is she gonna kiss me? She looked so beautiful on top of me. He noted her eyes have always been so pretty. Get out or she will find out the truth. His rational side seemed as small as it was. He tried to move, but she was firm in her grip. He then pushed chakra in the foot, making a jet of chakra, making him fly, but it didn't last long as Hinata was surprised by the sudden flight. She didn't let go. She then moved quickly like a lioness and gently disabled all of his chakra points, stopping the flow of chakra. However, due to Naruto being shorter than Hinata, so when they landed / crashed onto ground, Naruto's head bounced off the ground while Hinata sat harder on him, this time pinning his legs to her groin on his, which resulted in her boobs smashing into his head. She, pushing for leverage, pushed her assets in his face. This action resulted in a reaction from his teenage body. Lil Naruto poked Hinata from underneath. Hinata looked down on the cause of sudden poke, freeing Naruto from certain death due to lack of oxygen. Then she looked at Naruto, then at Naruto light. Her and her Naruto's face blushed scarlet. Naruto? What's happening to you? What's Tihi mean NG of this? She asked with uncertainty of what to think. Her settering was back with full force. Should she continue to try to get the answers out of him? Naruto was way too shocked to say anything. He was getting aroused by Hinata's actions. He peeled to an undocumented shade of white. He did not want to find out how it would feel to get hit by not-so-gentle fist and balls, so naturally his struggling became even more intense, fueled by fear of getting hit in semen factories. #end. I'm sure every male just cringed. I know, cause I am cringing as I write this. His struggles only caused his lil pal to thrust on to her nether regions, causing Hinata to get aroused. Her mind went into overdrive as she was getting soft-cored by Naruto. Naruto, please, stop, I won't able to control myself anymore, Hinata said, while her hand started to play with Naruto's hand like kneading a cookie dough. Naruto, taking this as if Hinata saying that she will hurt him, moved even more rapidly, this time using even more power as Hinata's grip loosened due her arousal. The way Hinata was touching his hands made him feel way too weird. His was getting even more aroused. Naruto, with zero sexual education, he understood nothing. As a result, he unknowingly thrusted his lil Ruto into her more and harder than before, trying to get out before Hinata hit him hard. Hinata finally let her desires take over. She kissed him onto his lips, sealing his lips with hers, which made both teens faint on the spot. And Hiruzen, who saw this whole, also died from blood loss. The Umbu's sweat dropped seeing their great leader dying from blood loss. Back with the story, nothing happened here. As both teenagers were getting a little too emotional while a certain Hokage was watching this exchange with shock, he had started to watch Naruto and Hinata when he was informed by Onbu that Hinata has entered the training ground where Naruto was training with Abisu. Of course, he had Naruto monitored if his Onbu were to be trusted. 247. Hiruzen's point of view asterisk. Hiruzen looks at his crystal ball asterisk. Oi, closet pervert again, how will I beat Neji with this? Gonna give him poisoned food. Naruto yelled at Abisu as in his mind a chibi Naruto makes a pot in the middle of stadium and gives Neji a bowl of stew as Neji eats it and foaming at the mouth. Abisu was monitoring him and said, I don't have a lot to teach you, but I'm sure you'll make it work, said with sincerity. Naruto, believing it felt good someone else was believing in him, and started to inflate his chest with happiness, which bust like a balloon when Abisu started to laugh like mad, lowering his guard, which made Abisu miss the chakra signature of one Hinata Hyuga as she arrived to see Naruto cooking something while Abisu was laughing. Poor Naruto asterisk. Hiruzen thought, had he wanted, could have made Naruto's life a lot more easy like those Naruto fanfics, but he was doing what was best for the village. This scene left Hinata very confused. Wasn't he supposed to be training to defeat Neji? Why was he cooking something other than ramen? From the looks of it, it was stew. It smelled nice, too nice for this to be something they just started to make. She also noted the amount of vegetable peels and stuff, which only confirmed her suspicions that he wasn't making it after training, rather this was his so-called training. She made her presence known as she asked, Anna Naruto-kun, can I talk to you? Let's see what brings you to Naruto. Miss Hyuga asterisk thought Sarutobi. Curiously, this wasn't her first time searching for Naruto, but this was the first time she ever searched for him out of any business. To Hiruzen's knowledge, she had following him occasionally, not like how Sakura and Ino did with Sasuke, but still she had never outright walked to Naruto before while he was awake anyways. Looks like she'll visit me soon enough. Hiruzen so sighed. He had wanted Naruto to use the Nine Tails chakra in exams so other villages will be paranoid of leaf ninjas. He could just assign Kurinai to him. He won't get much out her anyways. He patted himself on his back in his mind. How did she manage to recover so quickly? Asterisk. Hiruzen thought, shocked as looked at her. She was looking far healthy, making the female Onbus jealous again. This has to be investigated soon. Well, she will be here soon enough. Naruto and Abisu looked at her. Abisu was sweating bullets. Poor Abisu, he was probably thinking that Hinata would tell me, as if I didn't know already. That would definitely make me give Naruto a different teacher, who may teach him something that might be used to get his revenge on the village by him. Thought the old Hokage asterisk. As a chibi, Naruto uses a bijidama on the village in his head. Naruto looked at her wide-eyed. She was just in hospital like 4 hours ago on life support. Now she was talking and walking, to say the least. He was curious now and also very glad that she was out of danger. Hiruzen chuckled seeing Naruto gaping like a fish. Sure, Hinata-chan, he said as he put the pot to mild heat via covering the hole for oxygen-rich air a little as Hinata came close to him. So what did you learn to defeat Neji Nezen? She asked with a curious face. Abisu paled. Naruto's temples twitched with anger. He then smirked evilly, noticing Abisu's reaction, and said, This closet pervert has taught me the forbidden art of tying knots and cooking, but hey, who knows, I might just have to tie his shoes together to trip him, or may I'm supposed to throw food at him, he said with mock sincerity, glaring daggers at Abisu, who looked sheepishly. Hiruzen chuckled again seeing this asterisk. Hinata expressed rage like never before, shocking the old Hokage, as this was the first he has seen her angry. Then she looked at Naruto. Just by looking at him, her expression turned to one of comfort and calmness, and something which she would rather die than tell anyone as she now looked him. Interesting, Hinata was calmed down the movement she saw Naruto, just like Kushina whenever she saw Minato asterisk, the old fart noted absent-mindedly. Seeing Naruto now, he noticed few changes. His whisker marks were very light from before, almost looks like someone had drawn them. Then Naruto had washed his face. It was that faint. His face also, he seemed more healthy. Looks like someone has a secret night routine asterisk, Hiruzen thought, while some female Onbus were jealous again. If that's the case, may I stay with you? Can we spend some time after this training? I want to talk to you in private. She word training was said with bitterness. Had Hiruzen was not one of the greatest ninja to ever live, he would have stopped watching them, but due to his old age's given experience he had picked up Hinata's tone. It wasn't the one which a person would use to confess their feelings, rather this was the tone of voice he used when he had talked to Naruto about Nine Tails. Also, when you're the type of ninja Hiruzen was, he would have continued watching even if Hinata was confessing her feelings. Naruto turned to Abisu, or where Abisu used to be. His eyebrow twitched angrily. He swore vengeance in his head, that good-for-nothing closeted pervert. Sure, Hinata. I would love to have some company. Would you like to try this? He smiled and took a sample from the pot and offered it to her. She took the saucer of sampled stew. Her face expressed pleasant surprise. It was good. Wow. Naruto-kun, you've certainly made a wonderful stew, she said with stars in her eyes, the sense of unexpected deliciousness overpowering her shyness for the movement. As the third Hokage watched this scene, he suddenly saw the ghost of Minato and Kushina. Minato, replaced by Naruto, and Hinata, replaced by Minato, and Naruto by Kushina. Thanks, Hinata-chan. Why don't you stay with me? Why don't we make this night an experience which we'll never forget? He said while he rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment, blushed with pride, smiling. I never knew Naruto was that horny. Then again, that kid does go to hot springs as much as Jiraiya, also given he's a teenager. I really shouldn't be surprised. The third Hokage's sweat dropped. He can already imagine Hayashi's coming back to life with the rusted family sword to cut Lil Naruto. To protect his granddaughter with his emotionless face, he shivered at the thought. Hinata blushed scarlet hearing what he said. Seeing him so bright and beaming when she complimented him just made it seem very romantic/cute to her. Her index fingers playing with each other, she spoke. But I don't have any supply for that. 3R's sweat drop increased in size. I don't think she has any problem with him. Kids these days. Back in my days, it was a disrespect to offer sex without marriage. What has these people come to? Thank God I didn't listen to Danzo's advice to add condoms to essential supplies. He tempted to summon Hayashi at this point, but he was probably also watching this live. Huh? I don't think we need supply for eating? He weirded out by her sudden spike in redness on her face. The Hokage nearly fell down. I swear he said it like that on purpose, Hokage thought. Hinata, realizing she took it wrong, backpedaled. Yeah, you're right. I just took what you were saying somewhere else. She blushed scarlet while she put another pot, this one filled with rice, which she unsealed from the seal on her pouch. What do you mean? Hinata? Naruto asked, perplexed by her statement, while he looked surprised at Hinata as she unsealed a rice cooker. Thankfully, the fireplace was big enough for two things. The fireplace itself was made up like a very short table made of mud. In response, she just shook her head rapidly, as if physically trying to shush some thoughts as she put the pot of rice down. Haha, looks like Naruto and Hinata are becoming way more than just classmates or friends. This scene reminds me of both of their respective parents. Thought the third Hokage. Unfortunately, they will have to let this go. Naruto didn't even know what love is, but perhaps he let Hinata satisfy her feelings for young blonde Naruto, was the scapegoat for all of Konoha after all. He was sure that if he played correctly, will have another female attaché in his hands. It was time he had a Hyuga as a tool. He had seen the power of Hinata's great-grandmother. That power, if revived, will benefit Konoha so much. Too bad she was almost out his hands due to her father, but perhaps he would able to use her feelings for Naruto looking on. Naruto asked her the burning question. How did you heal so quickly? You were hurt so bad. His tone was soft, but the look in his eyes was one of a true demon. The hate burned brighter than the sun. Thankfully, Hinata, being shy, didn't see it. He masked it quickly. Hiruzen cringed as he saw Naruto's face. It looked too much like Minato. He could practically see visage of Minato behind Naruto. He was glad that Minato was sealed in the stomach of Shinigami, or wise he would have peed his pants thinking the yellow flash has returned. Looks like Hinata will tell him that secret, he said quietly to no one in particular, paying full attention now. Then she took a breath and said, It's my clan's secret healing technique. My dad was actually offering me this since I regained my consciousness back, but I didn't have any rush to heal nor the courage, as it was very risky. She then looked at him in a way he never had been looked before. Hiruzen's eyes went wide. He made a mental note to inquire Hayashi about this. Disappointed, he continued to watch. Naruto looked at her with surprise, bitterness flashing in his eyes. The way he stood, he seemed unsure. His stance became awkward. Hiruzen noticed the jealousy in his eyes. Wow, cool. But what changed your mind? He asked while smile with his eyes closed. She then looked at him, her face ever increasing in redness. A small smile made its way to her face. You. I sensed there was something off with you when you were giving me those chocolates and flowers, and I saw the overwhelming pain in your eyes, the one you were trying to hide so much. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at this new information. Since when did Naruto start to give chocolate and flowers? Since when did people start to care about Naruto? Naruto's face went paled with shock and fear. He felt nude in front of her. He stepped away from her. She saw this and grabbed his hand. He struggled uselessly, but she didn't let go. He was trapped. She was way too strong. Hiruzen cringed when he saw a visage of Hinata's grandmother right behind Hinata. Similar kind of scene happened with Hashirama and Hinata's grandmother. Hinata, what in? Let me go. He tried to make hand signs for substitution jutsu while she grabbed his wrist. Hinata grabbed onto Naruto's hand tightly and grabbed his other hand the same way. Using a judo move on him, pinned him down. She then sat on his abs. Her mind was getting even more cloudy now, taking a breath to calm herself. Hiruzen's eyes went even wider as Hinata pinned Naruto to the forest floor, then went even wider when Naruto tried to move, but Hinata was firm in her grip. He wasn't ready for this to become a full-on rape scene. Naruto proving that he's not the one to be taken lightly when it comes to thinking quick as Naruto's foot shot jets of chakra. Hiruzen realizing Naruto is using the opposite principle of tree walking exercise as both intertwined teens flew for some distance. Hinata was surprised by the sudden ride. She didn't let go. She then moved quickly like a lioness and gently disabled all of his chakra points, stopping the flow of chakra. Hiruzen was impressed by Hinata's gentleness with Naruto, as Naruto didn't even scream as one would. When you're hit with a not-so-gentle fists attack, he still felt phantom pain from the wounds he had gotten as a result of a fight he had with his Haguya classmates, Hinata's great-grandfather to be exact. However, due to Naruto being shorter than Hinata, when they landed / crashed onto ground, Naruto's head bounced off the ground while Hinata sat harder on him, this time pinning his legs to her groin on his, which resulted in her boobs smashing into his head. She, pushing for leverage, pushed her assets in his face. Looks like I won't need to offer Hinata Naruto. She's taking him on her own. He thought with a sweat drop. He wasn't going to stop them. Of course, stopping this scene won't give him any information. Also, he was curious now what would be the result of this mingling. Hinata then practically screamed at him as he was still struggling with her. Naruto, please tell me what's happening with you. I beg you. I can't let you get hurt even more. I've realized I've had unknowingly wronged you. Please. I beg you to forgive me. He stopped struggling the movement he heard those words. I should tell this to Jiraiya for his next novels. Scene ***. Hiruzen thought he was positive that it would make him rich if he sold this to Jiraiya. Hinata then let Naruto breath by removing her melons off him. Naruto, please. Hinata screamed. Fine, I'll talk. Naruto finally gave up. Hinata was sitting on top of Naruto, whom she had pinned to the forest ground. Let's see what you are hiding. All of a sudden, Naruto-kun ***. Hiruzen thought. Normal point of view. Back to the couple. Fine. I'll talk, but since when did you start caring? Why now? What has changed? Naruto said. He screamed at the end. He didn't get what she meant by half the stuff she has said. Since when did people start to care whether he was hurt or not? Naruto, what has happened to you? Hiruzen was now thinking the worst. Perhaps the fox has told him something. His old rusted heart won't be able to take the shock of Naruto Village's most important weapon, leaving it due to a little abuse like this. This pushed Hinata's buttons. She never expected Naruto to say those words. He was being so bratty. This made her concern for him increase even more. Knowing him, this was just part of his mask. It hurt her even more seeing him like this. She took a breath. I've always cared about you, Naruto. You just never saw it. I was way too shy before. Even when I tried, I wasn't sure if you'd actually want to talk to someone like me. Like I said before, I realized I was wrong. I shouldn't have kept this a secret. I've hurt you without even trying to. I only watched as everyone hurt you. All you needed was someone you to talk to, yet all you got hurt. Hate. Loneliness. Please forgive me. I just want to see you happy now, and that's a promise. Believe it, she said, nearly crying her eyes out, her tears falling onto Naruto's face. Hiruzen's eyes went wide again. His jaw hit the floor. Seeing the total switch of personality in both teens, it was like they magically switched their personalities. It seems like yin and yang, both of them had a bit of others' personalities in them, deep in them. This reminded him yet again of their respective parents. He could imagine perhaps an alternate timeline these two will be a good couple, one where Naruto wasn't village's private property. He had nothing against the kids, but his position demanded he must do everything for the village. Naruto's eyes were wide again. It looks like Hinata will take the title of most unpredictable ninja away from him. Hurt on her face, it stabbed him like someone was stabbing him in heart with a dull knife. This was the second time someone was crying because of him, not for him. He always wondered if he were to die, would anyone cry for him? Would anyone stay at his grave? He knew Irika would be one who'd cry the most when he protected him. Now looks like Hinata would too, so he decided to trust her a little. Hinata, I've been finding new stuff about myself since graduation day. Naruto said, his eyes dull. Is he gonna tell her that? Hiruzen thought, no doubt she will call him a demon after that. Perhaps this will make clear to him that his option to gaining the respect is to serve the village till they see he's on their side. A small smile made its way onto Hiruzen's rusted face. Perhaps he will able to the death penalty on them to make Hinata the hostage. Did you just find out about the Kyuubi Nine Tails? When? She asked, her eyes filled with pain and shame, unconsciously pressing herself into him, only this in a comforting way. Hiruzen's jaw hit the floor, cracking at his eyes, nearly ripped out their God-given places. How did these kids keep finding these top secrets? He was certain it was because of her eyes. Yeah. But that's not it, you knew? Since when? I asked that why you were afraid of me? He screamed. Tears started to run down his face. His worst fear was becoming real. It made sense why she never looked at him for too long. To her, he was a demon. For a movement, Hiruzen saw visage of Kushina on Naruto's face. Kushina made the same face when she told Minato the fact that she was a Jinchuriki. What brought him out his daydreaming was Naruto's words. Had Naruto found something about himself, why wouldn't he come to him? He was his Gigi after all, if he had, which he cleared did. Who told him? Kakashi? Was Jiraiya the one? Or perhaps his throat went dry at the last suspect. He hoped it wasn't at the Nine Tails. There was no other way. He had practically erased everything about and related to his lineage. He of course didn't burn them or left them to rot or destroyed anything. He donated them to the Fire Capital's museum, something he had done with the Senju clan stuff since Tsunade left everything to the village. In future, perhaps Naruto's kids will benefit from them and make the village grand superpower as it should have been from the beginning. Slap asterisk. Her hand met Naruto's cheek, bringing him out of his downward spiral to insanity. The slap was gentle. It didn't even felt like he was slapped yet. It was enough to take him out his delusional thinking. No, Naruto, listen, you're not the fox. It's not your fault, never was. She took a breath. You're the kindest person in the whole world. You always help others before you help yourself. You're so strong. I've always looked up to you, hoping to be like you. You are the sun in my cloudy life, she said with sincerity mixed with suppressed red-hot rage. Even more tears fell down onto Naruto's face. She wasn't angry at Naruto. She could never be. She wasn't stupid either. She knew all these things were happening one after another. She put her hands around his neck, hugging him in a comforting way. For a movement, Hiruzen saw a visage of Kushina in Hinata when she consulted Minato after that mission, in which Minato's friends got disabled for life. He was 12 too. If these things continue like this, he'll die of remembering these past memories, thought the old Hokage. When Naruto heard those words from her mouth, the walls around all the pain he had made in his mind seemed to vanish. Just hearing someone saw him like that and wanted him to be happy made him happy beyond measure. He felt cared for. When she hugged him like that, he nearly broke down and let Hinata hug him to her heart's content. Hiruzen's eyes went wide again. That was something which was happening way too much today. His suspicions were confirmed by the look Naruto had this deciding to act. As soon as possible, he signaled his Onbu to move. This was code weapon getting self-awareness, it seemed. He has to make Naruto stay in the village. He had to stop the Jinchuriki of Konoha from getting away. He had seen that look of hurt on many missing Nins which was on his face. I found out I have or had a clan just like you and Sasuke, and just like him, I'm probably the only one who's alive. The worst part is the Hokage knew this yet didn't told me. As Naruto said this with pain of betrayal flashing in his eyes, most importantly, he had bitterness in his heart aimed at this world. Pain of a family and clan he never had. It was too much. It was like some showed him his family and then killed them in front of him. Hinata's eyes widened at this, explained a lot of things, but what was his clan? She had never heard of the Uzumaki clan before. Her right hand stayed tightened around Naruto's neck while her other hand went to Naruto's chest, stroking and tapping it comfortingly. For good measures, she used chakra strings from her every chakra points, attaching them to the ground, effectively making a blanket of chakra around them. Even if Naruto tried, he won't be able to get out her grip. Naruto relaxed under Hinata's embrace, finding a new type of comfort. His confusion seems to vanish, just for now. At least he wondered if he had made a mistake by leaving the village to train. Hinata seems to care for him so much. It hurt him just thinking about how she will react to finding his newest secret. His mewing streak was interrupted by Hinata standing up, looking at the woods. He noticed her Byakugan were active. She had activated her Byakugan, giving her perfect chakra control. That's how she was able to make this many chakra strings. As a result, saw Hokage and his companions dashing towards them, quickly removing her grip and chakra strings from her crush's body, grudgingly standing up form her new favorite resting place. Hinata stepped forward, shielding Naruto, doing the same thing Naruto had done for her when they were kids. Both teens looked on as the third Hokage appeared from the woods. Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga. What you found out today is highly classified information. I would like to know where you found such information and who told you. The old Hokage told with his grandfatherly voice, be it a little sharper, it also carried a tone authority. Tapping his cane, he waited for an explanation as he made a hand sign signaling a certain Onbu to get ready to use his woody techniques on the kid's asterisk. Hokage-sama, what was the point of hiding this information? Hinata said firmly. Daughter of Hayashi, know you it too. Had I publicated these Naruto's Jinchuriki status, it would have made people hate him even more and more. Openal dash. The third was cut short by Hinata. Do not try to change the topic. I was talking about his heritage. Had you told everyone that he is from a clan, the people would have at least thought he was a human. Him, a kid just popping out of nowhere right after a man sealed the 9 tails in the said kid with whisker marks to boot. Anyone would think that kid was the reincarnation of 9 tails weakened into a kid. At least you should have told that who his parents were, or just fabricated them. Told everyone that he was the kid of some random citizens. Hinata said with her Byakugan's glaring daggers at the old Hokage, seeing through his attempt at mixing two different things. Casing old Hokage to flinch upon being caught. Yup, that's Hayashi's daughter. Okay, no DNA test needed, was the thought going through his head. He was tempted to have the girl killed just then and there. But Hayashi would eventually find it out. Heck, he might have been watching this very exchange with his eyes. She had just spoiled years of indoctrination and manipulation to the victim himself. Naruto might be considered stupid in everyone's, but that was just the combination of his mask and people's neglect of him which would make even the smartest of person act like that. Naruto's eyes went wide as Hinata said that. She had a point there, a not being to form in his gut, as this only confirmed his suspicions of getting manipulated by the third Hokage. Old man, so who are my parents? His looking at the Hokage, expecting, nearly glaring at him. They are very strong shinobi. They died on your birthday. 3RD said truthfully, knowing full well Hinata would pick up if he lied, so told what was true. He's hiding something. His blood pressure is very irregular. Naruto-kun, ask him more questions. I'll be able to tell if he's lying or not. Hiruzen cruised mentally. I'm an old man, of course my blood pressure isn't regular. He said, acting hurt. He wasn't called the professor for no reason. He had PhD in lying after all. Both Naruto and Hinata deadpanned, moving their hands as if to fan themselves, mouthing the words, not buying it. Fossil. Old Hokage's eye twitched angrily at that. He was in a very tricky situation. If he killed Hinata, undoubtedly Naruto would release the fox, and Hinata's actions are just to be killed, for not only was she actively trying to help the Jinchuriki before any of his students minus Orochimaru of course got to him, mainly Jiraiya, and she was making him feel loved and cared for. Who does that? To weapon, no less. This was a difficult predicament indeed. He would have to take his next step carefully, once again thinking of just letting the wood user out in the open and capturing both of them. Sending these kids to I.T sect of Konoha's military, though he doubted anyone without a Sharingan or wood style would be able to get into Naruto's mind without the fox interfering and killing the poor Yamanaka member. Man, only if any Senju had mated with a Yamanaka asterisk, thought the old Hokage. At last you can't have everything going your way. Hayashi wouldn't be pleased with Hinata's capture or death, and she had that damn Byakugan which would make it easy for her to get out of the mind jutsus of the mind readers. Perhaps he can torture them, but both these kids are known for seemingly enjoy physical harm and being stubborn. These people with never gonna give up philosophy were hard to deal with, his sensei Hashirama being the patient zero himself in his prime. His only option was to talk this stuff out of him. He let out a sigh. How about we talk this in my office tomorrow? I'll answer you there, don't do anything irrational, okay? He, with his grandfatherly voice, he was already thinking about preparing some things for this talk. How did you know what we were talking about? Were you spying on us? Naruto asked, unsure of what to feel, knowing that an old man can watch him 24/7. He made a disgusted face. Hinata had different reactions. The first was embarrassment at her actions, which caused her to blush a lot. The second was disgust at the audacity of this fossil to peep at her and her Naruto. Where did that come from? Asterisk, she wondered. Spying isn't a crime, we're ninjas after all, and I'm the Hokage. I make the rules here now. I shall see you and Miss Hyuga in my office tomorrow. If you do not come, there will be serious consequences. He, with authority, momentarily letting the grandfather mask go. He flinched a little seeing Hinata and Naruto's face. It disturbed him. He decided the best would be to leave for now. It'll make them believe that he trusted them. His Anbu were at the end of the forest anyways. If they try to escape, they'll be captured. Without waiting for an answer, he waved a hand sign. He and his hidden Anubis left via Shushin no Jutsu *. Leaving both teens alone in the woods again. As they left, Naruto moved towards Hinata, gesturing to look at the cooking place. Hinata looked at, finding nothing wrong. Then she looked at Naruto, feeling guilty for ruining his camping experience. Had not forced him to tell those things, this won't have happened. Naruto then took a breath and said, "Let's continue. If you want, that is. Could I ask you a favor?" He said, unsure of what he was asking her to continue. Hinata smiled at this, removing the guilty expression from her face, and nodded, not trusting her voice. "Can you stay with me for tonight? I don't think I handle being alone tonight," he said, showing a lot of vulnerability on his face, fully expecting her to refuse. He was sure he would pop himself out of existence if he stayed alone tonight, and his boss needed some more time. Knowing full well she'll have to share the sleeping bag with him, she was about protest against this when she remembered she had said to her dad she might not return home tonight. This was a little too convenient. Her skin tone reddened to an undocumented shade of red. Against reason, she nodded, signing up for this seemingly sleepless night with her beloved, her eyes lost focus, zoning out. "Hinata! Hinata! Hinata? Where have you gone off to?" Naruto's voice brought her out of her. She quickly looked down, avoiding looking at him, and blushed a lot. Her face lost its redness upon remembering his last line. Her expression changed to a frown, putting that aside for now. "Nothing. I was just thinking about everything you've told me." She half lied. If she wanted, she could have done what had few minutes ago. Again, but she decided to wait till get into the sleeping bag. Naruto paled to an undocumented shade of white and realized what he had just said. "I really should work on keeping my mouth shut." He only hoped she didn't notice it, but little did he know she was the one noticed him the most. Hinata noticed his ghostly appearance as she was about to ask, but as soon her focus was on him, the color returned to his face, as if never left. Looks like he realized his little slip-up. "She definitely noticed my face *. He mentally kicked himself for showing his bad emotions like that to someone. She would definitely hate him now and would start to ignore him, just like every other Konoha citizen, trying to act like nothing happened. He went near and intending to serve the food. Realizing he didn't have any silverware to use, so he did the most logical thing which he could think. He panicked. He felt a gentle hand on his shoulder. When he looked at the person who it belonged to, Hinata. "What happened, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked her favorite person. Her voice, for some reason, calmed him down. "It seems like we will have to eat with our hands," he said, rubbing the back of his neck. He didn't even have chopsticks. Abisu had burned them as tinder for the fire. It didn't help that it was taboo to eat with bare hands, and now he was forcing her, the princess of Konoha, which was also something he had learned recently. He really wasn't surprised by this. She did have all the qualities of a princess. To do that, she was definitely gonna hate him now. "While I don't mind eating with my hands, but I have this." As she said that, her hand moved to her pouch and pulled a scroll out labeled camping. She unrolled it and put her hand on the silverware. Kanji and 2 spoons and chopsticks puffed into existence. "We're lucky that I have some of my supplies," she said in her normal tone while patting her pouch. "Hinata, you're a lifesaver. Thank you so much. You'd make an excellent wife someday." He hugged her tightly, but due to his short height and Hinata's distance from him, he pushed himself into her bosom. He paled again, becoming statue as he realized what he had just done, and waited for Hinata to hit him, but it never came. Then he tried to move out of his predicament but was unable to when 2 hands grabbed onto him. He was taken aback when she wrapped her hands around her, pushing his head even into her bosom. He realized 2 things that time. It felt good when you get hugged that deep, and Hinata had the biggest rack. Maybe she stores extra chakra in them. At first, Naruto's comment made her feel happy. She felt she was above the heaven, and when he hugged her, she went above and beyond. She wrapped him up in her arms. Then noticed he was suffocating in her bosom. She felt his breathing deepen against both of their desires. She gently released him away. "Naruto, the food might burn," she said. She quickly moved, leaving Naruto in his stopper, and removed the pots from the mud stove and let the food's remaining heat cook it. Naruto moved to get the food in their plates but was stopped by Hinata. "It's not done yet. Let the heat cook it fully," she ordered in tone which was new to him. It was filled with protectiveness. It lacked the harsh scolding tone he normally gets. Naruto nodded. He wondered, was this how married couples lived? Hiruzen, now back to peeking at them, had the same thoughts. Man, these kids these days. He rubbed his temples. This reminded him so much of his sensei Hashirama and Mito. he wondered how much he might have missed during the time he went to Enma's dimension aka Forest of Hell to ready him and some of his kin for the talk with these kids. And what did he come to see? Hinata of all the people ordering Naruto. Her crush like she was his wife, no less. It made him get PTSD all the times he was scolded for leaving the toilet seat open etc. Though she lacks scolding tone his wife had. That woman was a hassle to deal with asterisk he thought. Why do I feel impending doom asterisk he added confused. In the afterlife his Biwako was cracking her knuckles as she waited for her husband to join her. Back to the world of living. Why is Hinata still there? Asterisk Hiruzen thought worried for what Hayashi might do Naruto. Was he worried that Hayashi might kill Naruto? No, he was worried that Hayashi might use this opportunity to get the Nine Tails through courtship. He knew Hayashi wouldn't hesitate in using this opportunity, not like Hayashi cared about Hinata much as reported his Onbu Black Ops. He had done so much to not let even the close friends of Minato adopt Naruto. He didn't even tell them that Naruto is Minato's kid, which included Hayashi and Hitomi, but they have already tried to adopt Naruto before most likely Naruto's chakra gave away his genealogy. He looked at the clock. It was 12 a.m. already and Hinata was still with Naruto. It seems like they were getting ready to eat rice and stew from the looks of its beef. Well, looks like he did make this a camping for Hinata, though I wonder if they have a separate bed to sleep. Hiruzen thought, a little excited to see where would this lead. And cut. Everyone get dressed. Shootings over. Stop touching each other. You too, I said. Cut. We don't want Boruto this early. So yes, I'm alive if y'all were actually worried about that. Said the bitch who's the author of this FIC. He was too lazy to write anything good. And no, the one who's writing this isn't him. You think he'd use bitch to refer to himself? Use your brain, people. Who am I? I am no one. You're imagining me. The problem is you, dear reader. The aforementioned bitch author performed hand signs with a throbbing tick mark. At least his something is throbbing, hee. And shouted. Author's apology style. C of Omax. And I'm sorry for that guy too. I've been trying to teach him manners. I said apologetically yes. I regained control of my body to write. This yippee. Also, you should take the dialogue of Hiruzen as filler/omake. I kind of forgot to type the omake in the previous chapter. Yes, I'm aware I'm retarded. Thanks for noticing. Anyways, I fixed the chapter before, so check it out if you have not, please. Or maybe I should pretend it was a bold, avant-garde artistic choice. You're welcome, static. No, you didn't hear it from reliable sources, which is the point. Authors, I twitched. Get out of here. Stop harassing my readers. Curse looked at the author like he was born from a lineage of stupids. When have I ever listened to you? Author's sweat dropped hard. He's got a point there. Scenes of different Omax, your dear reader's view. Nope, I curse. Y'all look funny. You know that dash asterisk gets punched into unconsciousness by author asterisk. Don't mind the stupid voice. See ya. Enjoy the long overdue FIC. Enter title card. Omax begin. Omake #-1. Couple stuff narrow_Hina fluffs. Reward for reading. Sanity points 30 million. Forest. As Hinata pinned Naruto to the grassy forest floor, having enough of the struggling smaller yellow-haired boy, Hinata got ready to strike him down while saying the name of her attack. Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen had his eyes wide. Asterisk, is she gonna do what I think she is going to do? Asterisk, he thought his personal guards weren't thinking far off. Noble clan heirs classic, always taking what or whoever they want. Asterisk was the thought of Umbu guards each wearing hog, cat and gecko masks respectively. Forest. Naruto-kun, please forgive me, lightning style, true gentle fists. She poked him with fingertips sparking with lightning, and with similar speed the effect was instant. Hiruzen's office. Everyone who was watching this on Crystal Ball froze as they heard those words and whitened when they saw sparkling fingertips. What lightning style? In gentle fists? Is she trying to kill him? Now that I think about it, why didn't they do this before? Anyways, I knew that Hyuga girl would do something like this to anyone that had been all but tortured like that by her own house and clan. Won't have normal taste. Although asterisk was the collective thought of elite ninjas, Hiruzen, instead of ordering for Hinata's execution, Hiruzen's mind raced. This might give Naruto some good character development. But instead of Naruto dying or getting violated after or before, but what happened instead nearly made the every shinobi die under the weight of their sweat drop as everyone watched. Forest. Naruto's eyes went wide as suddenly feeling everything 1,000 times more. Wherever Hinata hit, even the slightest wind would cause him to laugh uncontrollably. His instincts took over, which were smarter than him. He froze trying to control his laughter. His face was comical. He even stopped breathing, but Hinata did not stop. Hiruzen's office. What the... Hiruzen thought his brain was failing to process what he was seeing. The face Naruto made was something straight out of weird comic book. Heck, this whole thing was all out of those damn books. Wait, what, she's not in necrophilia? Thought a boar masked operative. She's not gonna rape him. Thought a cat masked female operative with purple hair. Forest. Unaware of the slandering, Hinata began the next part of her attack and tickled him, tracing different patterns on his body with a deviously angelic smile. As expected, Naruto burst out laughing. Hinata Puliasai Sakwafahahahaha. I will do anything, I swear. Hinata believe ithahhhhh. Naruto begged while laughing like no tomorrow, like he had just seen Naruto Sasuke with Lee in a gay bar, both wearing cool spandexes, and he recorded that on a camera. Top-tier blackmail material. Prankster's dream. He laughed like he took his revenge on Kakashi for the 1,000 years of pain by using that same jutsu on him. Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen face-bombed while muttering, "Idiot." Cat-masked female operative palmed her mask, muttering, "Why did he have to say that now? And, in that way," she said from behind her mask and palm. "Now what's the fun when the boyfriends agree before the actual action begins?" She thought, eyeing the gecko-masked Umbu. One of the male Umbu with a gecko mask just shivered, understanding Naruto completely, muttering, "Tickles are the worst," which earned him delicate hand trickle strike on his neck from the purple-haired Nico-masked Umbu with a glint in her masked eyes. He knew all too well before he could stop her. She spoke casually. "That's not what you said last time I tickled you. Guess you don't like it now, honey. Hey, 8. Betrayal. Yugao *, he mentally screamed in despair, knowing full well the teasing his comrades will inflict on him. He could imagine them making whipping gestures at him. "He's more whipped than the slaves *, thought the boar-masked Umbu while muttering a prayers for the lost dignity of his fellow masked operative. Hiruzen pretended to not hear them. Forest. Hinata finally stopped tickling the laughing mess known as Naruto. "Ha? Gasp *, I think something broke yen me," Naruto gasp said. "When was the last time you laughed out of joy?" "By getting tickled," Hinata asked, shooting an arrow in the dark. It was weird. Laughing shouldn't result in anything like this, especially for him, the literal class clown, but her mind was already processing the reality and it didn't sit right with her. "I was never tickled until now. Now that I think about it, I wasn't even touched by others, say for Irika and Hiruzen, like I had the plague or something," Naruto said after a movement of thinking. Hinata pressed herself to him, trying to comfort him by physical touch, her heart getting filled with gulet. Had she been stronger, Naruto won't have suffered that much. "Did you like it?" Hinata asked. Naruto nodded and said, "Yeah, kinda." "Oh, poor you thing. Naruto, don't worry, I'll touch you if you want," Hinata said as she cradled him, causing him to pass out due to the increased sensitivity. Poor Naruto's newly rebooted nervous system, his brain could not handle the skin-filled and warm embrace of a lover's hug. Having never experienced this or anything close to this, his brain straight up shut off as if trying to refuse that this ever even happened. Hiruzen's office. "I fucking quit," was genuine thought from everyone occupying the Hokage office. Even the plants agreed, followed by, "Kids these days, damn these hormonal animals," everyone thought with a sweat drop. "Does she realize what she sounds like?" Gecko-masked operative said. "Probably. Come on, she's just a girl after all," Nico said, very nonchalant. "Wonder if you'd say the same if the genders were reversed," Hog muttered. "She won't. I know her well enough," Gecko said casually, his tone deadpanning. Omake end. Omake number 1. Women are scary. Sasuke edition, Psycho Ino. 3 months before the graduation exams. Ino was stalking AR, observing her objective, one of the last of his clan, Uchiha Sasuke. Her Sasuke, she noticed absent-mindedly that Sakura was going to start observing her Sasuke too, just like she was, but in a more creepy way according to her. As Sasuke was gonna, as always, disappear whenever he sensed his fangirl's presence. Sakura was easy to detect, after all, he could smell her gooning, as from a mile away, as Sakura didn't have much control over her urges, well, more like didn't bother to control her desires and intent to act on those wants towards the most handsome man in their class. so she was not able to hold her lust intent, or perhaps she doesn't know that people with shinobi training can detect this subconscious or conscious release of chakra filled with emotions, so she decided to not let it happen, but then she had a plan. Deciding to act, she picked up a rock and threw it at the back of her ex-friend, knocking her out, making Sasuke aware of both of their existence. Sasuke looked at her and the down Sakura and thought that pink-haired harpy was almost in my sensing range. What was her name again? Yamakura and looked at Ino, then looks like this fangirl Nino? Uno? Gino? Ino. Took her out, I better get outta here before she tries to rape me again. Ino turned and started to walk off uninterested, shocking him. Wait, Ino, what happened? Sasuke said, unsure of what to do. Did Ino really give up on raping him? Maybe she wanted to apologize to him for harassing him? Maybe that's why she helped him by dealing with Bakura before that Pinky T tried to rape him again. Ino smirked so evil it would have made Orochimaru begged her to take him as an apprentice. She suppressed it before turning back to Sasuke. Nothing, I was just going about my business when I saw Sakura here. She pointed at the said unconscious girl. Stalking you, and since everyone here wants to see you get raped by all us fangirls, I decided to stop it. I'm sorry for what I did before. She looked at him with an apologetic look. Sasuke looked at her and nodded, gratefully acknowledging and accepting her apology. He walked closer to her, curious as to what changed her so much. She was like herself just yesterday. Thank you so much, Ino. May I ask what changed you? Sasuke asked, curious to know what can change people, that perhaps he could that on every girl. For crying out loud, his underwears were starting to disappear. Well, how about I show you? I discovered something recently, Ino said, resisting the urge to rub her hands together. Sasuke was invested now, so he decided to go with her to see beside what's the worst thing this girl can do. How wrong he was. Ino led him to the jungle in an old warehouse. As Ino opened a door, Sasuke looked inside. Ino behind him. She threw some of her hair to Sasuke's feet, which were collected from her visits to barber, paralyzing him by running her chakra through them. Sasuke's eyes went wide in horror as Ino moved towards him hungrily. She made some hand signs and possessed him, using her mind transfer jutsu, making her original body fall limp. Ino possessed Sasuke, went in the room and tied herself, to the bed, leaving only one hand. She then made a hand sign with both her hands, releasing her jutsu. As soon as she got back into her body, Sasuke looked at her in horror. She was in her birthday suit. The sudden loss of his eyes, innocence, impending rape was traumatic enough for him to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. With that, his escape was a flash fueled by the newfound fear of fangirls, the power of his eyes, leaving the said girl cursing. Sasuke vowed to never trust his fangirls ever again. Soon after he awakened his Sharingans all stages at once. Then he killed his brother and gained eternal Mangekyo Sharingan due to transplanting Itachi's eyes in him. He was then made the Hokage. Then he married some serious kunoichi like Anko, Kurenai, much to Asuma's dismay, who he got after he annexed the waterfall village on the suggestion of Hiruzen and Danzo, who may or may not have used Kodomitsukami on Hiruzen and Tamari, because Yukiya clan's symbol was a fan. Mabuki, formerly Haruno, Sakura's mom, Kortsuchi. Then Hinata married Naruto after she stopped Naruto from committing suicide due to Sasuke being offered the position of his dreams, which Sasuke accepted after thinking about it for the good of the village, to enrich Naruto. And after that, Sasuke passed the hat to Naruto after being Hokage for 3 months. Due to the paperwork, Naruto made a lot of jokes saying the Sasuke married a literal fangirl, being back to his cheerful self. And everyone lived happily ever after, or died in Itachi's case. The end. Omake end number 1. Omake number 2 begins. Women are scary. Sasuke edition, Psycho Ino alternate ending. The Sakura. The rise fall of forehead ninja. As Ino threw the stone, Sakura looked at her and whispered, forehead style. Yada mirror. Sakura's impressive forehead became 10 times its size and reflected the rock away and increasing its speed, making it hit Ino on the head and knocking her out. Sakura looks at her Sasuke, expecting him to compliment her and kiss her. All she saw was a dust cloud in his shape. She sniffed as well as snorted said dust, taking in his scent. Oh Sasuke-kun, you dirty boy, playing hard to get. I see, I shall prove my worth for your kids, which I'll brith non-stop, baby. She exclaimed loudly, knocking Ino again, who had just woken up from her knockout by her own thrown rock. Sakura then hit her head on ground and shouted as she fled to Sasuke's apartment, forehead style. Flight, leaving a traumatized Ino. For someone like Ino who worshipped showing off and looking good, that kind of monstrosity was a crime against humanity. She will never forgive Sakura for giving her nightmares of Sakura in that form. She was sure to have suicidal behavior now she knew. Slam * shut. Sasuke had ran to his house or no tactically retreated after seeing Ino being knocked out by the reflected rock. That was his cue to leave. Sakura shouldn't have that kind of power. What the hell was the jutsu? It was similar to Irika's big head no jutsu. He looked at his reflection. The 3 tomo of Sharingans stared back at him. The terma alone had caused his awakened. He heard the faint sound of. He was so disturbed by Sakura that he instinctually had almost fled to the Ukiya compound, which was now a ghost town or compound. Sasuke, my glorious king, let me glaze your marvelous body. And his blood didn't just ran cold, it stopped. He looked up, the source of the sound. As Sakura, with forehead the size of mother of all shields, Sakura broke through his ceiling as if it was made of paper. Naughty master, now come to your slave. She purred in the most sexual voice she could make with all of her lust in it. That view gave Sasuke even more fear and trauma, so much he couldn't handle. His eyes shifted, morphing into kaleidoscope like pattern. To new justice came in his mind in an instant, and the plan formed in his head in an instant. One of his eyes shot a ball of black fire, bleeding. Then his chakra, which had increased far beyond what it was originally, it shifted, going to his second eye. He focused on the moving wave of fire towards Sakura and shouted the name of his technique. Blaze release. Kagetsuchi, caged the bitch in heat no jutsu, was the response Sasuke had to Sakura as she got trapped in a cage made of black fire with a tint of dark purple. Sakura just smirked even more, her eyes practically hearts now. Sasuke, my king, I didn't knew you were into this. I'm so happy. Please dominate me, breed your slave, my king. She then used her forehead to break the floor beneath her, causing both of them to fall in kitchen. As Sasuke fell, he looked in horror thanks to his new Sharingan as Sakura landed before the rubble and him and positioned herself where he would fall into her arms wide and making suspicious gestures with mouth. And with that, all his mind could think was to distance himself from her. His eyes bleed again. Pain shot through his body. A ribcage began to form on his body as he fell onto Sakura. A name appeared in his head, Susanoo's protection from thoughts, as he muttered as if evoking the god Susanoo himself to protect his chastity from Sakura. His body, now armored up, crashed into Sakura, knocking her out and breaking her bones and teeth. That was too close, Sasuke said as he slumped onto ground, exhausted and in pain. Everything hurt spatially. His eyes, that chakra ribcage thing, hurted like needles, yet worse, like there was 1 needle per his every cell or more, and they were heated to hellish temperatures. What the hell am I going to say to Hokage-sama now? Will I be sent back to the Ukiya clan compound? Those were his finale thoughts before he limply walked out of there, not minding to check on Sakura, who was breathing slowly but surely. What did he do to deserve this? What kind of sin had he committed in his previous life? He knocked on the door of the only person who can repel every fangirl, his name being Naruto Uzumaki. He was dangerously low on chakra. Everything still hurt like hell, as if the heavenly fire which he had used was in his body itself. Soon Naruto opened the door. What the hell happened to you? Naruto asked, amused. Sasuke was tempted to use his eyes on this yellow-haired monkey and on Sakura, make him go through the same thing, death by chakra going more empty than Naruto's skull, be damned. He didn't know why, but this creature always managed to bring his old self, or at least how he was with his little brother, who was more like a cousin, but he had treated him like his own little brother, so in end decided to have mercy on this creature again. Sakura gasped. Bitch tried to rape me. Again, Sasuke replied with heavy eyes. He was almost dead from the looks of it. Aha, was Naruto's intelligent reply. Sasuke was fighting the urge to fireball Naruto's ass to Sunday. What? Sasuke spat. What? Naruto asked, genuinely confused, and let him inside his house while he thought, what the hell is rape? Fuck off, Sasuke said quietly as he entered and slumped on sofa, a ticket mark pulsing on his forehead. So you want some ramen? Naruto asked, still confused. Yeah, I'm all out of usable chakra, Sasuke said, knowing food would help restore his physical energy, half of the thing which makes chakra. Ok. Just remember to pay me for this, Naruto said jokingly, as he passed him a cup of instant ramen. His lame excuse of a joke sent Sasuke's mind back in memory lane. In his eyes, Naruto was replaced by his younger self. Was I like this to Itachi before he went all emo unstable? Sasuke thought. I will forgive you for that prank, Sasuke said. Come on. You know, it was funny seeing every female teacher getting you heart-shaped chocolates, getting really huggy-wuggy to you after I transformed into you and gave them chocolates, Naruto said, proud and happy. You took the chocolates for free from the owners, Sasuke reminded him, deadpanning while turning green at remembering the aforementioned traumatic memory. Sighing, took his first slurp of ramen. Can I get ketchup with this? It lacks tomatoes, Sasuke said politely yet with firmness. You monster, Naruto gasped in response to Sasuke's heresy against ramen itself. You're the monster for eating this without tomato sauce, you fucking heretic, don't. You know this is Konoha, Sasuke screamed in anger. The fuck is wrong with this village? Naruto screamed to the heaves. Don't ask me. This place must be haunted by the Nine-Tails Fox's sprite after the Frouth killed it, perhaps a curse? Sasuke spoke as he waited for Naruto to give him some delicious ketchup, which Naruto gave him while crying anime tears. He turned away, unable to watch his favorite food get molested so shamelessly. You know what, I might just tell Sakura about you being here. Naruto's threat was cut short as Sasuke hit him on his neck with a chop. With precision only a ninja could have, Sasuke rolled the unconscious Naruto in Naruto's bed, and after writing a letter to whoever finds Naruto in his rolled-up prison to keep him safe, he promptly kicked him out. The unconscious body of Naruto went rolling through the village, changing directions as it bumped into walls and whatnot, and went straight into Inuzuka compound. The roll hit Inuzuka Tsum, who was having a conversation with Hayashi, who was accompanied by Hinata. Look, Hinata, we have a gift from Sniff Sasuke Uchiha, Tsum said, grinning from ear to ear. Hayashi had just came to her to help Hinata claim Naruto Uzumaki for the betterment of Hyuga clan. It was either she helped Hinata to act like a proper Hyuga, aka take what's hers and take some more, or she loses her title to her sister. This world of Tier was a dog-eat-dog after all. What do you mean, Mrs. Inuzuka? Hinata asked, confused. Hayashi, get out of here. We got what we needed to break Hinata out of her shell. Tsum all but barked. Hayashi used his eyes once and understood everything without a second thought. Shined away. Tsum then picked the roll prison of Naruto and took him in her house, followed by a confused Hinata. Nonetheless, she closed the door. Hinata, now open this. What happened to Naruto? Who cares for now? We have what we want now. Now do as I say. Anything less or I take the first turn, okay? Now bring that bottle of baby oil here. Please reconsider. He has suffered enough. I wasn't going to help you in this, but this cutie pie here entered my clan compound without permission. As such, I have full liberty to deal with him as I see fit. Now silence. Do you want him awake or not awake? Tsum traced her fingers on Naruto's jaw. Not awake, sobs. I won't be able to look into his eyes now. Hinata said, unable to let this happen. She was in tight space here with no right answer. She cursed her dad for setting this up. Don't worry, I'll help you to fix that as well, Tsum said, as she snatched the bottle of baby oil from Hinata's hands and opened it. The note which was attached to Naruto fell to ground as Tsum tore it away to get to what she wanted, having already read it. The note said, this fucker doesn't like ketchup with ramen. As a Konoha citizen and its weapon against every other village, she won't let this slide with or without Hinata. That was the real reason for what was about to happen. She turned to see the comical dust cloud shaped like Hinata and Naruto respectively. She let out the mother and father of all the howls, a sound that the flora and fauna around her had only heard once before when her husband literally ran away. Her fellow clan members knew to start praying for God to give her whatever she wanted. All the houses were sealed shut from within with a line of crashing sound and sounds of various jutsus being called out, primarily fire and earth, to seal the doors shut. Tsum sniffed the air, her eyes filled Vienna's full of red-hot blood as her anger rose alongside with a little pride at Hinata's exit, but nonetheless she locked on to Naruto's scent and gave chase via Shunshin with a puff of smoke which was comically shaped like her. She was on a hunt after all. To be continued. Omake end. And I think I might have overcooked here. I burnt it. The story begins. A day after Naruto got to the land of Weaves. Flashback. Naruto was reading through How to Be a Ninja for Dummies or something like that. He couldn't give more shits about the name anymore. Basic jutsus a shinobi must have. Body replacement technique does as the name says, the user replaces themselves with something so that it seems like the user has been hit. Body flicker technique. By using the body flicker technique, a ninja can move short to long distances at an almost untraceable speed. To an observer, it appears as if the user has teleported. It is accomplished by using chakra to temporarily vitalize the body and move at extreme speeds. The amount of chakra required depends on the overall distance and elevation between the user and the intended destination. A puff of smoke is occasionally used to disguise the user's movements. Other elements or substances can be used instead to distract the opponent. Tips from the great author. Remember, this is a technique used for escaping, so try to use it as further as possible, though not too much. I suggest 1 kilometer. Use the book's cut here. Instructions are on it. To know where 1 kilometer or around 4,926 yuzu ramen bowls if you're into that. Maths has never been my strong points. I use seals by the way to calculate. Naruto sweat dropped. He was actually considering that he might actually be related to this guy. They were sharing some brain cells there. Wait, does that means they Yuzushio had bigger ramen bowls? So that's why they? Because they had better ramen? Naruto gasped out loud tears and filled his eyes for the lost bowl of anti-capitalistic ramen. Then try to expand it more and more, though you can do the opposite too, shrink it and try increase its speed. Also you should know that where normal shinobi slowly increases his range of body flicker technique, you shouldn't, it would hurt a lot. It makes a tunnel vision for first-time users, so watch out for trees and don't try this one unsupervised. Kiddo, see you in the afterlife soon. Take your time, though I would appreciate it if you have great stories to tell. Signed *, your coolest relative definitely, after your parents. A wave of guilt washed over him. I'll make sure this gets to its rightful owner in due time. There was a big dot at the end, just like every other page. He put his finger on it and pushed some chakra in it. The writing started changed and moved up while shrinking. Soon it left the bottom of page blank, then an eye drew out of nowhere. It said, look from here, and there was an L shaped with cut markings after there. It read cut here. He did as instructed. He folded up and looked from it, then he looked further on the paper. That red dot is 1 kilometer, blue one is 2 kilometer, green one is 3. He sweat dropped. He should have copied that on something first. As he looked at the erased heart-touching note, no matter, he'll tell that guy himself, believe it. Mentally noting he might add or remove something, so he made a note and folded it up and placed it like a bookmark so he won't forget it. He looked at through it against and aligned it with a tree so it'll be easier for him to imagine it. Seems easy enough, he said aloud. He looked at the tree and tried to run towards it faster than people can see, using chakra to enhance his speed, aka making his body flicker. But his body didn't flicker. Heck, he didn't even get any faster. All it did was to rapture his muscles. Some of them crushed his bones, and thus he planted his face and ground his body jerked a little, giving him even more pain. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't. His mouth was closed, painful. He just laid there in pain while one of his eyes turned red with veins pooping. It looked like it was about to pop, and the other one was closed painfully. It was doing nothing better either. Soon a shadow loomed upon him, not that he was aware of it. The figure gasped at him, not that he heard that his eardrums were too damaged so couldn't transfer the input to his brain due to the chakra-controlled muscles ripping through his body, making a horrific sound. The sound of flesh ripping and wrapping around his bones like a python constructing around its prey. His bones threatened to break, but only his muscles were torn apart. Tsunami picked the smaller boy up in her arms. It was already almost night now. Last time she had seen him was this morning. He had been to her shock reading. Again, she wasn't sure if this was the second book, but she wasn't interested in confirming that, so she let it be. So finding him like that of a mashed potato almost made her faint, but somehow she managed to control herself and her vomit, which would have been all over him. She ran as fast as she could. While she ran, she saw how there was almost no actual muscle left on his body. His skin, where it was once tight stuffed with muscle and fat, looked like oversized clothing. She noticed he seemed to get better as time went on. When she reached her house, Naruto had already gotten his face back to normal. Soon, he woke up. He had actually passed out from the pain when she picked him up, and her picking him up had hurt a lot. More due his muscles literally crushing his bones. He took a breath and coughed to get her attention. "Can you please drop me off to my room? Tsunami-san," he said a little awkwardly. As Tsunami looked at him and almost shot him a glare at the audacity of his request, she controlled it and yelled, "What the fuck was that? And how long have you been like that? And why the fuck would I let you go to possibly harm like that to yourself again? Sheesh, one by one. I'm still recovering tibio, and I heal fast, so don't worry, just make me some good food, and that was my training, and you'll let me go because I have to train to protect you all. And beat a certain bitch of fate." Naruto was loud as ever. Tsunami sweat dropped at him, acting like it was normal for him to get like this. "How did this happen though?" Tsunami couldn't help but ask. "I think it's because I've never channeled chakra in my body to improve its speed or anything really," Naruto said and gasped out at the end. I guess that's why there was that warning *, he thought while making a mental note to listen to the warnings next time. How's that possible? Isn't our chakra supposed to be our body's own power, isn't it? It should not hurt itself, Tsunami asked, while the civilians didn't know much about the chakra, but they did have common sense. Well, sure, common sense isn't exactly common, but still. I have no idea why or how. Maybe just that awesome mind putting me down. Now I think I'm healed enough, Naruto said as many sickening pops of bones went from his legs, making Tsunami cringe, while Naruto had a look of absolute relief on his face. Like hell. I'm not letting you go. You're sleeping in my room tonight. That's enough training for today, if not for this month. Tsunami said as she pinched his cheeks, making her nails dug in his now once again fluffy cheeks. Not those ones _ what are you thinking, dear readers? As they entered the house, dinner was ready, prepared by the maid. Tsunami's family had gone through a financial boom by receiving half of the toll tax from the bridge named after their current guest. While Naruto preferred usually to eat outside, eating hunted gains or just ramen this time since he was practically kidnapped by Tsunami. Not that he was complaining, cause home-cooked meals beats anything spatial when they're eaten with the people who actually like you. He also remembered his time while he was protecting Tazuna. He could just imagine Sasuke, Kakashi, and Sakura on the 2 empty chairs and one occupied by the maid, replacing her with Sasuke. So I'd like to train Inari on his request, Naruto said, knowing damn well he was going to be eating some shippers and chakla for dessert. While looking at Tsunami's reaction, he was sure of it. Naruto swore he saw his death flashed before his eyes. Tsunami looked like she was about to eat him without cooking him, sensing mortal danger. He said, "He won't be hurt like I am during training. I just want to train him enough to protect you people in an emergency," Naruto said, trying to calm down the clearly enraged mother. It wasn't working until Inari used the feared puppy eyes no jutsu. "Won't that affect his career?" Tazuna asked, knowing well how paranoid ninja villages and non-ninja villages are. He ducked his head to protect himself from the feared puppy eyes no jutsu. "I will try to make sure his career will be unaffected as much as possible. If it does not go like that, I will take full responsibility, I promise, believe it," Naruto said with his voice filled confidence and sincerity. It was genuine and honest. It made Tazuna look at the yellow net's general direction, which made him get hit by the forbidden jutsu, which was still active as Inari was sitting on the other side of Naruto, which of course worked on him. No grandpa can resist the puppy eyes no jutsu of their grandchild. Night skip no jutsu. Next morning, Naruto and Inari were training bloodily. In Naruto's case, Naruto was trying his best to manifest his chakra in strings, but his chakra was making it difficult. While his clones were trying to use Shunshin no jutsu, they were crashing into trees at full speed, occasionally leaving Naruto-shaped holes in them. Trees in different poses. His clones and Inari were honestly enjoying it as clones started to leave more and comical holes in the trees. Of course, the collision like that dispelled the clone after giving everything a bloodbath. One managed to leave a hole which made it look like Naruto had gone through that tree sideways, with one noticeable difference being clone made it look like Naruto had massive dong by using his hand. Inari lost it and laughed like he had never before. The Narutos joined him, too satisfied with their art. After they returned to training, a clone was quickly erasing the evidence of their art. They went back to work. Naruto unpacked How to Be a Ninja for Dummies and started to read again. He had skipped some theory because he thought it was boring and probably the same thing he read was forced to in Konoha Mile Tri Academy, but since he had almost read this book completely, he figured it won't hurt to finish this. Not to mention though he could text some new thing or the things he didn't learn to Inari. For example, what is actually chakra and its history. Chapter 1. Basics of Chakra. You and you. First, know chakra before using it. Chakra is your spiritual and physical energies mixed together, which is increased by making more of these respective energies. Thus, it is impossible for someone to have the same chakra even with family members. Although there is the legend of the Sage of Six Paths, our ancestor, that when the sage's son will combine their chakras, it'll make chakra of the sage himself. This is actually where our Senju ideals come from. Now, to know your chakra, you must know yourself, your lineage. We are Senjus. We are part of 2 clans, the Uzumaki and Senju clans, whose lineage goes directly to the Sage of Six Paths' younger son. His name was Azura. The name Azura refers to beings who were against gods, often translated as anti-gods. These mythical beings were monsters and inhuman, with having multiple heads and arms, even wings, who fought the gods that pagans worshipped, who were also their brothers, because these gods took elixir of immortality which was rightfully of Azura's. Though some say he was named after his nature as a being who challenged the fate and subjective justice, his very existence was seen as anti-god. We marry in the cousin/sibling clan because of the tradition set by his sons. Here's a oral poem which is passed down in both Uzumaki and Senju clans respectively. Great Sage's younger son was a man of bonds. No matter how many times his elder brother tried to kill him, he did not give on the hope that his brother will see the light, for his life was saved by this very same brother. A debt he will repay, even if costed him his life. The elder tried to kill everyone loved, the younger loved, and whoever loved him but never succeeded, for the younger was like a son, giving life and strength to everyone who he loved, which protected them. And the young king of what his brother and his supporters called hell. The younger was deemed a demon since birth. The sage gave him the name Azura after the demon or the anti-god, as if the sage knew he will start race of demons, knowing yet he the demon king to be ascended to succeed him, while the son who was to succeed the great sage fell from the heavens, corrupted perhaps, or he was just being his godly self, yet the majority saw him as a god, people wanting to submit to him, respecting the eldest's godly Might for the eldest was named Indra, named after a god who was said to be king of false gods. Fittingly, it was if the sage knew their natures beforehand. While the younger demon was a dunce, as a result of this, he lived in his hell, a realm filled with war against his own self and others' view of him perhaps. But who knows, nobody cared how he wasn't as talented as his godly brother. He overcame it through the power of bonds, his wives, and what little he remembered of his mom and his dad's love. The sage lived as monk, thus never really gave his sons much time or love. For the love of people and everything mortal are part of this world, and against a monk's vow. There was kanji for image, hui, and use blood here, haosur. When he put some blood on it, produced a lot of uncanny. Imagines uncanny because he was drawn in the posses as himself. On closer look, realized it wasn't him, rather someone else. So it's not a seal which makes pictures of the user? He muttered absent-mindedly. In one of the art pieces, the guy with short spiky brown hair stood opposite to a long spiky-haired guy, whose eyes were like Kakashi's pink eye. What was it called? Again, sharing? A Sharingan. What made it uncanny was both of them reminded him of himself and Sasuke for some reason, not to mention both of them were 12? Or younger. As well as he had no idea how he saw himself in a painting of a kid his age with 6 arms and 3 heads, but each one of those faces felt his. The fact that one of them was looking like it would drink blood made it even more uncanny, and for some reason he was hit with nostalgia. The kid had different kinds of weapons in his hands, from katana, axe to bows. You name it. Naruto didn't even knew half the names of those weapons, and a large ball was behind him like the sun. Looking at the other kid who reminded him so much of Sasuke, even though that kid had wings made of fire, his arms sparkled with lightning. The 12-year-old seems to be flying his calm like the kid. In front of him was nothing. It reminded him how Sasuke was with him. However, when Naruto looks closer, the Sasuke clone's face looked seemingly divine, but another angle his face looked bitter, like he had ate something bad. Filled with anger, face strangely enough, the hate-filled stare was not directed at the other boy, it was looking behind him at the people. Strangely enough, they were all female, ranging from as tall as the kids to taller than them, even smaller than the said boy who was protecting them. The second picture had the demonic-looking kid with only 1 head this time and 2 hands. Sure, he was older, but for some reason Naruto knew who this was. He knew it was Azura. His hair, which used to be like Naruto's, were a little different now. He had 2 bangs like horns. The pose he had made Naruto feel a sense of deja vu. He looked like Naruto himself when he swore on Hinata's blood to kick Niji's ass, which again was very uncanny. There were words this time like in manga. The speech bubble read, "You and I are brothers whether you like it or not, big brother, and on this blood I swear to save you. Believe it even from yourself." Naruto noticed how a circle-shaped hole was on Azura's palm. The next speech bubble read, "Just like this wound of mine, our bond will heal. One day, my brother, you who is the son of my parents. Even then, I will never be able to fulfill your right as my elder brother. You better believe it." For some reason Naruto felt nostalgic, the uncanny similar things he and his clan's founders had. While it was weird, maybe that's why he was feeling nostalgic. The elder who reminded him so much of Sasuke in looks had a pose similar to which Naruto had dubbed Sasuke's signature brooding pose. It would seem it was genetic, just like his own attitude. He really felt a connection to this Azura guy. He seemed like himself. He imagined himself in Azura's hypothetical shoes, as it would seem he didn't wear anything, or either the shoe or sandals didn't last while in these fights. He couldn't picture Sasuke and Indra, though Sasuke and Indra were like one person. Well, not fully. The Sasuke he knew had almost sacrificed himself for his sake, though he would agree Indra's character before he went all demigod, it was too close to Sasuke. There were other pictures showing the childhood of Sage's 2 sons. Some of them were like the exact interactions he had with Sasuke. In one of them, Indra was protecting Azura like Sasuke had done for Naruto himself from a wall of ice needles. In this, however, Indra was protecting Azura from a mountain's avalanche. He wondered how this caring and loving elder brother turned into a hateful tyrant. The difference between both versions of him was like black and white. This guy was facing certain death without any second thought, all to protect his brother. Naruto really felt the sharp pain. A spare of envy, he looked on to another picture. In this one, it continued with the previous one. Indra had used the largest fire-style attack against masses of snow, which evaporated it all. The entire side of the mountain was burnt. The whole mountain exploded and caved in, making the largest landslide known to man. This happened due to the rapid rise in temperature that made the whole mountain explode due to the water and rocks turning into vapors too quickly. Yes, author is a nerd. The picture made this Sasuke cosplayer look divine and eyes full of compassion and love for his little brother. Another picture continued from the first one. This time Indra had a big-ass ball of what seemed to be black fire with a crescent made of lightning. He had now 4 hands and 2 wings made of flesh, each holding weapons made to only kill, bows and 2 his hand and 2 spares. Azura's all 3 heads were calm like no tomorrow. 2 of his heads were crying, many of his weapons broken, but seemed they were healing on their own, likely made of chakra. He had wounds all over. many arrows in him which seemed to disappear after a few minutes of being stuck. As Naruto was reading too busy, he didn't notice two things on the nearby tree: a frog watching him too closely for. Well, a frog. Away from the frog's point of view, from Naruto's chakra began to flow into swords which rested on his person, the orange chakra turning golden as it entered the sword's whisker marks, breaking away and disappearing even more than before. Ad break by your own government. And, just to clarify, yes, after this Lee getting knocked out, the scene happens. Now it'll continue from the previous chapter. I'm very glad for you readers, like you being so patient with me, I said while crying. Curse, you are the worst. Over dramatic faggot. Curse gave his unwanted opinion. Cut to screen going black with text saying. Story continues, and we our or your finest pardon, not really. For this commercial break, enjoy. Review for absolutely no reason. A gun flashes on screen. Please review, we're not asking. Back to Konoha. Both genin were getting ready for bed. Well, sleeping bag, they just finished Naruto's new favorite food. Hiruzen watched on as things were unfolding. Both kids were getting along more and more like they were together since childhood. Now he was really glad he had put them in separate teams. He focused on Naruto as Hinata excused herself. Naruto had also made a lot of compliments which made it seem like Naruto was head over heels for Hinata, like, "You'd make a heck of a wife, Hinata." Honestly, he wasn't sure if Naruto realized what he was even saying, and wasn't he supposed to be in love with Sakura? If that's true, then why is he flirting with Hinata? Heck, he's being lovey-dovey. Hinata went to answer the call of nature while Naruto browsed through his clothes and got two pairs of pajamas, one having dragons of different elements, a wood dragon being on crotch, while one having griffins on it, also made of different elements. Thankfully, it had nothing suspicious like that former pajamas. Hiruzen's sweat dropped looking at the wood dragon. I never realized that Sensei Hashirama's wood dragon looked like a certain part of male anatomy. I hope it's just a coincidence. He got these from Ebisu as a sorry present for teaching him knots. Sure, they were cheaply made and would tear easily, and perhaps it's not meant to be with him for long. Perhaps it's Ebisu's way of apologizing, not taking him on the training trip to train. But hey, at least it's something, was both Naruto and Hiruzen's thinking. Naruto started to change into the dragon-themed pajamas, not minding the wood dragon in a particular location. He was an innocent guy after all, and of course Hiruzen was watching. Like usual, he was not going to wear his underwear underneath his pajamas, but before he could remove his underwear, he had a feeling like he was forgetting something. Then he shrugged it off and continued with his removing his underwear and wear the lower part of his pajamas. Hiruzen looked on, his sweat drop ever increasing in size like its water-style jutsus. Before he could get a chance to wear the upper of pajama, Hinata walked in the tent while reading a scroll. Naruto acted like he wasn't half nude and sat down onto the makeshift bed, as if the concept of modesty didn't exist for him. Hinata looked on paralyzed. She had expected him to make a makeshift boundary, which would separate them. Was he making a move on her? She blushed bright red at the sight of the wood dragon but controlled herself. She hid her face in the unrolled scroll. Her eyes wanted to stare at his torso, but she won't let her body win so easily. She loved him way too much to objectify him like that. Hiruzen stopped channeling his chakra in the crystal ball. He had seen enough for a lifetime. Continued channeling chakra again, this time focusing it on Konoha's hot springs. During this hours, the kunoichi of Leaf were present in the hot springs. These interactions between the two emotionally abused teens had triggered the old stories of Hashirama and Mito in their teenage years. Now that he thought about it, Mito was said to be extremely shy when she fell in love with Hashirama. Hiruzen watched the bodies of young female ninjas trying to wash the image of Naruto, knowingly or unknowingly trying to seduce Hinata, and he tried his best to suppress the memories of his teacher Hashirama's with his wife Mito Uzumaki. Hyuga Compounds, Hot Springs *. Hours before Hinata's seal treatment. Kuka Hyuga, one of the medical kunoichi who helped Hinata, was watching the kids bath well cannonball themselves in the pool. She was assigned this much her delight because Hayashi knew of her hobbies. She watched every small thing with the eye of a hawk, making mental notes and looking for pre-ordering herself her new toy. She had been one of the very few who were able to study in a non-Hyuga environment, as at that time these new laws weren't added. Even now most Hyugas preferred to be near kin. On the request of her clan leader of that time, she was undercover, hiding the fact that she's a Hyuga. Of course, this was known by the third Hokage, who was also sworn to secrecy. Her purpose was to see if Hyugas were being treated equally or not. Her leader at that time was dying, though she looked like she was in her late 50s. Truly, her previous leader was a woman of legends. Her vitality was compared to that of Uzumaki's, and Sanjus alike intelligence compared to Uchiha, and Fuma alike her bloodlust compared to that of their cousins Kagaya clans. She was the peak of a Hyuga. She had fought in 2 ninja wars, first alongside Hashirama. She was the one who delivered the dead body of Hashirama to Mito. Only she knew how ended the life of Hashirama, Senju the demon among humans, god to some, demon to everyone else. She fought alongside Tobirama and Hiruzen too, and about the same time as Kakashi was dubbed Kakashi of Sharingan, coming back to reality from memory road of her late leader Ayaka Hyuga, the Hyuga woman who was forged in clan wars and died in Thrid Shinobi wartime in the comfort of her clan's house. They needed someone like her, not Hinata or Hanabi, not even Hayashi. Sensei, I miss you, your great-grandchildren disappoint me. Hinata even has chakra so similar to you, I could swear it you reincarnated as her, your daughter Teo, mother of Hayashi and Hizashi Hyuga. May she and Hizashi rest well along with every Hyuga killed. She thought before looked at the available selection before her. She focused on one particular boy isolated from other kids. This one was a shy, reserved, perfect victim. Her type 2. She invited the boy subtly and left the hot springs after every kid was hand-dried by her and other Hyuga, some being mothers of those kids' sisters. Cuckoo was then informed by a fellow clanswoman that Hayashi has requested her presence and Hinata is back with him. I can't believe that weak black sheep of our clan is still breathing. Why can't she just die? Niji should have finished the damn job, Cuckoo said to no one in particular as she went to Hayashi's office. Many times skip after Hinata survives. Cuckoo is in the Hyuga clan head's office, confused, angry, totally pissed because of Hinata's miraculous recovery, while trying to understand Hayashi's motives, but she couldn't help but wish Hinata had vanished. Hayashi looked at her from behind his desk and asked, Kuka-san, report, what do you think about this new development? His voice was flat as always. What is the meaning of this? Hayashi-san, you used that seal? I hope your motives will serve the clan well, master, even if it's the cost of Jinjuriki or weak, barely Hyuga. Hinata, right? She stated it like she was talking about things not actual humans. Perhaps she judged him too early. This was work of a Hyuga fit to lead the clan, someone Hayashi was supposed to be. Hayashi chuckled. Hyuga ly. Elegantly designed to be modest yet royal. Yes, it's that seal, the programmed healing. That's why I picked you and 2 other high libido women to assist in this seal. I'm surprised Hinata survived as well. Hayashi looked at her, no expression, nothing. Cuckoo licked her lips, then frowned in curiosity and lust of power. How does it works? She doesn't have our chakras to influence her like some genjutsus or cursed seal. Hayashi's face showed pride. That's the secret of grandmother Ayaka's craft. The chakras used to get converted to victims/patient's chakra, but the will stays with it. There's no filler for that, not to mention it has modes for moods based on sins: hunger, sloth, lust, anger, and so on. For Hinata, I picked lust. Soon that weak-willed Hinata shall give in the sin fo lust. We get 9 tails under the pretense of caring for a rape victim, Naruto Uzumaki. We can also make a case to save Hinata from punishment by saying this was all an unforeseen side effect of experimental seal, though I highly doubt anyone care enough for Naruto to actually challenge Hyuga clan and bring Hinata to justice. This is our win-win situation. Hayashi's finished. Cuckoo was utterly impressed by Hayashi the boy. She had raised herself as an older sister/aunt figure, hot one if she was honest. This was perfect. They get the 9 tails and break Hinata, which would help her become more Hyuga, as she would think it was all her fault for abusing Naruto. Pride bloomed in her very soul for Hayashi. Perhaps she judged him too early. Even the Yamanaka clan won't be able to do anything. Hinata's mind search won't reveal anything, even hinting at Hayashi. Hiruzen's checkmate is happening. Dream of every clan will be Hyuga clan's reality in future. My master and lord, shall I arrange for another cage like the one which Hinata lives in right now? She asked, her tone pleased and excited. No need, Hinata will share her place with him. This is her fault after all, at least to her, Hayashi said, as set the chessboard for his clan's victory and domination in the long run in Konoha, all because Hinata Hyuga, the black sheep of her clan, could not resist Naruto Uzumaki. Forest campsite with Naruto and Hinata. Naruto looked up at her, then at the scroll in her hand, curiously. What's the scroll? What are you reading, Hinata? Hinata blushed and sat next to him and offered him a look at the scroll. Ano. This is a scroll about summoning jutsu. I got it from my family's library. Do you want to read it with me? Naruto looked at her puzzled and asked, won't it be sharing your clan's secrets? He tilted his head to the side and looked at her with eyes full of curiosity. Hinata resisted the urge to glomp him. He looked way too cute like that. She settled for a smile and said, no, and Naruto-kun, while you can learn the summoning jutsu, you will also need to have my clan's summoning contract, which even we don't use anymore. Do we becoming a pure chakra and taijutsu using clan after my great-grandmother's death? Hinata said a little bitterly. It's so stupid considering our Byakugan gives us perfect chakra control, something which is impossible for even Tsunade Senju, or so the clan says. Only if I was still the heiress I might have been able to fix it in future. Thought the ex-Hyuga heiress. She frowned at her anger. Why was her emotions getting so wild lately? And wondered how much longer will her clan last with only taijutsu raw chakra manipulation. Naruto frowned upon hearing that. That's pretty lame, really. Who would even leave ninjutsu? Like, isn't that the reason we're called ninjas? And wow. So what's a contract in this case? Hinata smiled at his childlike behavior. Well, it's a rather new thing which happened after my great-grandmother's death. The contract in question my family has is the loin contract, which I might be able to sign, though unlikely. Also, with our eyes we can see the weak points of everything, even jutsus, which allows us negate any chakra-based technique. Anyways, here, take a look. Even if you don't have this ninjutsus, you should read this. If I remember correctly, Uchiha clan have a contract too. Hinata said the last in a little defensive way as she showed him the scroll. It reads, the summoning technique allows the user to transport a target, most frequently an animal, to their location. Before an animal can be summoned, a prospective summoner must first form a contract with the animal and/or its species as a whole. The contract is a scroll that the summoner signs their name to using their own blood and further marks with the fingerprints of one of their hands. Also, the animals are out of this dimension. There are many places which connects this world to theirs. Naruto looked on, staring at the scroll in her hand, trying to understand what was written. This was all theory, and he sucked at this shit. He kind of hoped it would rearrange itself, and that would make it readable somehow. Hinata, noticing this, started to explain it in depth. She knew Naruto wasn't stupid or talentless regardless of whatever everyone thought. He was just a dunce, just like her. He and her needed around them to gain strength, while Naruto burned with happiness and determination like the sun. She was like a black hole feeding on his light. Sustain herself only if she had this confidence or this low rest eye on her emotions before she would have been there for him at his side. The thought made her feel guilty even more. The yellow-haired boy tried his best to absorb as much as he could, which was, considering how Hinata explained it, was a lot, almost all of it word to word. She was soft with him, something polar opposite to the teachers in the academy. A question popped in his head. Awesome, you will get lions. But why do they help anyone? Like, what's in this for them? He asked, curious as to why would someone help fight a better for someone else. Hinata nodded and looked in the scroll for an answer, and she found it and started to read. It's easy, really. The summoning creature can summon the user too, effectively making the summoner do their bidding and gaining the influence on this world. Overall, it's a totally symbiotic relationship or deal in this case. What would happen if I tried it without a contract? Naruto asked, his curiosity blazing up specially in his eyes. Hinata took a moment to appreciate his cuteness, which made her nearly want to kiss him. Till the break of dawn, she calmed her hormones again, something very much alien to her. It feels she's possessed by a ghost of endless lust. One movement she was all normal, and another one she's having very vulgar, very detailed thoughts about her beloved and her body. It wasn't the feelings that scared her, rather the fact that she wasn't really sure if she were to somehow act on these feelings. She wasn't sure if Naruto's consent would matter to her. She had been using pain and her love for Naruto to counter this filthy feeling. That's why Naruto is still untouched. Had she been like Sakura or Ino, she would have jumped him the moment they were alone, or perhaps in front of the not-so-poor Ebisu. She loved him after all. She could never just use him for her personal amusement. She bit down on her cheek, blood filling her mouth. She drinks it, focusing on answering the curious sacrifice, the taste of bitter blood, helping her get her mind out of gutter. Well, it would fail even if someone in your ancestry had a contract with some animal. Even these beings should not be considered as such, as it uses a blood contract due to the difference between chakra. Though you might like this, Naruto-kun. Here's a case study about Jiraiya the Toad Sage, the man who trained the fourth Hokage. She said with a good amount of venom when she said the fourth Hokage. For making some innocent kid the source of all that hate which the whole village had. She had her theory that Naruto's parents might have been killed by the fourth Hokage because to her no man could let his child be a sacrifice. Well, maybe her father would, but again, the great Hyuga clan wasn't a clan of humans. Rather God's blessings, the earth. Her sarcasm nearly slipped from her thoughts to her speech as recalled poems and stories elders say to children in her clan. Her theory that Minato killed Naruto's parents holds even more weight with facts that Naruto didn't have anyone on his ninja registration card, like his parents were erased from history, something most likely to protect Minato's images. Nonetheless, she knew Naruto looked up to the Lord Fourth even now, probably because of how alike they looked like. Perhaps due to his unique appearance, he's subconsciously finding attachments to this village, like a want to belong with these people who deny his very existence. The fact that Minato and Naruto not only do both of their names sounded alike, but both of them looked uncannily alike, as if long-lost cousins. She had thought about that theory too, that Naruto was the son or relative of the fourth, but she dismissed it because of the lack of support from Hokage. She was sure if he was the son of the late Kage Hiruzen would have given him some kind of inheritance from his dad. Rather, he was quite literally broke. Hinata looked at her thoughts and started to question herself silently. What is making her feel and act different? She should have messed up 1,000 times over in the course of this night, but she didn't. Also, she was just acting on feelings without thinking, just like Naruto, something she was liking. She had never thought of Naruto in that kind of dirty way till today. Sure, he was incredibly cute and handsome in her eyes, but she couldn't for the life of her look at him that way, or at anyone else for that matter. Before she and him having started any kind of relationship, it felt wrong. It felt like she was molesting/violating him whenever she thought of him that way, even in a dream. It shouldn't be surprising because she didn't have a crush on Naruto, but rather she loves him pure love, so she didn't reduce him to pleasure toy. For a second she thought about telling him her feelings, but remembered his open love for Sakura. Now Hinata, being a woman, assumed he wasn't interested in her like that, so she never expressed her love to him. She remembered her words and actions when she pinned him down. What hell was she thinking that time? She had expected those things from the likes of Sakura and Ino, not herself. Naruto's heart swelled with an unknown feeling at Hinata's bitterness towards a man who was all but worshipped by everyone. Anyone else would have made excuses on the behalf of the dead fire shadow like Hiruzen does from time to time. He himself was a little bitter towards the dead Kage for obvious reasons. Man, Hinata just keeps surprising me. Naruto thought his curiosity was getting flamed more and more. As I said, lineage matters a lot in summoning jutsu. As you sign the contract with your blood, some clans, especially the oldest and the strongest by proxy, have contracts with same animal for generations, and they're able to learn the skill known as senjutsu, which alters one's body a little, giving them extraordinary abilities. It is a mysterious power. Not much is known about it. Back to the Toad Boy. He's from a clan who is linked to the Toads like the Inuzukas due to wars. He's the only one left with that name now. As matter of fact, all legendary Sanins, and literally means three ninjas, are from a clan which have a summoning contract with an animal. Except for Tsunade, she's from a clan who has the dragon contract, but she's in alliance with her mother's animal contract of slugs. Orochimaru's clan was brilliant with their summonings, that they even took snakes-like appearance over time because of how much they used snake sages. Imperfect. The clan produced. Orochimaru himself had the most potential to learn the snake senjutsu, as he was the most snake-like in his clan's history. A fun fact, they were nicknamed the animal team. Back to the Toad Boy, he was an embarrassment to his clan's memory, as he was least toad-like in his clan's entire history, as his mother was from outside of the clan. Hinata read in her newly unlocked teacher mode and unrolled the scroll more while taking a breather and continued. The following is an update on these things by Hana Hyuga. Me, as the previous writer, has fallen in a war to Mist Nines. He was my grandfather Nakumo Hyuga. I don't know why he wrote this much about the Sanins, but he had a habit of yapping too much. He can rest well now. By the way, can you believe it or not, the Toad Boy is a Toad Sage now, the only one of his team who managed to get that skill. Rumors says it's not perfect. Also, Orochimaru is a rogue Nin now. Clan names of clans shall be revealed by me. Jiraiya, the Toad Boy, is from the Gamaji clan. Clan status: extinct except for Jiraiya. Orochimaru is from Hebijai clan. Clan status: extinct except for Orochimaru. Tsunade's mom's clan, who was named Misaki Katsuragi. Katsuragi being her clan name. BTW. Clan status: extinct/dissolved. The old man was probably going to make a grand reveal. Hana Hyuga out. She read it to the end of this chapter. Processing the extra information which may be important, her face goes blank and emotionless for a bit, then her expression becomes pained. Both teens felt sorry for the dead Hyuga, so nobody said anything for some time. Then Naruto broke the silence. That was surprising to say the least. He said to lighten the mood a little. He wasn't suited for stuff like this. He mentally debated surprise hugging her. Hinata nodded slightly. Then she found herself under attack. In the arms of Naruto after a brief hug, he patted her back a little awkwardly, as this was the first time he's hugging someone his own age. He had acted on desire to comfort Hinata out, but again this whole village was weird. Naruto got more comfortable and laid on his sides, his face towards Hinata, and used his baggy orange jacket as a blanket. Hinata froze. It really looked like Naruto was giving her an invitation for some rather adult action, like one of those magazines Elder Cuckoo gave her, which she burned without a thought. She was glad that Naruto was too innocent for these things. She could feel these new feelings of hunger striking at her consciousness. Honestly, what the hell was wrong with her today? These types of perverted thoughts were objectifying him, and she hated it. She took a breath. Something she shouldn't have, because by doing that she took in Naruto's smell. Hinata was definitely not thinking about jumping on Naruto, definitely not. She took the griffin pajamas and left to change, thinking how an icy cold dip in the nearby lake seemed very appealing. Naruto shivered, then got up and finally put the upper pajama on and laid down again and closed his eyes, wondering how has his life gotten this complicated. A few minutes later, hearing the zip unzip and zip again of the tent, which signal of Hinata's return, he looked towards the one who entered the tent. With Hinata after she cooled herself. Hinata moved towards the tent she shared with Naruto. She could still imagine him half naked on the makeshift bed. The image had been burnt in her mind. She should feel cold, but she only felt hot way too to be in a forest at almost midnight, that right after taking swim to cool off. Of course it didn't work to cool her off. If anything, it might have increased her appetite for Naruto. As she entered the tent, Naruto was fully covered. Thankfully, much to her relief, she honestly didn't know what she might have done with these new feelings. She thought about activating her eyes to see what's wrong with her, but decided she can wait a little bit longer. Making sure he was fine was her first priority, after she didn't trust that she'd be clam if there's something very wrong with her. Maybe Cuckoo bit her or something. As she entered, Naruto looked at her. His eyes were hazy. As soon as they fell on her, she suddenly felt self-conscious. These pajamas were definitely too tight for her, considering she was taller than him and these clothes were brought for him. She took a breath and steeled herself, for what was she about to do? She leapt upon the unsuspecting Naruto like a femelle would to her prey if the femelle had the body of a lioness. Naruto looked on, paralyzed. Had his life been one of those types of mangas or anime and he actually understood what adult stuff was, he'd have a massive nosebleed. Hinata looked marvelous in his pajamas. Before he could say what he thought, he was back to being pinned by Hinata again. Now Naruto, please tell me, how much of your emotions are you hiding from everyone, and what are you hiding? Your chakra reserves are barely what they should be. She said. Her tone was scolding and a little scared herself. She knew his shortcomings, of course. To her, he wasn't a god in human form. She loved him with all his defects. Her Byakugan came to action, making her look even more scary. Naruto's face was like someone washed his face with bleach. Naruto swore mentally. I don't know, Hinata, I've been like this since we fought that freaky grass Nin in the exams. And how much are they? He asked, not bothering to deny it anymore. Barely 25% from what I see, she spoke in awe. He had more chakra than all of the Konoha 12 combined, and his original capacity, which she could assume from his chakra network. By analyzing the speed of his chakra running through his pathways, it was probably more than his own sensei. What his name again? She frowned, trying to remember. At the end, she gave up, considering it to be not important. She had Naruto pinned under her after all. This was also the very first time she had used her bloodline limit on him, something she regretted because she would have known for sure how much chakra he might have had definitively. She looked at his chakra network. Due to so less chakra in his system, it followed so much faster than hers or anyone else's. As she was looking at, few things hit her like thunderbolts. That explained his personality shift. He became so calm and less hyperactive, well, by Naruto standards. It's like his body is in power-saving mode, and he beat Kiba when he was like this, and this explains why he couldn't do an illusion bunshin to save his life. Asterisk, she thought with sarcasm at the end, and awe at the first. The clone jutsu was beyond useless against anyone other than the likes of Sakura and Ino. The clone jutsu would have been particularly hard to learn, if not near impossible, for someone with that level of chakra. Her regret and guilt increased. Had she helped him sooner, he wouldn't have been so humiliated by the adults and children alike for taking the test again and again and again. Another thing, realized that Naruto might not be a late bloomer like her after all. He might have been just unlucky like her. The thought that kinda hurt her. Not only it would have a waste of talent, but she would also lose a common thing between them. That left her wondering, how and where is all that chakra now? Hinata was brought out of her amusing by Naruto's struggles to free himself. She gave him a look, making him feel like a kid again. He stopped and looked at her, his eyes shut, as if expecting her to beat him. Hinata felt only two things: guilt and unimaginable anger, none of them because of Naruto or at him. Her source of anger? She realized why he expected her to hit him, probably because of that pink-haired harpy, who hit him with all her might whenever she could at every little thing. Her source of guilt? Herself in her eyes. She had let all this to happen. What was worse, that the more time she spent with him, the more damages she saw on his mind and to the soul. Unlike other people, she actually saw him, not the stupid dead last demon or something else which everyone seemed to see him as. She sees him as him, Naruto Uzumaki. Just as such, the more time she spent with him, the more she was able to see underneath his mask. She saw behind his fake smile and laughs his insecurities and fear. Even the time they were spending, he was trying to his best to keep her entertained, almost like if she would leave him hurting, something she was sure he didn't even realize. Meanwhile, Naruto was busy thinking about something. Hinata had just said he didn't even have 25% of his original capacity of chakra, but he was a shadow clone. He had half. When he was made over time, he had received a lot of residual chakra whenever boss dismissed a clone. The implications didn't give him a good feeling. The fact that his real body was out in the open with a shit ton of disadvantages. It made him shiver with impending doom, though something dulled it. That something happened to be Hinata's gentle hands. Hinata had noticed with concern as Naruto pelted to white. Her hands wrapped themselves around Naruto's neck, leaving his hands unpinned. Naruto came out of his thoughts, snapped out of them by her touch. He suppressed his urge to push Hinata away. He wasn't used to this kind of comfort from the opposite gender or from his own gender. For the record, a fact, he had to remind himself that's what he wanted after all. Hinata knew he wanted to run away from her. The thought hurt her more than anything. She could see the fear of getting unmasked in his blue eyes. Not that she expected anything else. She had given him the attention he had begged everyone for, and had broken through his mask and seen the real him, and she cared for him more than he ever had loved himself. She spoke in her harmonically sweet voice. Naruto, may I use my Byakugan to scan you from head to toe? I might be able to undo whatever that ninja did to you, or at least analyze it to alert our teachers. Her face going redder and redder, she felt her blood going where it shouldn't. Unknown to Hinata, her lower body was rubbed against his due to the thin film of fabric's poor insulation covering them. Her body wanted warmth, and the forest outside was not helping, so naturally her body would try to get as much heat as possible, and like the sun, Naruto was radiating heat. Naturally, due to him being a man, as men have higher body temperature than women, and the fear had put his body into fight or flight mode. At least that's what she assumed when she noticed that interaction. She was glad that she had shorts instead of underwear, but she was able to feel little Naruto due to his lack of underwear. She didn't pull away for the fear of Naruto asking about it. Naruto made a confused face. Didn't you already use it on me? Completely ignoring their positions. Hinata shook her head. I used Byakugan's chakra seeing ability, not X-ray vision. I'm asking your permission because it'll allow me to see through your Kajjujuk. Hinata said, her voice becoming so fast that she doubted even Kiba would have heard her. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Huh? My what? He said, perplexed. Hinata swallowed audibly. He's so gonna think I'm a pervert, she thought in despair. Gulping on her nerves, she continued to explain her request. To her, his well-being mattered more than what he thought of her. If she was to be a pervert in his eyes to assure his well-being, then so be it. I said it'll allow me to see through your clothes and everything, she said like she was about to steal his inheritance. Naruto looked at her weirdly. Wow, you can do that? That's awesome. He lowered his voice, remembering they were in a forest. But you could have just asked me to strip down for you, he said as he started to unbutton his pajamas shirt and threw it away, and was about to pull the remaining article of clothing off when her hands stopped his hands at hem of the pants, visibly panicked and something else. I think I should first check your upper body first. Who knows, it might not even be necessary, she said with a strange smile at the unnecessary removal of clothes by Naruto. He has no concept of modesty. Hinata thought with a mixture of feelings. It horrified her to no end to know that anyone can make Naruto strip like that, and he's too innocent to understand what their intentions might be. I have to fix this as soon as possible. She thought as her own intentions were getting a little freaky. Oh, makes sense, Naruto nodded. Naruto, can I ask you, why did you suggest it strip so quickly? Hinata asked, worried. Well, the thing is, I kinda trust you more than anyone right now. Also, your concerns for me. So I kinda didn't want to make you angry or disappoint you, plus you have never lied to me, Naruto said while scratching his cheek. Yet, unlike a certain old monkey, he added mentally. Hinata's eyes softened and she smiled. You can never disappoint me, Naruto. Remember our ninja way? But Naruto, please don't be so quick to undress. It may result in something worse from other people, she said while thinking about what he said. It's so wholesome how we both don't want to disappoint each other's expectations. She thought her spirits lifting a little, but she far from pleased. She had wanted to tell him not to strip for anyone, but she ended up making an exception for herself. Why though? He asked curiously while he made a mental note to not strip in front of anyone other than Hinata. Hinata's face went unimaginable shade of red as all the blood rushed to her head and other places. She took some breaths and said, Okay, so Naruto, do you know where the kids came from? She asked as she tried to ignore the fact that they're almost in the process of making a kid. The half-naked form of Naruto and Hinata on his groin didn't help that for sure. Yeah, of course you adopt them, right? Naruto beamed. Hinata's face fell. This was going to be a restless night. Indeed, her face reddened to an unnatural shade. Naruto laughed, snapping her out of her reddening face. Sorry Hinata, just I couldn't resist to joke about it. On a serious note, I think you just sleep together and after in the morning you get a kid. Realization flickered across his eyes. Wait a minute, does that mean you will have a kid because of tonight? Have we done the process already? Is that why she is talking about this asterisk? He thought nervously. He wasn't even sure if Hinata and he were friends, and now apparently he was going to be dad to her kid. Why did agree? What's in it for her? Her face reddened even more. Asterisk, looks like I'll be giving him the talk. After all, asterisk, Hinata thought of accepting her fate to teach her love, how to have kids and how to not have accidents or forced datification. After the biological part of the talk, Naruto was sleeping comically away from Hinata, a pile of clothes separating the two kids in their pajamas. Naruto's face was turning green, blue and red in his sleep, while Hinata was looking in the dark, pondering what to do next. Apparently Naruto had no idea of sex or anything sexual. He was more innocent than her, and yet he had his sexy no jutsu, which transformed him into an older female version of himself. He also swore to never use it on any male ever again for fun. He had realized that all he did was make these perverts lust after him, even worse, lust after an older and female version of himself. Unbeknownst to Hinata, this was the reason Naruto's face was going through 7 colors of rainbow in his sleep. The fact that Irika and Hiruzen were two who fell for it the most disturbed now both teens, not just Hinata. She was glad that Naruto was no longer in her arms, or the reverse of that. She doubted she would have been able to resist him any longer. She was still being tempted to go near him, which was the reason she wasn't able to sleep. This was so unfair. This was going to be a very, very dry and slow night. Asterisk, she thought. Her mind went to the seals on his stomach she seen with Byakugan. It was 2 different seals, one which held 99% of his chakra, using its seal the 9 tails she assumed, and other which messed with the former seal, blocking it, and also using his chakra to remain active. Even more so, Naruto had 1% of his total chakra, and he will have a very hard time trying to mold it. She had told Naruto that she was glad that she wasn't needed to look at his genital. Who knows what might have happened. She made a mental note to check the study of seals section in the Hyoga library. She knew it required een release to use, so she'll need to learn that since she wasn't gifted with een release like some of her clan members, or yang release like some of her other clan members, even some of her clan members were blessed with both. Dawn came through the forest in which both kids were left by their leader. 6th day after leaving Konoha. Naruto's POV. Naruto awoke to the sight of Hinata in all her beauty. He couldn't look away for the life of him. He had climbed over the pile of clothes separating them. She twitched, and he quickly fell to his sleeping place and acted like he was sleeping. He sensed someone moved closer to him. He smelled her, the faint hospital smell, and Hinata's own musky odor. She was close, too close. He was very confused about his feelings right now after his talk with Hinata. She had told him to his disappointment that he won't be the father of her kid by the end of this year. He wanted a family badly, and he wanted someone. His amusing were halted due to Hinata moving close to his ear, and then moving his neck. She smelled him a little. He felt her mouth open. It moved dangerously close to his neck but closed and moved back to his ear. Naruto, I'm sorry for everything I've let happen to you. I promise I'll never let this mistake repeat ever again. Naruto-kun, please let me fix this mess in you, and please let me heal you just this once. Let me be the star which would guide you. There are so many things and feelings I want to share with you, Naruto, and I acknowledge your existence. Uzumaki Naruto. I always have. If only I was stronger I could have done so much for you, but now I'll rectify everything or die trying. Believe it, Hinata exclaimed the last part a little to not wake him up. She took a breath. I only wish that I can have the courage to act upon them and say this when you're conscious, Hinata said in a softly whisper. Had Naruto not been awake, he won't have heard her. Naruto was petrified, not because of Hinata's earlier actions, rather due to her words. His mind was racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Does she love me like Sakura and Ino does to Sasuke? Nah, that can't be true. Sakura had tried to steal Sasuke's lips while she and Sasuke had to share tent due to Sasuke's tent magically disappearing. Thankfully to Sasuke's relief after the failed attempt by Sakura on his virginity, Kakashi had always shared his tent with Sasuke whenever his or Sakura's tent disappeared again after that. He mentally frowned. Hinata was becoming such a puzzle to solve. They weren't even friends. If he was honest about it, why was she caring for him more than his grandfather figure and teacher combined? What do I have that she wants? Asterisk, he thought, trying to make sense of her actions. She didn't need to make an enemy out the Hokage for him, remembering how she disrespected third, busted the lie in front of him. Nothing. I have nothing that she would want. That doesn't make sense. Why is doing all this? Why stay with me? Why care at all? And what things she wants to do with me? He concluded he pondered if he should make his consciousness known, but that would force her to tell him like the third Hokage deciding to test her today. He waited till she was gone. Surely she won't actually tell me, right? No one does that, like being honest to a living sacrifice like myself. And then he can just tell her that he heard everything. He smiled, knowing he just got the power over her to make her say the truth. Inwardly, her voice echoes in his mind. I acknowledge your existence, Uzumaki Naruto. That's what he wanted, for people to acknowledge his existence. He frowned. I always have, I always will believe it. The during time he had spent with Hinata, she had given him all her attention, which he took greedily. He could only imagine how much he would have gotten had he and she were a couple. But there was her clan and the village and possibly the Hokage *. All right, I'll try to get her attention as much as possible from now on *. He thought as he began making a list of corny compliments to throw at unsuspecting Hinata. Frankly, he didn't want her to slip from his hands now. He wanted her attention, all of it. The perks of being a clone. Hinata's POV. Hinata awoke feeling cold emotionally and warm physically, the opposite of Naruto's current, the cause being the same. The talk she gave him made realize how truly fucked by the village he was. Had she not done this, he would have been copying other people, and the fact that most adult men massive perverts would have made him look like one of them. She looked at the pile of clothes with hate and thankfulness at the same time. They protected Naruto from her, but God bless. Did she miss his embers? She feels more like her original self now. Deciding to see Naruto, she climbed over the pile, seeing his laying form. She moved closer to him and noticed, stared at him for once. How cute and handsome he looked, and just like that she started to lose herself in the lust. She went close to his ear, intending to start with nibbling him awake, so she will actually enjoy this. Her rational mind returned just in time, stopping her before she could actually do something that'll make Naruto hate her. Instead, she did what she did the best: bottle her feelings up. She didn't risk touching him, afraid it'll unleash all of her feelings at once. In her mind, she saw the silhouette of two women screaming at her to let it go, and on the poor yellow net, telling her to just be selfish, one saying that eventually he'll come around. She felt her eyes begin to shut, and her body moved on its own. She felt her mouth open. She opened her eyes with too much effort. She found herself looking at Naruto's neck. She smelled his musky odor, and she felt herself barring the full force of her bottled emotions for the living sacrifice before her, who was unaware of the dangers she posed to his innocence right now. In her clan, they were supposed to be emotionless, picture perfect since the day they were born till they die. They were the noblest of every clan after all. Was this the reason she wasn't a good Hyuga? She bit her lips shut. She absolutely will not hurt. Not try to use him like everyone else. She will not let anyone hurt him ever again, not even herself. He deserved better than her. After all. Her lips were bleeding now from the force of her bite, the pain countering the lust. She quickly thought of a thing to get rid of this baggage of evil emotions. She was going to bite her lip from the force. Her mind was clear. She would rather hurt herself than hurt her precious people. She noticed he seemed to be awake as he was sleeping, a little differently from the previous night, but she can't be sure because this was their first night together. God. That sounds dirty. She winced mentally. She hadn't slept this close with any man who wasn't an immediate family member. Even with her team, she was always with Kurenai or alone, but now she was alone in woods with Naruto Uzumaki, her beloved son who burns himself to help others knowingly or unknowingly. A quick flash of Sakura's fight, which honestly she would have lost had Naruto not supported her by snapping her attention to his voice, and Sasuke's actual fight and his wish fight Naruto. She then had an idea. She took a breath slowly so she won't wake Naruto up. If he was actually sleeping, she moved back to his ear. This would help her slowly open her feelings to Naruto by practicing on his presumably unconscious form, her beloved, and if she's not able to faint every time Naruto hints at something adult, she would actually be able to help him more after the night's talk. At least that's what she hoped. She had realized how little he actually understood about sex in general. She had given him the same talk which she had gotten, so she'll probably have to look for the boy version of talk soon and give it to Naruto in case she missed something. She was solving the puzzle that was Naruto's mental state. He definitely didn't understood what love was, so when he used to claim his love for Sakura, it gave her hope, which she extinguished, reminding herself that he deserved someone better than her. So he didn't love Sakura after all, just like I thought. I wish I could deserve you, Naruto. You deserve better, my son, not the black sheep of the Hyuga clan, she thought. Her own mental health was becoming weirder. She gets weird bursts of feelings too intense to control, though they're getting manageable now, lessening in intensity much to her relief. This alongside the mental and physical abuse she was given like presents from her family. If she was honest, she had been holding on to sanity by a string, said string being Naruto's ninja way. Never gonna give up, never gonna go back on our words. Naruto himself shined like the sun in her life. She looked up to him, not how Sakura and Ino did with Sasuke. He wasn't just some god in human form to her. She saw his shortcomings and accepted him with it. Only if she wasn't a Hyuga she would have been there. She saw Uzumaki Naruto whenever she looked at him, not an idol to worship the ground he walks, nor did she want him for only his body. If in future he loved her back, she wanted him fully. To express her love in every single way. On every single day she had so many years to make it up for after all and receive that love back. Her love wasn't devotion, it was trust. Trust to be led rightly. After all, he was her Hokage after all. Taking a breath slowly, she spoke in his ear. Naruto, I'm sorry for everything I've let happen to you. I promise I'll never let this mistake repeat ever again. Naruto-kun, please let me fix this mess in you, and please let me heal you just this once. Let me be the star which would guide you. There are so many things and feelings I want to share with you, Naruto, and I acknowledge your existence, Uzumaki Naruto. I always have. If only I was stronger, I could have done so much for you, but now I'll rectify everything or die trying. Believe it, Hinata exclaimed the last part a little. She took a breath. I only wish that I can have the courage to act upon them and say this when you're conscious, Hinata softly whispered. She really wanted to say that she loved him, but she decided it would be better to have that conversation face to face when he was conscious. Looking at the sun through the tent via her Byakugan, she assumed it was 5 a.m. now. She forcefully pulled herself away from him and went outside to arrange breakfast for them. After a few minutes, Naruto moved and sat up with a thought of, man, we gotta go see that old monkey now. He frowned. He moved outside trying to look for Hinata but found no one there but a note carved in stone near their tent reading that she is going to get some food for both of them. Naruto-kun, if you wake up before I come back, please wait and sleep more. You want I'll make something good for you. Hinata. Deciding to gather wood to fuel the fire for the brunch, Hinata was off gathering resources for. While he gathered the soon-to-be firewood, picking up tinder for fire, Naruto's thought began to process what Hinata had said. I'll make Hashirama's best joke. Recap. Hiruzen's sweat dropped looking at the wood dragon. I never realized that Hashirama's wood dragon looked like a certain part of male body. I hope it's just a coincidence. In Afterlife *. A beautiful red-haired woman laid in the arms of her brown-haired husband, whose face expressed suppressed laughter and pride at a joke well done. The red-haired poked her husband on his abs in curiosity, just wondering why he was laughing. The named Hashirama snaggled into the woman named Mito and said, just wondering how many. Figured that the inspiration for my wood dragon wasn't from Ryuta, rather my own dragon. You know, I really wish you were here fully, dear. I bet you look just as handsome, Mito said, while imagine him with spiky brown hair with blue eyes. I'm more than enough for you, Missy, even if I'm just a fragment. Mito smiled as the said dragon reached her. Fade to black. Title card. Brushstroke calligraphy. Hashirama's best joke. Chibi Hashirama winks. Thumbs up. A tiny Chibi Mito facepalms behind him. Cut to Chibi Hiruzen with calculator and ruler, sweating as he rewatches the dragon silhouette. Caption. Sarutobi-sensei, retroactive trauma. Hiruzen. No, that can't be the design logic. Omake title. Roommate transfer jutsu. Sasuke edition. Setting Chunin exams. Forest of Death Tower phase. Scene. Nighttime in the tower. Sasuke is pacing in his room. I need silence. I need space. I need to brood in peace and glare at the moon without Naruto breathing like a dying pug in the bunk above me. Sasuke monologued internally like a pro-emo. Sasuke said aloud. Flatly, he's gotta go. Cut to Naruto snoring loudly mid-dream about ramen. Sasuke stands over him, holding a labeled blow dart. Sleep in jutsu. For emergencies only. Sasuke muttered, forgive me, Dobe, but for the greater good of my sanity you must be relocated. PFT. Naruto slumps, unconscious. Sasuke sighs. Sasuke. Now? Packaging. Time skip. Naruto is now wrapped like a human burrito in his sleeping bag, tied with ninja wire, his hair messily poking out. Sasuke smirks at his own handiwork. Cut to Hinata's room. She's nervously organizing kunai and overthinking everything. Hinata, will they pin us against each other? I don't want to hurt or even fight my classmate, no matter how annoying and bad they as human beings. Her mind flashed through Sakura. Ino. Kiba making fun of Naruto. I won't give in suppressed rage, would I? She thought to a Hyuga monotone, stiffness, in attitude not that one, etc. were the traits of masters of masters. Suddenly, knock knock. Door creaks open. Sasuke steps in like a villain from a telenovela. Sasuke deadpan dragging the Naruto burrito in. Congratulations. You've been promoted to Naruto's new bunkmate.
Vuvuvuha?
Hinata gasped. Sasuke began the most Uchiha voice, think of it as encouragement therapy. Maybe if you molest him a little, he'll start acting less like a dumb puppy and more like a stoic god like me.
Molest?
Hinata while short-circuiting. Sasuke said, "You're kind. He's dumb. This is fate. Uchiha logic." With that, he vanished in a swirl of dramatic leaves before she can protest. Hinata stares at the Naruto burrito, redder than a tomato. Naruto snorts in his sleep. "Ramen? Why re you warm? And smell like lavender?" Naruto said. "Dreaming. Do I untie him? Or would that be cheating?" Hinata confused. Cut to Hiruzen watching via crystal ball. He drops his pipe. That Uchiha boy is either a genius or a menace to society. Hiruzen said to none in particular, but the Umbu could not agree more. End scene with narrator voice. Thus began the most awkward night in Chunin exams history. One burrito, one blushing girl, and one brooding Yukia's idea of matchmaking with a pinch of Uchiha magic. Author. Cut take number 2. Remake this with better zeal. Chat Zetsu robot noises yes great author. Omake title. Sasuke's roommate problem. Solved. Setting. Chunin exam tower night. Second stage. The camera zooms into the dark forest outside the tower, where Sasuke Uchiha, with a rare smirk, is carrying out a highly questionable operation. Narration voiceover, like a nature documentary. When a brooding Uchiha is denied sleep by a snoring, hyperactive roommate, extreme measures are taken. Scene begins. Sasuke was crouching beside an unconscious Naruto. "Not my fault," the staff said, "either you or Sakura. And I refuse to deal with two loudmouths in one room, especially when the other loudmouth will molest me in my sleep." Sasuke dramatically pulls out a sleeping dart syringe, then glances at the fine print. Sasuke said with satisfaction. "Guaranteed 10 hours of silence. Good enough, though honestly I doubt he would awaken either way. Well, better safe than sorry." He injects Naruto and watches him slump peacefully, then pauses. A devious glint appears in his eye. Sasuke muttering, "You're annoying, but maybe Hinata can turn you into a halfway respectable human being. Or at least teach you to shut up." Cue fast-forward montage. Sasuke strips Naruto off-screen. The screen blacks out with a censored, "For the good of Konoha" stamp. Burrito wraps him in Naruto's own orange jumpsuit like a gift, ties it with ninja wire and adds a bow made of explosive tags. Deactivated? Hopefully. Cut to Hinata's room, dimly lit, peaceful. Until knock knock knock. Hinata opening the door nervously. Yes. She freezes. There's a mostly wrapped Naruto on the floor like a gift basket. Sasuke stands behind him with arms crossed, looking completely serious. Sasuke deadpan. "Congratulations. You've been selected for an elite-level emotional rehabilitation mission." Hinata blinking. "Ashu." Sasuke. "Molest him, or hug him, I don't care. Just make him less of a disaster. And maybe he'll stop yelling 'believe it' in his sleep." Hinata.exe has stopped working. Nosebleed loading. Hinata squeaking.
Vuvuvuha?
Sasuke turning to leave like a mysterious matchmaking agent. "Do your duty, Hyuga. For the village." Door slams shut. Hinata stands frozen, face redder than a Sharingan. Naruto, still unconscious, mumbles something about ramen and frogs. Cut to Hokage office crystal ball mode. Hiruzen choking on his pipe. "That Uchiha is a menace. But Kami help me. This might finally work." End caption. Sasuke Uchiha. Accidental Cupid Professional Roommate Evictor. Omake Part 2. For the Good of the Village. Setting Hinata's room Chunin exam tower. Naruto lies on her futon, still burrito-wrapped, blissfully unaware. Hinata stares at him like she's been handed a bomb, or a wedding ring. Hinata, internal monologue, voice trembling. Teach this has to be illegal? Maybe? But Sasuke-kun said it was a mission. For the village, I can't fail the village. Her hands are shaking as she reaches for the makeshift bow. It reads in Sasuke's handwriting, warning, extremely loud, handle with affection. Hinata sweating bullets. I can do this.
Akunoichi.
I've trained my mind. And my heart? Oh no, it's fluttering dash. Cut to Naruto mumbling in his sleep, drooling slightly. Naruto sleep-talking. MMH, I want miso. Ramen goddess. Hinata briefly short-circuits. Hinata internal. He thinks I'm a goddess. No, focus. Unwrap the scroll, no, the B-boy. She starts undoing the ninja wire. Slowly, like she's defusing a bomb. Cue dramatic music, heartbeat sounds. She peels back the jumpsuit like a present. A bit of his chest is revealed. Hinata eyes wide. He's really warm and toned. And, oh no, her nose starts bleeding again. She wipes it like a soldier on the verge of collapse. Just as she peeks further, Naruto suddenly stirs. Naruto groggy, eyes half-lidded. Huh? Is that
Ashinata?
Hinata frozen, hunched over him, hands still on his chest.
Oha.
Naruto half-conscious. Are you hugging me? That's kinda nice. He smiles sleepily and falls back asleep. Hinata melting, blushing, soul-leaving body. He thinks I'm nice. She collapses next to him in a daze, her hand accidentally intertwined with his. The image is pure fluff chaos. Cut to third Hokage's crystal ball.
Hiruzen, mouth open, head fallen off.
That Uchiha's gone too far. But Kami help me, I ship it. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest, Sasuke sipping tea in silence while watching Naruto and Hinata through a window. Good. That's one less idiot to worry about, but damn dope is fortunate Hinata isn't like Sakura do use aphrodisiac smoke bombs. He thought trying Decid if he should make this a crime on Naruto and Hinata. Behind him a lot of distance Enko watched both Naruhina innocent not so innocent show and Sasuke. After Hinata recovered, midnight, tower in the forest of death. Hinata, now sitting beside a half-unwrapped Naruto, takes a deep breath. Her fingers tremble, heart racing like a war drum. The burrito wrapping is about 60% undone. One arm is out. His chest is exposed. His abs are being stared at. Hinata, internal monologue, practically hallucinating. I've made it this far. I can't back down now. I'm a proud Hyuga. A PP proud, almost wife-to-be according to Sasuke. She reaches down, whispering softly like she's defusing a cursed scroll. Hinata whispering. F for the mission, F for the village. The last of the wrapping comes undone poof, like a dramatic stage curtain drop. Naruto lies there in all his golden, nude, slightly drooly glory. One leg kicked free like a lazy puppy. His hair is messy, his cheek has a slight ramen stain. His peaceful expression practically screams, I trust you. Hinata completely red, blinking rapidly. TTTTH, his so bad D, but I have been given a blessing by the god. She covers her face and screams internally like a kettle boiling over. Hinata mentally. What do I do now? Should I tuck him in? Should I hold his hand? Should I kiss him to wake him up? No, bad thoughts. That only happens in this knee fanfictions. She looked down the floor as if the floor was suddenly way more interesting. She shakily grabs the blanket and drapes it over him. He rolls it and hugs it. Imagine Naruto sleeping like in Shippuden but nude. Naruto sleepily without opening his eyes. Hinata warm. Hinata. Eek dash. He turns in his sleep and accidentally grabs her waist as she was trying to cover him with another blanket for modesty, but he didn't stop there. He kept pulling her closer until like a second pillow. His head nuzzles into her lap, face first, like it's the most natural thing in the world. Hinata petrified. This is it. This is how I die. Cause of death. Happiness overload. Blood loss. Heart failure. Fulfilled dreams. Her pulse was a drumbeat in her ears. Sasuke, damn you. You really gave me Naruto, but in a way I can't accept without hurting him. And his body seems to be his own enemy. I can't even move, he might wake up. Rage simmered in her. She tried her level best to break free from Naruto's grip, but as she was about to get away from Naruto but got herself pulled in by him from her midsection. Soon she just accepted her situation and slept. Cut to the next morning. Team 8 enters the room. The door creaks open. Shino, Kiba, and Kurenai stop mid-step. They see Naruto peacefully sleeping, nude, face buried in Hinata's neck. Hinata's face is buried in his neck. The blanket tangled, one of Naruto's legs sticking out, one of Hinata's hands holding his. Kiba explodes. Wa dash. Shino calmly. I have no comment, except I will never unsee this. Kurenai mouth open. This is a very advanced infiltration tactic? Hinata finally waking up. Gee, good morning dash. Kiba. What did you do to him? Meanwhile, outside the tower, Sasuke smirking, talking to himself. Operation Husband Delivery complete. Though I expected her to act like Sakura, not Mom. Why is that
Dobe.
so good with everyone? With a Q. Over room temperature, he sighed in emo. Hokage's office 30 minutes later. Naruto is sitting in front of the third Hokage, still clutching the blanket like a cape. He's freshly showered, wearing hastily donated his orange jumpsuit which had been used to wrap him in his burrito from an emotional trauma. Naruto panicking. I swear I didn't do anything. I just woke up naked and Hinata was looking at me like I was a cake weight. No, not like that dash. Hiruzen nodding, pipe in hand, trying to look wise. Yes, yes. Classic case. Accidental undressing. Emotional proximity. Unconscious cuddling. He jots notes in a scroll titled Naruhina Potential, Phase 2. Naruto horrified. Why do you have a Phase 2?
Suddenly, door slams open.
Enter Anko Mitarashi. Chaotic energy. Trench coat. Evil smirk. Anko. I heard there was a naked engagement in progress. Did I miss the ceremony? Naruto visibly shaking. Anko-sensei? No, this is a misunderstanding. Anko circling him like a predator. Oh no, kiddo. You don't sleep naked in a kunoichi's lap unless you're ready to put a ring on it. That's Shinobi Etiquette 101. Naruto. That's not a rule. Hiruzen, stroking his beard sagely. Technically, in some clans, waking up pantsless next to a high-ranking noble heiress does constitute the first step of a recognized engagement ritual. Naruto sweating. Dash? Anko grinning. You marked her lap with your head and drool. Dumbass. That's the Hyuga version of a proposal probably. I give it a week before the elders send wedding invitations or demand your balls. Naruto. I'm too young to be married. Hiruzen nodding. Okay, so I'll delay the official ceremony. Until after you both are promoted to Chunin, though you should know better, you're actually very late getting married. Honestly, partly pieces times really mess with marriage dynamics. Naruto. Why are you helping this? Hiruzen, smiling gently, looking out the window like a grandfather remembering wartime romance. Because, Naruto, you looked so peaceful. I haven't seen you smile like that in your sleep since... ever. Naruto melting into a chair. I hate this village. Wait, you have watched me sleep? Anko pats his head. Not important. You'll thank us when she carries you home bridal style after a mission. Cut to Hyuga compound. Hayashi receiving an engagement scroll via Ninja Hawk. He slept in her lap? With no pants? Guess I'm planning a wedding now. Ko hearing this from the next room. What? TOB continued. The wedding threat arc begins. Naruto hides from wedding planning. Hinata starts accidental wife training. Jiraiya finds out and takes notes. Sasuke smugly says, "You're welcome," then runs while both Naruto and Hinata are running after him like he robbed them around the tower. Cut to rooftop of the Chunin Tower later that day. Naruto is still traumatized somewhere else. The camera pans to Anko and Sasuke, both casually leaning against a railing, looking out at the forest of death. Anko munching on dango. You know, I never thought I'd bond with a 12-year-old emo orphan. But then you stripped and gift-wrapped your teammate. Honestly, I might just do something similar to you as a reward. Sasuke, arms crossed, sipping tea like a war criminal. He snores, talks about ramen in his sleep, and smells like miso and doesn't use perfumes, or maybe his perfume is ramen-scented. Anyways, I took action. Ignoring her last comment. Anko. You're my hero. Sasuke, smirking. HN. Anko. I haven't seen the Hokage that invested in a pairing since the time he tried to set Kakashi up with that sand kunoichi during peace talks. Sasuke, curious. What happened? Anko. Kakashi ran. The girl still sends poison love letters. Sasuke. Understandable. Anko kicks her feet up. So what now? He's halfway married and doesn't even know it. You playing matchmaker full-time now? Uchiha. Sasuke dryly.
No.
I'm waiting for the exact moment he realizes what I've done, and then I'll savor his reaction. Anko nods respectfully. That's real sibling energy. Classic making the younger sibling regret being born. Sasuke dark grin. Good. Anko munches dango. Say. You think if we put him and Hinata in a hot spring together, he'll explode? Sasuke. Only if she brings tea and calls him dear. Anko. We have to do this. Cut to Sakura, hiding behind a rock, hearing it all. Sakura tearing up. When do I get to see Sasuke nude, and why is he planning with that hot and crazy lady from the Forest of Death? Is he into goths? Goro, the former temporary owner of Earth Demon's Blade, was a brown-bladed sword in full yellow with a normal handguard in black with a kanji for Earth on it. Its cover was blue with a kanji for Together in brown, which they had stolen from the Land of Fire's museum for use after all. Goro himself was indeed built like an earthen mount himself, fitting he picked that blade even though none of these fools say for the lone genjutsu user, but even that was basics, none of them knew any elemental jutsus or how to use one of the 7 elements. Goro was also a half-decent artist, he did prove it when he drew their robber who stole the stolen goods. Anyways, it was kind of a basic skill for ninja and thieves alike to Paul, both were the same thing. The damages Paul had to heal for Goro was mostly blunt force trauma on arms and legs, internal bleeding from a punctured lung caused by a stray rib. From what he knew, Goro was the one who went for that demon's things to loot it. Next was the man who had Water Demon's Blade. Saburo, the man, had only one with a big hat covering the missing eye. The lost katana was blue-bladed, with a full red handled with a normal handguard in black with a kanji for water on the handle itself, and its cover was brown with a kanji for Together, but unlike its twin, this one had it in blue. Paul's personal favorite, he wanted to try it so bad, but thanks to these fools, he won't be able to try it right now. The damages Paul had to heal was more bleeding causing and actual infections because the boy had stuffed the puncher wounds with soil and Goro's clothes, which he tore apart without a thought with a dash of puncher wounds from kunai with complementary broken bones and cartilage like the rest. The next man was Jinsuke, the genjutsu user. He knew a basic genjutsu which he had used against the boy to poison the said boy. He lost the Blade of Wind Demon. It was a broadsword with a sliver handle guard and black scaly leather with a cylindrical pommel. And ref. It's close enough. The damages Paul had to heal for Jinsuke was new scars on his face, which already had some before, broken teeth. Entirety of his front teeth from both jaws were gone with puncture wounds from kunai with complementary broken bones and cartilage. The demon brat had broken all their fingers. Escape had been impossible even if they'd tried to. He considered killing them, he really did, but a tried and tested idea was revealed to him. Sighing out loud, Paul moved to his kills. To the Jounin and his Genins. The dead bodies, he muttered something akin to a prayer, clapped his hands together. A giant golden avatar of chakra visible to only Paul himself manifested, her mouth opened. Paul briefly muttered, "Eat, my lord goddess, eat these starters before I, your servant, shall give you that demon's foul soul soon, but I need pawns, so by your mercy. Princess Amaterasu, I beg you, heal these fools." The avatar huffed. It glanced at Paul, then at the bandits, as though displeased. With a reluctant sigh, it moved. Its jaws closed over the corpses of the genin, swallowing bodies and heads in pairs. Its face was delightful and lusty. Then its tongue slithered into the pit, licking the Jonin's paste from the earth. Its face contorted in displeasure as if tasted something foul. The matter from bodies became pure chakra. 3 arms from shot towards the bandits out, the avatar image of a goddess, a bubble of chakra formed around the bandits, the now digested matter turned chakra visibly flowed into each bubble. The bandits' eyes widened. They saw the corpses lift into the air, bodies cracking apart into glowing matter. Chakra pure, chakra visible in its rawest form, something they'd only heard of happens in high A-rank jutsus. And then they felt fresh air vanish. Jinsuk's fear of close spaces started to kick in. They felt like though they're sudden placed in bubbles-shaped coffins. The chakra suddenly moved to them in 3 streams like snakes. They wanted to run, but they could not. Saburo and Goro stomped the ground helplessly, trying not to get hit by the snakes-like chakra streams. Each bandit's wounds, old or new, started to heal. Goro's chest rippled as a new rib slid into place, old ones seemingly dissolving. Saburo's ruined flesh bubbled. Knitted with fibers of chakra, turned meat, even his eye, which he had lost way before Naruto's punishment, regenerated. Jinsuk's gums bulged, teeth sprouting like mushrooms. Wrong shapes, wrong sizes, but teeth nonetheless. When it was done, the 3 bandits lay gasping, alive, but warped. Their wounds not just sealed but repaired, not even a single wound remained. Paul smiled, fanatic light burning in his eyes. "I haven't seen anything from this, it's a miracle," Saburo thought, grateful. Other bandits were grateful too, their bodies no longer hurted. "Rise. My gods have no patience for weakness. We have a demonic legacy to hunt." Asterisk, he looked up at the sky. Asterisk, just you wait. Yellow demon. And you? Red succubus, I'll reunite you two with your son soon. His voice was plain, almost dead matter-of-fact tone. Boss is really being the whole dramatic villain type, thought the bandits, deadpanning internally. The chakra avatar of a certain goddess moved, touched Paul with her rhino-sized finger. Paul leaned in the touch, rubbing himself to the giant digit of finger. Then it dispelled into air like breaking away with a smile and a wink. Paul's face fell like his dream just broken. Did he just hump the air? No, it looked like there's something. The mere thought that there was something or someone who they can't see made bandits' fear skyrocket. They didn't know much about Paul himself, and he seemed to do the impossible. They knew now. They were realizing it too late now. This Paul wasn't their usual customer. "You people should know. I can now hear your thoughts." Sharp pain flows through all 3 bandits. No wounds, just pain, like they were getting beaten by that kid all over again, just way worse. "And I can now punish you all. Welcome to slavery, approved by the gods," he sighed and muttered. "Can't even be dramatic without being judged by my own slaves, no less." Raising his voice, he began like a leader. "And now, my goddess and her kin demand strength. You will learn to bleed for her and make others bleed as well. Kill or be killed. Both paths belong to her. Take it with pride." His voice dropped into a reverent hush. "Follow my masters willingly, and you shall not rot in hell after death. You shall walk beside the gods themselves, just like the trash I've delivered today. Prove your faith, and you 3 will see the one who healed you. I will crown you as my archpriest." All bandits' eyes went lusty with the promise of power, last threads of humanity, leaving them. They nodded like elephants maddened with lust. Saburo rubs his healed eye, mutters, "I can see again. I'll never be weak again. I will never be like before, not broken." Paul briefly smiled. He just caught the fishes to be sacrificed. "Now watch the powers of my gods help us find the damn demon you butchered, you 3. Then he began muttering an invocation. Paul vomited a ball of black goo. At first it was only a black glob, slick and hot and stinking of iron, but it did not fall to the ground. It multiplied, a slick bloom splitting into pieces that wriggled, then ruptured like wet seeds. From the blackness erupted a multitude of small, impossible things, many kinds of creatures, beautiful frogs, butterfly, birds, bees, cats, rats, perfectly natural looking, but their eyes told otherwise. Frogs that gleamed like polished jade, butterflies with wings too perfect to be real, cats with fur smooth as silk, rats with eyes like onyx marbles. Each one radiated a beauty that was flawless, but wrong artwork masquerading as life. Their movements were slow, deliberate, as though choreographed by unseen strings. "They are not mine," Paul murmured with the calm devotion of a priest. "I only open the door and let my gods pass through me." Bandits shouldn't be surprised after everything they saw, but seeing him literally make such beautiful creatures, well, borrow them from his gods, did it for them, they were surprised, yet even the rats looked beautiful. The three bandits froze. Goro's mouth hung open, eyes glazed. He leaned forward as though to press his lips against a rat's twitching whiskers. Clearly Goro wanted to kiss them, despite his fear and disgust for ratkind. Another staggered back, trembling, whispering prayers to ward off the sight. The third clenched his fists tight, hunger burning in his stare, jealous of a devotion he could not touch but weirdly. Paul stooped low, his lips brushing the rat's fur. The creature tilted its head as if in answer, pressing back into the kiss with a tiny shudder that looked almost human. His face glowed with tenderness, as though he held a child or lover. "Each one," he whispered, "a fragment of the divine." Then his slick hands, still glistening with the fluid of birth, reached out toward the bandits. He touched them lightly, smearing the wetness across their skin, marking them. "And so, each of you too," he said softly. The creatures gathered around him, luminous and waiting, as the bandits struggled between revulsion, awe, and the pull of something holy to them. The creatures did not flee. They clustered around Paul, pressing against his ankles as if drawn by a magnet. He laughed soft, pleased, then looked at the bandits. "See, the gods give you servants. They will find him while I train you three for revenge. Do not fail me. Remember, it's kill or be killed." Jinsuk felt a need to prove himself to be better than his friend brother's teammates. The animals formed a line. Paul kneeled down to pick up and kissed the first creature, a rat, after which it had begun on its mission to find the yellow-haired ninja. The bandits were in awe of love and affection shown by Paul, almost looking at him like a father. Paul lingered, fingers trailing over the last of his creatures as though reluctant to let it go. His lips parted, whispering something only it could hear. When he finally turned back to the bandits, his hands still trembled with longing. "Now, first, to welcome your salvation, you will have to submit your application, beings. Let's go. Caravan camps and settlements near east here," Paul said, then made a face. "Here's some crumbs from the bread. I could give you 3 if you follow the path of righteousness." Paul placed his hand on Saburo's head, getting a raised eyebrow from said man and rest of bandits. "There now, Saburo, use water clone, no jutsu." "You know I can't, I don't ha." Memories flooded him, his body moved on itself. 3 more Saburos popped into existence. None of the bandits moved, all trying to reconcile the fact that Saburo used a water-style jutsus without even knowing that change in chakra nature. Paul only laughed at their faces. "What I did was give Saburo here the jutsu of that jounin I turned into paste." "How is that even possible?" they all thought, surprised even though they shouldn't be. "By the will of my gods," Paul smiles at them, cockily smug. "Now imagine the power of an arch-priest." Paul planted another seed of hunger. They gulped as if fish gasping for water. The implications were world-breaking for them. "No training, just kill, and you get more powerful." Paul moved on to Goro and said to him, "Perform fire-style fireball, no jutsu." Goro, in a trance-like state, went through hand signs and spat a fireball, leaving him adjusting to the new memories. He moved on to Jinsuk, used Genjutsu honey trap of familiarity on these two. Saburo and the recovering Goro's world shifted. They each in their old home. Both remember this movement when IWA was at war with Konoha, their hometown. A voice called their names respectively. It was their settlement's chief. "I'm so proud of you too," the man said. Both men ran, hugged the chief, crying tears of joy, but sometimes was odd. Instead of flesh, they felt bark of a tree. The world around them shattered like glass. The settlement chief turned into a tree. "Clap, clap, clap." "What did you even see?" Paul said with a knowing smirk. Logically they should be angry, but the fact that they just got high-ranking Jutsu's chakra reverses to match. They felt hunger for more power. Now relish in the bounty of gods. Paul spoke with the climatic tone those words deserved. All three bandits' eyes went wide, then all laughed as they began their journey to become archpriests, and for that they needed application like any other job. Victim 1. Hana Oki. Age 9, widowed. Knows every customer's usual order. Keep a tin of pickles under the counter for kids who can't pay. Hannah's backstory. For 2 years, Hannah ran the same small roadside stall. Even after her husband of 3 years died in a drought caused by Mist Village, who stole the water for their tropes and cut the settlement from the rest of the world for 14 years before Hannah was born. She kept the stall because it was what they'd built together. She recognized trouble by how customers dragged their feet and never by loud voices. She has a soft, practical faith, a little shrine with chipped figurines behind the steam pot, and she cares little for rank, only for steady work and kindness. An ordinary day until it wasn't. Hannah wakes before the sun, lights a small brazier, eyes what it was another dream. She wished she could have died in it. Hannah tightened the ribbon around the ladle and let her eyes drift to the faded wooden sign she was put up soon. The phantom scent of simmering broth always brought him to mind her husband, Taro. His laugh rumbling like low thunder, the way he'd shove a hand into the steaming pot just to taste a pinch of salt. "Careful, Hannah," he had teased once, his nose dusted with flour. "You'll turn this noodle into cement if you stir it too hard." She had smacked his shoulder playfully, and he just grinned, eyes crinkling at the corners. Sometimes, she whispered the memory to herself while sweeping the alley, murmuring, "If I can run this stall for us, then I can run it for our dream. I can do this." The warmth of the memory wrapped around her like a scarf against the chill of gossip and hardship she had pretended not to hear yesterday. It was his belief in her, his small, steady faith, that carried her through the drudgery of chores, the exhaustion of customers, and the gnawing loneliness of a world that refused to notice. And in that quiet, she smiled, red string tied around her wrist, ladle steady in her hand, thinking, "I'll make him proud. I won't let anything stop me." And with that, she prepares broth that has to be simmered in exactly the same way or else the customers notice. She ties a red string to the pot handle, an old routine that calms her hands. Hannah's tiny fingers twists the red string around the ladle, a habit she'd learned to calm herself when customers were rude. She hummed softly, thinking of the small ribbon tucked in her apron pocket, the one she'd given by her late husband. "Just a bowl for a hand," she said politely to the stranger who came behind the stall, her smile hopeful and innocent. She stepped forward to help carry a sack, unaware of the eyes watching. By mid-morning the regulars are there. A foreman who likes extra chili, a tired nurse who takes soup to eat between shifts, a pair of students, her age but more privileged, nod and joke from the school to her stall. Hannah slips each a free pickle. To them she was, as they called her in their poetic works, "Knight without a shield." It both ached her heart and healed it because it was too true. She had lost her shield, her love, her everything. In a way she was already dead, just living so she could reunite with her love. With more stories. Of course she didn't take them as friends. Even when the scholars-to-be said they saw her as a friend, she reputedly saying otherwise. She couldn't risk falling for anyone else ever. She was waiting to see her love without guilt. Hannah leans against the counter of her noodle stall, arms crossed, the midday sun warm on her shoulders. Her hands are calloused from years of stirring broth and kneading dough, but she still feels the echo of Taro's touch in the small squeeze of her wrist he used to do when she worried too much. She remembers the first time he came by, not as a customer, but curious about the tiny, struggling stall at the corner of the market. He wore a calm, steady smile, and when she tripped over her apron strings, he bent down and tied them for her, muttering, "Some things shouldn't be left loose." That small act, so trivial, had rooted itself in her memory, in her heart. Taro had been patient, always patient. Even after the doctor had told them she would never bear children, he didn't flinch. He had taken her hands in his dark eyes, warmly blessing hers, and said, "Then we'll build our life differently. But I want it to be with you." And he meant it. Every Rio he earned, every caravan he invested in, he did it for them, for Hannah and the little future they had imagined together. She remembers the mornings when he would sneak a taste of her soup before she had a chance to, scrunching his nose, then laughing. Needs more love, not more salt. The nights they spent sitting under the lantern light, counting her modest earnings and his massive financial gains and dreaming aloud about a tiny vacation of their own, just the two of them at the capital of lands like. She wanted to see the fire forests of Land of Fire the most, the place where many colors of fires are found like flowers and trees. She had it was all natural fire there. He wanted to see funky gravity mountains of Land of Earth, the where gravity itself was doing drugs if you wear anything metallic. She remembered his words. It was a place where magnets were so common you should not wear anything metallic 3 kilometers near that place. It, to the non-metal wearing peoples, that place was full of peace, something about the magnetic fields calming down the brain or something. Of course, they were all danger zones there too, where once you enter your brain goes out. And in return they'll be teaching orphans how to cook, giving back in the way they could. His hands had always been warm, roughened by labor but gentle when they needed to be. Even when the world was cruel, neighbors whispering that he should marry for legacy. Not love, that love without offspring, your marriage is a dead deal, and so on, but Taro had stood by her, always the quiet anchor in the storm. They can have their judgments, he had said once, brushing flour from her cheek. I have you, and that's more than enough for me. Hannah bites her lip, forcing herself to remember the laughter, the ordinary moments that had been extraordinary because he was there. That memory, the feel of his shoulder pressed against hers, the warmth of the tea he insisted she sip before eating, the gentle teasing over burnt noodles is what keeps her upright now, even as she walks toward the edge of the market. After dinner time, she shuts the stall briefly to run an errand for the upcoming night owls. A sack of flour, a visit to the well. On the path back, she hums an old lullaby, thinking of the pattern of the village and whether the river will flood properly this year. Goro of the bandits cross her path at the tree lean. The ragged men, faces shaded, hands quick. He asks for directions, then asks for food. She tells them she's closed. He laughs it off. She tries the softer answer. Why don't you help me carry flour to my house and I'll give you a bowl? It is a habit she learned to survive, to defuse danger with work. He agreed. He moved with her toward her house. As she thanks him and turns around to unlock her door, she sees from the corner of vision something which looked like a Maytel injection coming straight to her. Hannah thinks she knows how these moments end with her death. She was actually happy that finally she will be free of this flesh. She will reunite with her lover. She could almost imagine her beloved's face. But instead what happens is she falls limp, paralyzed. She watched as the man stuffed her in the sack of flour, her mouth up, so she doesn't die. She heard the man go away somewhere, probably looting her house. Then after some time he muttered, fire style. Something. She wanted to cry, she really did, but she couldn't. She wanted to beg for death, but she couldn't. What did she ever do to this man? Her mind went through all the pain that awaited her. It was clear this man didn't have good intentions with her or her body. The patrol who finds the plot where once stood her house later will say it was an accident, an act of God. How wrong they were, but it was their way to cope, to stay delusional. Weeks later, the whispers will begin. See? We told her to marry our sons, one woman said, fingering the hem of her gown. Should have listened. Now she's gone, and her will, all her property to orphans and money to the fire. Another smirked. Bet she liked that place a lot. No one paused to remember the girl who had hummed at her stall, only the lesson they thought they had taught indirectly. Her stall was sold and the money was to go to the orphanage, but it wasn't guaranteed. The campfire burned low, embers hissing like teeth in the dark. Paul with Saburo and Jinsuke sat around the camp, which was at the end of the settlement, waiting for Goro with his application being. Master Paul, any news on the demon we're supposed to hunt? Saburo asked. Paul briefly closed his eyes and reopened them while muttering something. After focusing some time, he replied, his voice dead like usual. No, it appears he has gone to the land of the recently liberated country. Interesting. What happened? Master Jinsuke asked, looking up from lighting the fire for camp. A frog has found that demon's tracks, but also never mind, I'll show you when we get there, Paul said in a dismissive yet murf way. Goro stomped towards them from a distance, carrying the bag of flour and Hannah. Got your application to BIC, Paul said, looking at Goro's direction, making the other two look at Goro as well. Hannah's brain span in action trying to make sense what's going to happen to her. This madman had more people, her gut twisted more than it had during the famine. She could slight warmth of fire. Oh, how she wished she could move to jump into it, but she was paralyzed. She couldn't even cry. She just hoped these men will just kill her, nothing more. Goro uncovered her from the sack a little to show them Hannah, his prized application, and then closed it. The bandits leered at her as her figure disappeared in the jute bag. Saburo asked, "What made you pick her?" She heard one of her questions being voiced. Goro shrugged. "Meh, honestly she was pretty and alone, honestly too bad she's meant to be killed." Bonk Paul retrieved his hand from Goro's head. "Not killed, you fool. Sacrificed. There's a difference. She's a property to gods, well, a property to be, until we get applications for these two as well." Paul grinned. Horror filled her soul, but she was unable to express it. "We don't need her to be used, right?" Goro asked. "Nope, but wait till I allow it," Paul said causally as they went to bed. Well, except for Hannah, she was trying to scream for help. The next morning came way too early for Hannah. She wished she was taken by the angel of death. For a moment she thought that she had died, but it soon realized she was unfortunate enough to live. When the fresh air touches her flesh. She had closed sure, but not for long, as he commanded her to look at him. "Look at me, little one." From the voice alone she deduced that he was the man who was clearly the boss of everyone else looking at her. She only made muffled sounds. "Please have this man kill me. I don't like the way that kidnapper touches me, please, gods above." For all the shrine visits, Hannah thought. The man smiled, his eyes glowing with compassion. He stalked forward. "I'm the apostle of gods, your gods. They will meet you soon enough. For now, here's a trailer for you, fellow devotee." The man known as Paul put his hands on navel. A flash of light, and then Hannah was gone. On Paul's palm a flower inked to skin had appeared, faintly pulsing as if to scream. Two more to go, slaves. With no unwilling person they could move at speed. "Why don't you store us like that? We will be hard to detect that way," Goro thought. "Because it's not storage, it's a literal trailer of what's to come. It's in simple words, limbo or purgatory. The gods can taste her now but can't bite, yet her mind will raped, not body. In short." Three should have been scared, but they were in reality turned on. They moved towards east, aiming to pick another application. In the way they reached a small settlement border of Land of Fire. Age 10. Married, with a son on the way. Keeps careful accounts. Has a laugh that comes out as a mid-growl due to throat issues. Known for bartering fairly. Masao's backstory. Born in a scrappy border village between Fire Country and Wave, where life was precarious, supplies scarce, and raids frequent. His father had been a caravan guard, killed during a bandit ambush when Masao was only 5. From then, Masao grew up with survival carved into his bones. He inherited his father's job early, handling caravans, running supplies across unstable territories where shinobi protection was expensive and unreliable. Unlike Ninja, he couldn't breathe fire or vanish into mist. His skills were grit, knowing terrain, reading people, and never wasting movement. Masao had one dream: to save enough Rio to build a stone warehouse and rest stop for travelers in his village. A place that would last, that bandits couldn't burn down in a single raid, and where his wife and soon-to-be-born kid could live in peace. Slowly, he gathered wealth through sheer endurance, carrying heavier loads, doubling his routes, skipping food so others could eat on the trail. Masao runs mostly the logistics for the merchant caravan that travels between Konoha and coastal towns and settlements. He's practical, can mend a wheel in 10 minutes, and keeps his ledgers in a leather folio he never leaves behind. He worries about his future kids' schooling. He's not brave in the heroic sense, he's brave in the accounting sense. Steady, reliable, the kind of man communities quietly depend on. An ordinary day until it wasn't. Masao adjusted the leather straps of the caravan pack, a double-barrel shotgun, and an extending baton for safety, the rope creaking under the weight of supplies. The sun was low over the border hills, painting the dust in gold and rust. Merchants and guards moved in patterns he knew like his own pulse, the rhythm of commerce and danger intertwined. He barked instructions to the youngest apprentices, even if the said apprentice had more digits in his lifetime than Masao himself, correcting a misaligned cartwheel, urging the oxen to keep steady. His eyes scanned the horizon constantly. Every clump of trees, every flicker of movement was a potential threat. Bandits were common, But what worried him most were the rogue mercenaries outsiders taking advantage of the land of fire's border chaos. Masao's mind flicked to Aiko, organizing herbs at their home with that serene focus she always had. Soon, the baby would arrive. He imagined her humming softly while she arranged little bundles of dried tea leaves, her hair catching the sun just so. He had promised her a safe journey home this time, a route clear and calculated, one he had mapped and remapped in his head dozens of times. But even with careful planning, the world of shinobi and merchants was unforgiving. A misstep, a careless guard, or the wrong path through the hills could unravel everything. Masao tightened his grip on the reins, feeling the tension in his muscles and in the rope that tethered the wagons. Each day on the road was a negotiation between survival and ambition, a constant balance between trust and suspicion. The caravan slowed at a creek for water, the oxen knee-deep in mud, their hooves squelching. Masao inspected the supplies, noting scratches on the barrels, a splintered crate. Nothing too serious, but he mentally filed the information. Every small detail mattered. One lost crate could mean weeks of lost trade, maybe even starvation for some in the settlements farther east. He smiled faintly, a rare and private smile, imagining Aiko watching the sunset from their small home, the baby kicking faintly in her belly, unaware of the dangers he faced. That thought steeled him. He would face the world, bandits, rogue shinobi, whatever it took. Masao had known Aiko since he could remember. She was his caretaker as a baby while his parents and caravan traveled. Her calm hands soothed his scrapes, her quiet presence a fixture in his earliest memories. Aiko's late husband of 20 years, Isamu, had been Daigo's partner in the caravan. Both men died in the same ambush. Before he died, Isamu left a will. Masao was to marry Aiko. The arrangement ensured her care, protected her dignity, and allowed her skills as an herbalist to benefit the young caravan handler-to-be. Isamu also praised the young man, saying he's got a heart of gold and he trusted Aiko to him, and in one line too deep for the 5-year-old to understand the will closed. Masao, you'll be a great man, I know it. I believe in you. Take care of Aiko, give her what I could never give. May your bloodline flourish under her. At first, the marriage felt like duty more than love. Masao respected her skills and her composure, and Aiko appreciated his diligence and reliability. Slowly, the boundaries of obligation softened. He helped her carry herbs from the market. She taught him how to grind roots and prepare poultices. They laughed at small mistakes, shared quiet moments over tea, and gradually, love for the sake of family replaced duty. By the time Aiko became pregnant, the practical arrangement had blossomed into genuine affection. Masao's obsessive care wasn't just for obligation, it was for her, for the life they were creating together, for the home he dreamed of building where their child could grow safely. Each calculated route through dangerous territories, each negotiation with a wary guard, became an expression of love. He became also obsessively cautious, choosing longer but safer routes, cutting deals with shinobi for protection when possible, even refusing high-paying contracts if they seemed risky. His friends teased him for becoming soft, but Masao would only smile and put a protective hand on Aiko's belly. He often dreamed aloud about settling down once their child was born. He promised Aiko he would do one last round of caravan trips, earn enough to build a proper house with wooden floors instead of dirt, and finally stay home. He even kept a small carved rattle, which he had bought cheaply from a craftsman in Konoha. Our baby's first toy, he told her proudly. The caravan spread for the day to begin the business. For the day they traveled like nomads. Usually his wife Aiko would have been with him like his fellow merchants. They had a weekly cycle. Basically, they made hotspots where the people knew them and what services they can provide. He was on his way to reunite with his wife soon. This was their last stop. Masao rises with the caravan's first bell. He checks crates, barters a crate of salt for a basket of dried fish at a way station, exchanges a smile with his driver/student, and jokes with the animals when the cart jolts. At midday they stop at the border path for water and a short rest. He steps away from the wagons to mark a waypoint and to fix a strap. He sets his ledger on a rock and wipes his hands on his trousers. Saburo from the 3 bandits was there. He made 2 water clones. They transformed using the henge no jutsu, one talking loud as if to deter suspicion, another pretending to trade, the third pretending to sleep against a tree. Masao greets them politely. They ask for work. He offers a day's labor hauling a broken axle back into town for fair Rio. As he bends to check the axle, the younger clone slips a hand to the ledger, then takes an injection from the original. The moment is over in a blink. The caravan's mule bells jangle as someone notices a silhouette at the treeline carrying a sack, and the caravan riders the apprentice came running minutes too late. Masao tried to scream but was paralyzed. He wanted to cry at the unfairness of it all but couldn't. What did he ever do? Aiko, please don't dwell too much on my death. I only wish I could have seen you and our child one last time. I'm so sorry, kid. Looks like I won't be able to see you grow up, Masao thought as Saburo carried him away. They find Masao's ledger open, pages sifted. The caravan folk close the folio with shaking hands. They will report a bandit ambush. Masao's wife will wait at the gate until the sun is gone, followed by the moon. The unborn child will never see his father. Paul lay stretched in a hammock, the firelight carving hollows under his cheekbones. Goro and Jinsuk squatted by the flames, tossing guesses like gamblers throwing dice. Wanna bet Saburo drags back a woman again? Goro smirked. Single or mingled? Jinsuk countered. Orphan or family brat? Their laughter was thin and sharp, too casual for what they were talking about. The brush at the treeline shook. Saburo stepped through, a filthy sack slung over his shoulder. A satisfied grin, almost boyish, too innocent for his scarred face spread wide. Masao stirred within, the rough fibers scratching against his cheek, the stench of dirt and blood clogging his nose. His limbs refused to move, still paralyzed from whatever toxin they had used. He felt the faint warmth of the fire outside the sack and wished he could crawl into it, burn himself alive, anything to escape the living cage of his own flesh. Saburo dropped the sack to the ground with a heavy thump. The impact rattled Masao's skull. Got your application, Paul murmured without sitting up, eyes closed like a man half asleep. Goro leaned forward, curious. So, what made you pick this one? Saburo crouched, tugging the sack open just enough for the firelight to fall across Masao's face. A boy, dirt-streaked, his eyes glassy with terror. Then the sack closed again, the image gone like a candle snuffed. Because he fought, Saburo said simply. The world, from what I gathered, he's barely 10, is married to a 40-plus woman who was the wife of his dad's friend. Didn't cry for himself, cried for his wife that he'll never see her again, and also has a child on the way. Stronger spine than most I've seen. His grin sharpened. That kind makes the gods listen better. Masao screamed inside his skull, but his throat was stone. Only silence escaped us, so he thought, as if like a payer to anyone who's hearing his thoughts. Aiko, I'm sorry. Child, I wish I was there when you'll be born. Tears should be flowing, but they weren't. Paul opened one eye, glinting in the firelight. Not bad. A clean offering. He yawned, voice turning flat again. But remember, not killed. Sacrificed. Property to gods. Property to be. The word property burned worse than the ropes around Masao's wrists. He tried to thrash, to weep, but his body betrayed him, still heavy and useless. Guess we wait then? Jinsuk asked, poking the fire with a stick. Wait till my gods allow it, Paul said, smiling faintly in the dark. And look here what my blessings have found. Paul said. A rat popped out of his clothes, exiting from the neck. It ran along his hand, and when it reached the palm of his hand, it exploded piece of flesh from someone's face. The bandits looked visibly uncomfortable. Paul, however, unbothered. He stretched the half-skin of face to show everyone else. It wasn't dirty, but muscles were visible just behind the skin part of the torn face. Whisker like 3 makes on the cheek. Is this the face of that kid who beat you up? Paul asked. Looks like him, they all thought, and Paul heard. Does that mean he is dead now? Goro asked, his voice happy. No, Paul shook his head. My holy animals saw him rip his own face and pass out like it wasn't anything serious, Paul said. So he's in the hospital now. Good for us, right? Now we can just kill him and get the stuff we fairly stole back from him, Jinsuk said. Sadly no. He walked away like nothing. His body healed, regenerating the lost piece of his face. My animals saw it, and through them I saw it too, Paul said, his voice never revealing anything. Is that even possible? Saburo asked. Does that brat have a similar power to Paul? All three thought, looking at him to explain this, and Paul heard. No, he does not. Apostles like me would never interfere with one of our own, as I did mark you three with the scent of gods. Basically it signals everyone else like me to not mess with you, probably why you survived till here. The camp settled again, laughter drifting like smoke. Masao lay in his sack, alive but erased, as the fire hissed and popped like teeth in the night. Victim 3, Keita Yuta, the fisherman's apprentice in Land of Waves. Age 8, lanky, quick hands, hates authority but loves the sea. Keeps a pocket of sea glass he found on his first dawn catch. Keita's backstory. Keita ran away from a cramped home. His family was of nomads. He left them when they rested in Wave before Gato monopolized it. He followed a fisherman named Daichi who'd taken pity on him. He learned knots, tides, and how to read gulls. He used to fight with other boys, used to chase girls before he met Nonu, and steals an extra fish now and then to bring to an old woman named Kiyomi who feeds him leftover rice. He has a quick temper and an easy laugh, the kind that makes elders roll their eyes and mothers shake their heads. When Gato monopolized the land, his master was killed for fishing without asking Gato. Daichi had gone to fish for the village, not himself. He knew it was suicide, but he went anyway. Because of him, many were able to survive a month or two longer. An ordinary day until it wasn't. Keita wakes to gulls and the slap of waves in his boat living place. The boat itself was inheritance from his late master. His heart ached just remembering that day. He had been fed everything the Daichi had, making him sleep like never before. When he had awoke, he found a letter from Daichi saying, "Young one, by the time you will read this letter I have died. I'm sorry, I lied. No, Gato wasn't going to be overthrown tomorrow or the day you'll wake up, and I said that to make you eat as much as possible without worry. Gato and his men won't be satisfied with my death for what I'm about to do. They'll come for you, will say to you to give them all your food which you don't have on you. I doubt they'll hurt you because they'll want you to work in my place. Sorry to make you go through this, young one. I just couldn't let you see your friends' funerals. Think of it like an old whale dying but feeding a whole ecosystem for months, if not years. Grow up and old, I'll be waiting to hear your stories, young lad. This is goodbye for now. Sincerely, an old fart." Coming to his senses, he wiped tears. Gato was gone now thanks to one Naruto Uzumaki. Country of Wave, his land was free. How many people were saved by his master from selling themselves to Gato for basic rights, just as food? He didn't know, but he was glad that part of his teacher's legacy will remain to these people forever. He hauled nets, feet sure on the wet decks. The net flew through the air, arcs perfect, and landed in the water with a soft splash. He pulled it back slowly, imagining the big fishes trapped within, but the day's catch is thin. But he laughs it off and shares an extra silver with the old woman who feeds him. Keita was wiry and sun-darkened, with a grin that made him look mischievous even when he wasn't. He had a habit of racing Inari and the other boys to the docks, bare feet slapping the planks as they shouted about who could cast their nets farther. Despite the hardship, he found joy in small victories. Catching 3 fish instead of 2, finding a seashell intact. At noon, he slips away to meet a friend at the estuary where the river runs slow and warm. They shout across the reed beds, compete to see who can find the shinier glass. Keita was known in his village for his optimism. He would whistle while repairing nets, hum to calm children during Gato's thugs' visits, and tell stories of the big fish he swore he'd catch one day. After a little fun with peers, Keita sits on the edge of a dock at dawn, bare feet dangling over black water. He holds his master's worn fishing rod, imagining he'll reel in something huge. He talks aloud to himself. "Man, I'm thinking about proposing to Nonu." His friends chuckled at his thoughts, made speech. "Just don't get leashed too tightly, dude," one said half joking. "Yeah, you better before some other magnate takes this land over," Inari joked. "Is Nonu the big fish you always talk about catching?" Another was saying in a matter-of-fact tone, but a slippery by Keita silenced him. They bust out laughing then. Keita nods at them a little too dramatically and starts to pack his stuff in his mind destination set. Nonu's house. While walking away from his friends, he makes sure to step on everyone's foot except for Inari, making the said boy laugh. Nonetheless, all three look at him with pride. At Nonu's house, he knocked on the door and he waited till she opened the door. Nonu was the same age as him. She greeted him with a smile and a certain glint in her eyes. "Ah, you finally came home. My home thought you would be too tired from all your activities. Anyways, I'm glad you came. Hurry up, come on, and how's the old woman doing?" He went in obeying her and saw some of his belongings on the table. A harpoon he got from his master. A big clam stripped of its outer layer of chalk showing the Naker Nonu loved it. Some clothes he had forgotten to take him from the last night's visit after visiting her at nights before going to his boat was a routine both were accustomed to. He began gathering his stuff. She brought a bag for easy carrying. After that they talked for a few hours, which went like seconds. After that it was his time to leave. Before leaving he gave her half of a clam's shell and said, "Say Nonu. Would you be my wife?" Each word felt like cement, expecting the worst. Eyes closed, head down. Nonu broke down, saying yes over and over again. She latched on to Keita, making him fall. They both laughed. "You have no idea how long I have waited for this movement. I thought you liked Kiyomi-san for summit time. Ha ha ha. At least you think I have good taste." Keita was interrupted by Nonu biting him on his cheek, huffing. "Don't even joke about it," she said with his cheek still in her jaws. Okay fine. Let me go please." Keita whined between laughs. Nonu looked way too cute to him to take this situation seriously. She finally let go with peck. "You bite like a octopus," Keita said, while he nursing his jaw now with visible bite marks on it. "I also tickle like one too," Nonu said, causally wiggling her fingers. Keita created some distance like his life depended on it. "You won't dare," he said, smiling. "I will dare," Nonu said, smiling back. Both busted laughing again. Keita sets the bag and the harpoon back down he had picked up. With a soft voice which is dripping with satisfaction, Keita said, "I will be back. I think I left the net in the water actually." "Be home as fast you can, my love," Nonu said in the same tone. With that Keita left for what should have been a quick midnight run to his boat and back, but on his way to the boat, he cuts across a shaded path to save minutes. Unknowingly falling right into Jinsuke's genjutsu, it showed Keita.